Thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of the Portfolio Committee number 3, Education, Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024 to 2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd. I am the chair of this committee. I welcome Deputy Premier Carr and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of education and early learning and Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So, welcome to our witnesses, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Deputy Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. But for all of the other witnesses, I'll need you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. And I will start with the first witness on my left, which I think is Lisa Harrington.
Thank you. I'll take the affirmation. It's Lisa Harrington, Acting Deputy Secretary, School Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Harrington.
Thank you. Sally Blackadder, Deputy Secretary, Strategic Priorities. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Chloe Reid, Deputy Secretary, Education and Skills Reform. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to move your little name card thing slightly? There we go. Thank you. Go
Mark
ahead.
Barrackett, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood Outcomes. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning to the committee. Murat Dizdar, Secretary, the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deborah Summerhayes, Deputy Secretary, Public Schools. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Martin Graham, Deputy Secretary, Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Sean Rumming, Deputy Secretary, Chief People Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Kaz Scott, Relieving Deputy Secretary, Chief Operating Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Paul Martin, CEO of the New South Wales Education Standards Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45 a.m, 12:45 p.m, and 5:15 p.m. So we'll now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you,
Mrs. Mitchell.
Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Deputy Premier, I wanted to ask you a few questions in relation to Lanier High School. Obviously, you'd be aware of the 7 News investigation, and I believe you made some comments in relation to violence at the school last night. Could you just share with the committee what you said in relation to this issue yesterday.
Can I just say in relation to what we've seen occur at Linnea, this behaviour is clearly unacceptable. We have extremely high expectations of behaviour in our public schools. And each and every principal in all of our 2,200 schools would back me up on that. We have high expectations of behaviour. We do not tolerate that sort of violence or any type of behaviour of that type in schools, in public schools in New South Wales. Now, I do understand that the range of issues that has been occurring at Linnea, the significant challenges that they have been confronting at Linnea, have been going on for some time. The department advises me, and I know from reading media reports and looking into this matter, that this has been going on for some time. Also under the previous government, I'm not sure if it was ever raised with you, Ms Mitchell, when you were the minister. I know the department is hard at work supporting the school. We've actually made it, and I will use this opportunity to say this, we've actually made it easier under our new behaviour policy for principals and deputy principals to actually deal with this sort of persistent misbehaviour. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that it would have been harder under your policy for the Linnea High School to actually manage this sort of behaviour. But I know Mr Dizdar is intimately involved with what is happening at Linnea.
Thank you, Minister. So I just wanted to ask, you've just said then that you've been aware. When were you first briefed in relation to issues at Linnea High School?
Well, I've been briefed many times on Linnea High School.
When was the first time?
Ms Mitchell, just let me explain, because these are actually serious issues that have been going on for some time, including the time when you were the minister. So this is not a new challenge at Linnea. This has been something the school has been confronting for some time, on and off. I totally understand why parents are concerned about this. Why wouldn't
I'd
you
like
be?
to know, sorry.
I totally understand why
question.
students and staff are concerned about this.
Why I'd like to
wouldn't
know
you
when
be?
you were first briefed.
I have been briefed multiple times
so can
on
you recall
this.
when you were first briefed?
I've been
within the
I've
last
been briefed
couple of weeks
multiple
or?
times on this issue.
But when was the
perhaps
first
you were
time?
briefed because some of the issue also was under your
Deputy Premier,
leadership as minister. It's
when-
not a new thing.
I'm asking when
but
you
I
were
really-
first briefed about significant concerns, not just behaviour but others, which I'll get to shortly. When were you, as Education Minister, first briefed on issues at Linnea High School?
Do you know, I've clearly answered the question, Ms
Well, no,
Mitchell.
I'd like
and
a date. Was it last week, last month, 6 months ago?
I really understand. I get that you're trying to get what you got to get for Instagram. I get it, right?
I'm
but
not-
I'm actually
asking a
trying.
really serious question about a
No,
school.
this is a really serious issue.
Well,
and
when
I'm
were you
trying
first
to answer
briefed?
it.
It's not a trick question.
Order.
But I've answered it. I've been briefed multiple times.
Yeah, but when was the first time? If it's multiple, when was the first? This
you know,
year? 6 months
Ms
ago?
Mitchell,
3 months
stop
ago?
trying to use this to score political points. You well know, as the previous minister, I'm
Okay.
briefed every day on all sorts of issues at every high school
Okay, well, Minister,
across the
I'm going to
state.
ask you
I'd really like the opportunity,
Well,
actually, for the committee's benefit, to actually pass to the Secretary to explain what is occurring at Linnea
Chair.
and what we are doing in
Okay.
response to
With
the
respect,
concerns
Order.
that
I've
have
asked a
been
very
raised.
simple question.
Yeah, let's
in
get
terms
some
of-
of these procedural points out of the way. It is within the member's right to ask the minister at the time when we have you here in the morning, and to ask the secretary later. So
That's
please
what I would
do
like.
direct your
So,
questions.
So, Deputy Premier, you won't give us a date when you were first briefed. If you can't remember or you need to take it on notice, that's fine. I just want to know, when were you first briefed?
I've been briefed multiple times on Linnea, and I
That's
can
not an answer
assure
with
the
respect.
people.
Okay.
With respect,
So,
Ms. Mitchell,
all right,
I can
I'll
assure
move
the
to
people
another
of that community
another thing I'd like
that
to ask.
this has been an ongoing issue that we continue to monitor and
Okay,
deal
great.
with.
Well, if you've
working
continued to
with the
monitor it,
school
I want to
community.
ask when you were first briefed on the alleged incident involving a teacher and at least 2 students in terms of a sexual relationship. That's pretty shocking, you would agree?
Yeah.
Do you recall when you were first briefed in relation to that incident at Linnea High School?
Ms. Mitchell, this is a really serious issue.
Yeah,
And I'll tell you, and I'll answer it. I was briefed on the day that particular teacher was charged.
Right.
Can I just say, we are dealing with a criminal investigation that is currently before the courts.
I'm aware of that.
I am
I'm
not
asking when
going
you were first
to
briefed.
say anything to jeopardise this.
I'm not asking
We
you
are
to.
talking about potentially young victims who are at school, I am not going to use them to score political
Okay,
points.
thank you, Deputy Premier.
I was
So you were
briefed
first briefed.
on
Did
the
you make
day
contact with the
that-
local member when you were made aware of that allegation at a school in her electorate?
Well, I was briefed about the incident the day that it was the teacher was charged. It appeared in the local.
But did you pick up the phone to the local member?
My concern at that point was actually instructing and working with the department to support the school.
So you
Ms.
didn't
Mitchell.
think it was important for the local member to have an understanding of what was happening in her own community? You didn't think that was necessary?
Well, my priority was the school. I think
Right.
the people of New
So
South
are you
Wales would
aware?
understand that.
Are you aware, Deputy Premier, that the local member Tina Ayed has actually written to you multiple times? The first time being in December last year, with very serious allegations about what was happening at Lanier High School, including allegations of improper relationships. Are you aware of that? Did you see that correspondence?
I'm aware that Miss Ayed has written to myself as Minister.
Did you
and
respond?
she has received a response.
From yourself?
Ms Mitchell, please. I understand you like being combative, but these are serious issues and I'm attempting to answer them.
Did you respond to her?
We responded to Miss Ayed on the concerns that she raised, but there have been a variety of concerns that the local member has raised, including using a late night speech under parliamentary privilege in order to raise concerns about the school. We have investigated every single thing that has been raised with us. I want to be very clear and cut through this assertion that this is not being dealt with. We are taking this very seriously. We have the highest expectations of behaviour in our schools. That teacher in question has been charged by the police.
Yes, I'm
it
aware
is
of that.
before the
My question
courts
to you, though,
and
Deputy
it
Premier,
will be
is that
dealt
the
with.
local member raised this with you last year and you didn't respond to her. There was no response back from you.
She received a response, Ms
Not
Mitchell.
from you, though, did she?
But did she receive a response?
Did she receive it from you?
She received
you said
a
this
response.
is very serious. It doesn't get much more serious than this and you expect the highest standards. You are the minister. A letter has come across your desk from a local member making very serious allegations and you didn't even have the grace to respond to her directly, did you?
I will make this very clear. We expect the highest
You didn't even write
standards
back.
of
You
behaviour.
didn't pick up the phone and
Miss
say, "This is a
Ayed
real problem."
Received a response.
But not from you, did she, Deputy Premier?
But she received a response.
But wouldn't it have occurred to you, it doesn't get much more serious than allegations like this?
Order.
She's received a response.
Order.
I'm not quite
Sorry,
sure.
order, Minister. If I could hear the point of order.
The
Sorry.
question's been asked and answered, so just repeatedly asking the same question is out of order.
Okay. In relation to this, if we could just slow things down slightly so that Hansard can record question and answer. If the member wishes to ask the same
Sure.
question over and over and use the time, that's fine.
I just
Go
want
ahead.
to. I just want to be really clear with you, Minister, that you were aware of these allegations at the end of last year. You're aware of correspondence from a local member.
Yes.
Yet you did not respond to that MP.
I'm actually, Ms Mitchell, I really want to make this distinction clear. I'm not entirely sure that the letter that was received by Miss Ayed actually discreetly, clearly outlined allegations about an inappropriate relationship.
Well, there's certainly a lot of documentation that's been sent to you, Minister,
But
raising
I don't think
several
that letter
concerns.
actually outlined allegations about an inappropriate
it certainly
relationship.
talked about concerns in relation to
So don't
the
go
possible
saying to me
dereliction
that
of
I
duty
knew
by
about
some
allegations
staff
when
and
they were not
students. I've
raised
got
with me,
copies
Ms.
here,
Mitchell.
November last year. More detail in writing. There was a dossier of quite lengthy allegations.
But not about the
including-
inappropriate relationship that's been pursued
but
by the
about,
police.
about serious issues at
Yes,
that school.
which-
and you're
which you
saying
received a
today,
response.
but not from yourself. So you didn't think that it was worthy of a response. How can you sit here today and say to parents, we expect high standards, when something was raised very significantly with you about concerns at this school and we now know the extent of the issues, and you couldn't even be bothered to pick up the phone or write a letter and
Very,
say,
very
I'm going to look into
dangerous
this.
and irresponsible of a former
yourself.
minister to be conflating a police investigation of a very serious
Well,
nature
the
that
facts
involves
speak for
young
themselves,
victims
Deputy Premier. The
with
facts speak for
standards of
themselves.
behaviour. They actually don't, and just because you say it is doesn't
Well,
mean
the
that's true,
correspondence
Ms.
is clear
Mitchell.
that
I'm
there
sorry.
was no response back from you. At no point have you contacted the local member to raise or to discuss any of these issues, which I just find extraordinary. How can you possibly say it's not good enough and you're going to do something about it when you've known about issues since November last year and you did
Ms.
nothing?
Mitchell, in fairness, these challenges putting the police investigation to one side, because I understand it's in your political interest to conflate them, but putting that to one side, the behavioural challenges at Lernea, and if I was given an opportunity, I could tell you that actually the Deputy Secretary for Public Schools was at Lernea yesterday dealing with this issue.
I can speak to her about it later, but where were you? You're the minister.
Sorry, I was instructing the department to deal with
but
it.
This is the point.
And can I
this
just
is the
say,
point, Deputy Premier?
No,
you
no, this is
instruct
not
other
the
people
point.
to do
The
your
point-
job. You cannot even pick up the phone to a colleague who has raised issues with you
Is that a question?
about a
Can I
concern
take
at
a
your
point of
school,
order?
and I think that's
Ms.
Order.
Mitchell, you very
Order.
well
Minister,
know
Order.
about
I
these
wanna lead,
challenges.
I wanna
Order.
lead
I
very
have a
well
point of order that I
know.
need to hear. When I say order, everyone goes quiet. Thank you.
The opposition shadow is entitled to ask questions, not provide a running commentary. She needs to contain her intervention in this process to asking questions, not
Thank
making
you. I
commentary.
hold the point of order. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention to you, Deputy Premier, you said that you weren't aware of any allegations of inappropriate behaviour. One of the documents that I know Miss A had sent to you talks about an autistic boy who allegedly had his pants pulled down and was touched on his private parts.
No,
That's
no,
pretty serious.
I actually was, and that is serious.
So, but why didn't you
Do
respond
not
when you
verbal
got
me
that?
about this, Miss Mitchell.
But why didn't you respond
I just
when you saw
said
that?
there wasn't an allegation about the inappropriate
Right,
relationship.
so an allegation
in that
about an
letter.
autistic child
Do
being
not
interfered
verbal
with
me,
is-
Miss Mitchell.
you didn't need to
You
respond to.
You well know that these concerns and these very serious and legitimate concerns about behaviour at Lernea were occurring for some time,
Deputy
including
Premier,
when you were minister. You
there
cannot
are a
rewrite
range
history,
of
Ms. Mitchell.
allegations that
as
came
much
to
as you
you.
plead
There
for
are
that
a
to be the
range of
case. You
allegations that
cannot
came
rewrite
to you
history.
via the local member, including allegations of an autistic boy who had his pants pulled down and touched on his private parts. That came to you as minister, and you did not respond back. You didn't do anything about it.
We expect the highest standards.
Well, they're
and
just
and
words,
Ti-
Minister.
Tina Ayad received a response.
From your parliamentary secretary, you couldn't even be bothered to pick up the phone. It's appalling. Minister, what
order.
steps have you taken to
Okay,
ensure...
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, Legislative Council practice does state that House procedure can guide proceedings. I would suggest that that was just argumentative and not courteous to the witness.
In the context of both the minister and the member trading insults and being offensive at each other, I'm going to allow a little bit of latitude,
Thank
but
you,
if we
Chair.
could both perhaps
Absolutely.
bring it in, that would
Thank
be
you.
good.
I'm going to move to a different issue. Minister, what steps have you taken to ensure that no scaffolding companies with links to Synergy Scaffolding Services and the CFMEU are working on construction sites in public
Yes,
schools?
I mean, obviously this is very concerning in the extreme, and I'm going to preface my comments with this. I cannot be clearer about this. This government has not taken a backward step when it comes to dealing with the inappropriate and criminal behaviour that has existed in some parts of the construction and general division of the CFMEU. We actually have passed legislation, as everyone around this committee room knows well because they voted
Thank you,
on
Deputy
this
Premier. I've just
legislation
asked you a very
to
specific
place
question.
that division into
I'm well aware of
administration.
that. I've asked you a
It's
very
important.
specific
It's an
questions.
important context, Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah, but I've asked you a very specific question
It
about
is-
Synergy Scaffolding Services.
It is very
working on-
concerning.
Are there any working on school
about
sites at the moment?
what has occurred at Synergy.
Yeah, are there
Very,
any
very
on school sites at the
concerning.
moment?
I have asked schools infrastructure to advise me urgently.
Right.
And for the benefit of the committee, I would ask Ms Harrington to provide some detail.
Well, can I just ask you, though, Minister, are you aware that Yaga Corp, which is providing scaffolding services at Fort Street Public School, is partly owned by the
Yes.
former directors? So what have you done about that if you're aware of it?
Well, this was in the media, Ms Mitchell, yesterday, so I think everyone's
what have
aware
you
of it. So obviously that is an upgrade that has been completed. I think you'll find that that contract was probably let when you were minister, so that wasn't my decision to make.
So they're not there anymore? They're not on the site?
Well, that upgrade is complete.
Right. And so have you sought any further advice in relation to whether they've been engaged in any other projects?
That's what I've just answered.
But is the answer yes or no?
I've asked schools infrastructure to advise
But you
me
said you've been briefed on
urgently.
it. So at
No,
the
I
moment
didn't.
you haven't been advised that there are any that you're aware of?
Sorry. I think you may be a little bit confused.
No, I'm not.
saying I have asked schools infrastructure to provide me with urgent advice about where else that
but
may
thus
be.
far you haven't been advised that
But
there are
can I
any.
just, for the benefit of the committee, just state once again, the Fort Street upgrade, which was in the media yesterday, that contract would have been awarded when you were Minister, Ms
Sure,
Mitchell.
but I'm saying to you, you haven't been advised.
So you
of any
actually
since
awarded
then.
a contract to Synergy through
So,
a
but you
subcontractor.
haven't been advised of any since yesterday?
No, but I've
is what
asked
you're
for that
saying?
advice.
Okay, thank you. Will you make that advice public when you receive it?
I've asked for that advice. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, can you confirm that almost $400 million was in the 6101 bank accounts at the start of this year?
Ms Mitchell, thank you very much for asking about these bank accounts. I would preface my comments, and this is very important to put context about this. We have record funding. We have given record funding to public schools.
Well, you've taken record money out this year, so well done to you.
No, we well know what
at the start of the
we
year,
have
Deputy
done
Premier, there was nearly $400 million in
Madam Chair,
I'm
I'm attempting
order.
to answer this question.
Order. The minister is in the middle of trying to answer the question.
Literally.
The member has then asked another question, preventing the minister from actually completing the answer. The witness needs to be given an opportunity to actually answer the questions.
So to the point of order, I think that there is scope for some interruptions of answers, but we do need to let the minister at least get the first couple of sentences out before we ask another question.
I'm going to actually directly answer this allegation that's been put to me.
Please.
I have no problem with that.
Well, can you do
but
it?
I just need to
Our
be
time's
given
limited.
more than 5 seconds in order to do that, which I think is procedurally fair, Madam Chair, last time I checked. So we have actually given record funding to public schools. Sure, the way that we are spending that money is different because we all know, Ms Mitchell, the way you allocated that funding was not working. What we had is we had all this saved up money because principals couldn't find teachers to teach children in our classrooms.
With respect,
it
I've asked a very
represented
specific
lost
question.
learning.
Deputy Premier,
I make no
Deputy Premier,
apologies.
I'm not interested in your politics. You're
No,
not
I'm
in the
actually
LA question
answering
time.
what has happened with the allocation of these funds.
There was almost $400 million in those funds, the 6101 balance at the start of the year. Is that correct?
Ms Mitchell, you yourself as Minister at one point...
I'm not asking about that, Deputy Premier. Can you confirm that at the start of this year, as of February, there were $394.6 million in the Fund 6101 balance for
What
public
I can
schools?
confirm is that we have provided public schools with record funding,
Well,
and we are
you've ripped
focused.
record funding out, Deputy
we
Premier.
Are, no,
well, it
we
is
have,
true because I've actually got the document
Do you
here.
know, Ms
Can you
Mitchell? You
confirm-
well know.
Okay,
that
order,
you also-
Well, you're answering the question.
The
Order.
allocation
Order.
did not
Uh,
work under you,
Minister,
and you well know it.
Deputy Premier, order. Go ahead.
Chair, I think it would assist with the fair and orderly conduct of proceedings and assist with Hansard if this did operate as a question and answer session. I just would suggest it's
I do
courteous
agree
to-
with that,
Point
but
of
can
order,
I...
Chair.
Sorry, yes.
I've
go ahead.
asked a very simple question about 4 times, and I've not had the answer from the Minister.
There is a pattern here of a question being asked and then a completely different type
Yeah.
of
It's not
response
LA
being given
question
that's
time. You've
not
got to
an
be
answer.
accountable.
It might be helpful for the proceedings if we had a question followed by answers, and then there might not be so many interruptions. But if we
Lovely to get an
can
answer.
give respect to Hansard to take it in turns, that'd be very useful.
Sure. Thank you. So, Deputy Premier, can you confirm that at the start of the year there was $394.6 million in the Fund 6101 balance?
I would have to take that on notice,
Well,
Ms Mitchell.
it's true. It's here. It's in a document that you provided. When did you decide to freeze that money and not make it available to schools to use anymore?
Well, we decided, as is a matter, as is on public record, to ensure that the money that we allocate to public schools, and this is a direct answer before someone interrupts me, that we allocate to public schools is spent on teaching and learning, because all that accumulated bank balance is actually the tally of lost learning. And at some point, Miss Mitchell, when you were the Minister, you even made a promise to get rid of local schools,
Yeah,
local decisions,
Deputy
because
Premier,
even the
thank you.
OECD said it wasn't working.
I'm not asking you
and
about
you could
that.
not come good
I'm
on
asking
that
you
commitment.
about, this is actually
we
really
have made
embarrassing.
tough decisions in
you-
order to spend the
when
money
did you
that the
decide
taxpayers
to give
allocate.
a message to school principals that that money that they thought until they had until the end of 2025 to spend would be no longer available to them? When did you, as the Minister, make that decision?
Well, that is a matter of public record.
No, it's not.
We
I'm asking you,
actually
when did you make
Point of
communicated
order.
that with principals
Okay,
via a
order.
webinar.
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, the minister was about 2 seconds into answering the question. It's not
not answering a
courteous. It's
single
not
thing.
courteous to the witness under the procedural fairness resolution to not give adequate time for the minister to answer.
We do need to allow time, but there's courtesy to be extended both ways. Please go ahead.
So did you receive any briefings from the department in relation to that? Any written briefings about the decision to freeze that money?
I've received many briefings about
Written
the
briefings?
fact. I've received many briefings this is another example, I'm sorry, Miss Boyd, of me attempting to answer the question. I've received many briefings about our government's decision to finally
pull money out of
allocate the
schools.
money in a way that means that we focus on teachers in the classroom, as we inherited the worst chronic teacher shortage in living memory thanks to you.
I'll just ask Ms. Mahalik, are you okay if I go first, just because it's on the same topic, and then I'll come to you after? Thank you. Just on that topic, because to be honest, I've been a little confused by it.
Yeah.
I've spoken with principals who have told me that the problem is not that they didn't expect the funds to go, but just they didn't expect the funds to go when they did.
Yep.
And because of that, they were caught short. So, for example, I spoke to one principal who was saying that he had earmarked funds for a particular project. They'd signed the contract, and then they weren't able to pay for that. And so they had to fundraise and find money elsewhere. And it was expressed to me that this has really disproportionately impacted on the poorer schools that are not able to fundraise from parents and haven't been able to plug that gap. Can you explain to us what happened with that sort of surprise element?
Yeah, look, Ms. Boyd, can I just say, to get to the substance of the matter of the example you used, projects that have actually already been let, contracts have been signed, are actually being honoured. So I'd like to take that example you've used. Ms Summerhayes, as Deputy Secretary, has been exceptional in working through some of those cases where there might be some confusion, where we actually might be able to provide the funding for that project to be completed, because it was very clear at the time that we communicated to principals that projects that were underway that have already been approved will be honoured. So in that example, I'm not quite sure that that would actually stand, because what the decision was made, because of the fact that it's a known point. This is not up for dispute. We have falling enrolments. We inherited a system. We had falling enrolments. Unfortunately, that plays into how much money we can allocate to public schools. Now, as separate to that, what we had under the previous government, to their credit, they also acknowledged the fact that this was not working, where schools were accumulating bank balances over time. And I think the former minister promised to bring that to an end at some point, to her credit, to be honest. Because what was happening, because they couldn't find teachers, because we had such a chronic teacher shortage, that was accumulating. What we have made the decision to do is we've actually given more money to schools, but the way we're allocating it is differently. So the money hasn't been taken away, more money has been given, but we're actually building up the system so the principals don't have to spend every second waking hour, instead of educationally leading their school, scrounging around trying to find money within their budget to fund basic maintenance for things like basic maintenance or projects at schools, like colas, like playgrounds, and I go to a lot of schools every day, and a lot of principals were using that funds for that sort of stuff. That will now be done by schools' infrastructure. We should have a system that supports principals centrally to be able to do that, instead of making them scrounge around for money.
So, okay, and I think I'm not convinced that there's been a taking of money in a sort of net terms, but what I'm concerned about is the process,
there has not been,
and that there has resulted in a bit of patchiness and some sort of, I guess, some things falling through the gaps. The other one I heard a lot about was SLSOs, where people had got funding for, say, 1.7 SLSOs, and then they were topping up the rest of that with that sort of local money, and then suddenly had to let those SLSOs go. I guess, how does that happen, and what was put in place to try and stop that happening?
Well, that shouldn't have happened, actually. And as I said before, the Deputy Secretary of Public Schools has been working through those issues. And if we're aware of where that has happened, we'll be able to work that through with that particular school and that principal. Because actually what we need to get to a position on where we need to get to, Ms Boyd, is that we need a situation where the entitlement of a school to say, this is how many teachers you get, this is how many APs you get, DPs, this is how many SLSOs you get, is actually fit for purpose. So that the entitlement that they get under the previous administration is not so small that they have to find their own way of funding extra staff. Like, that does not work. We want, what we believe in as a government is actually funding the system to support the schools. Because what sets the New South Wales public school system apart, We are one of the biggest systems in the Southern Hemisphere, if not the world, 2,200 schools. So we should use our systemic might to support what happens in schools. Principals can't be left, under the previous government, they were left basically to fend for themselves.
So I think we agree on the scrapping
The devolution
of the local
didn't
schools model. Just in terms, though, of that funding of SLSOs, it looks like we're making a lot of progress in relation to teacher pay and teacher retention. I have a real concern, again, from that sort of disability portfolio perspective, that we have SLSOs that are unsure as to whether or not they're going to have a job the next year because it's dependent on how many children need them at that time.
Yes.
Is there a sort of something in place to look at retention of SLSOs, to have that more sort of constant funding stream for SLSOs in the same way as we have for teachers?
You make a very good point in that so much of the work that is done to support our students with disability, increasing numbers of kids with disabilities as well in the public school system, is done not just by teachers but also by SLSOs in the classroom. We are very proud that we made a large number of them permanent, that so many were temporary. That number of 20,000+ of teachers and support staff we made permanent, a lot of them were SLSOs. Now, if I hear about schools that are losing SLSOs because we may need to work through some of those issues in terms of the allocation of the budget, then we can work through that. We do not want to see that happen. I personally do not want to see that happen, okay? Because, in fact, with the Commonwealth changes to the NDIS, we're going to need more and more support for our students in public school systems, remembering that 80% plus of kids with disability in public schools are in mainstream settings. So SLSOs are actually crucial in ensuring that we fulfil our obligation to every child in New South Wales, their right to a public education.
So is that something you'll be looking at in the sort of next part of your term then, in terms of trying to increase that workforce and give them the security of tenure, I guess, to know that they're going to be at that school for a period of time, not just for sort of the coming year?
I think one criticism that you couldn't make of our government is that we're not focused on workforce. I think in education we are viewing absolutely almost everything through the prism of the workforce that delivers that essential work. When I talk about reviewing entitlement, it also includes things like SLSOs to ensure that we're actually providing schools with the staff they need, including support for kids with disabilities. And can I say one of the biggest challenges we face also is teachers for special education. This is another thing we inherited that's a complete basket case.
Yeah. And I look forward to your response to our report that the committee provided.
Yes, we are
just
considering
last week.
it now.
Can I ask you about the $1 billion in the budget that was for funding for school maintenance and minor upgrades?
Yes.
How much of that is for disability accessibility upgrades?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice so you get the right information, but that is really a large injection into maintenance funding. A lot of it will be going to things that have been ignored for years and years that aren't really sexy to talk about. Things like toilets.
Yeah.
Where
we love talking about toilets.
You know,
people say we are doing a whole inquiry.
People get a bit funny when I talk about public school toilets so much, but I tell you what, I mean, there's a lot of people around this committee room that have children and know that how dangerous it is if a toilet is so bad and hasn't ever been upgraded, so that children literally are holding it in all day and the health impact of that. So things like that will be used, the injection will be used to do things like that. But let me take on notice for accessibility upgrades. Of course, when a student comes to a school with a particular need and enrolls in that school, we are obliged to upgrade the school so that child can access education.
We, this committee was lucky enough to go and visit a number of schools as part of our inquiry.
Yep.
And we went to one particular school that was in a heritage building, and they were unable to put ramps in because of that heritage. And yet it was a school, it was a special purpose school, and it was... I found that quite shocking that we didn't have full accessibility at a school like that. Is that something that you'll be looking into?
Well, we have an obligation to every child in New South Wales. It's the law that they can access education. So when a child enrolls, and you're talking about a school for specific purposes, of course we need to find a way to make that accessible. I tell you what, some of the most incredible places I've been to over the past 18 months have been SSPs. The work they do in there is just absolutely mind-blowingly transformative.
We have obviously not just students, but also, you know, parents and carers and teachers that
Staff.
also require accessibility upgrades. Shouldn't those schools just be completely accessible as a matter of course?
We have to find a way to do this. We are committed to inclusion. We are committed to ensuring that students and staff and parents can access our schools. They're public schools.
Thank you. Ms Mihalik.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister, or Deputy Premier. Just a couple of quick questions. I just wanted to, have you had any stakeholders seek to meet with you in regards to Section 32 of the Education Act? SRE?
I am actually meet with faith leaders and SRE, people involved in SRE quite regularly. In fact, I only recently had a faith leaders roundtable with the Secretary discussing many issues around SRE.
So you've told them that you remain committed, the government remains committed to SRE,
Yes.
Section 32 of the Act, and there aren't any changes being proposed?
No, I think this came up last time and I answered the same way.
I didn't ask you that question, someone else might have. Can I also ask you then, in relation to the review that's currently before the Law Reform Commission into exemptions to the ADA Act, and that potentially will impact independent, Catholic systemic, Catholic independent, Islamic, Jewish and other non-public schools. Have you had any discussions with any stakeholders in relation to any concerns with any amendments that might be considered by the government in relation to ADA?
Well, I mean, obviously that review has to take place, but I will say, Ms Mihalik, that we are in constant conversation with faith leaders and their representatives about all sorts of matters like this. And like, I regularly meet with stakeholders. My diary is obviously a matter of public record.
Minister, have they specifically raised this area of concern of exemptions with you, given that it's that independent schools heavily rely on that exemption to be able to deliver their particular faith and services to their students? Has that been raised with you directly as the Minister for Education?
Well, people have raised that concern with me. Particular schools have raised that concern with me. I had schools when we were at Community Cabinet in Riverstone raise it with me.
Have
People
they
have
raised
that
with
me.
you that any amendments could potentially really impact their ability to deliver?
Yes, the stakeholders have raised this with me, Ms.
Okay.
Mihalik.
So you're aware of the potential impact?
Well, they've raised
of
it
the
with me.
education system. Okay. All right, Minister. I'll come back to that a bit later. I just want to discuss with you, or just ask you. I should just ask you a couple of questions, if I may, in relation to what's going on between you and Jason Clare and this Gonski reform.
Please do.
And as I understand, you're both at an impasse now, and you've both reached sort of an impasse that by September the deal will be off, the potential 2.5%. What's your take on this, Minister? What's going on?
Well, I would say that it's not just New South Wales that is at an impasse with the Commonwealth Government on this particular matter. The lion's share of states and territories are at an impasse with the Commonwealth Government also. And I think I've said many times to this committee, I've said many times in the media, and I'll say it again today, we are not signing up to a deal that shortchanges the public school students of New South Wales. Minister Clare has, at previous occasions, once threatened to take money off the table. Then there was a suggestion that the deal roll over. But can I just make it very, very clear?
I can't imagine Minister Clare threatening anyone, actually.
Well, I mean,
what I mean,
what I mean is, we've been having, Miss Mihalik, a very robust conversation, both internally with each other, via the media. I think we all know where the other one stands. And I will say it's not just New South Wales. That's really pertinent to what we're saying. It's pretty much the whole of the Commonwealth of Australia. Okay. I would say that something that the Commonwealth Government fails to recognise is their offer to us is an extra 2.5% if we then give an extra 2.5% when we have already lifted significantly. In fact, in this budget that is subject to this budget estimates hearing, we have lifted our school's resourcing standard contribution from 72 to 75%.
But I understand,
so
Minister.
I would just like Minister Clare to acknowledge that we've already lifted.
But Minister, isn't the impasse more that he would like that extra funding tied to specific outcomes?
No, that's not
resourcing to teachers.
That's not
ensuring that disadvantaged students are prioritised. I think that's what the issue is. He's not going to give you a blank cheque, as he said in the media.
That's not.
Isn't that
that's
right?
not an issue of contention, Ms. Mihalik. We agree what needs to be done. In fact, most of what, under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, Minister Clare is asking the states and territories to do, most of it I'm proud to say that we're doing.
But isn't he just asking you to go back to your colleagues, right, to the Treasurer,
can I just,
and to your Cabinet colleagues and argue for more funding for education as a whole, like what your Minister Jackson did for housing? She did successfully manage to convince her colleagues that more money needed to be allocated for housing.
Yes, and we've done that.
Isn't what Minister Clare's just asking you to do your job as a minister?
But we have done that.
And,
I just said we went from 72 to 75.
That you think more money should go to education, prioritising the education of children in New South Wales.
But we have already done that. We have lifted from 72 to 75, so we have done that.
Right.
And all the things that Minister Clare is asking for us to do, in fact, it's not like Jason Clare is asking us to do it. We have agreed across the table of education ministers what we need to do.
Territory agreed to this? I mean,
we have agreed, we just need more money to be able to do it. So that's...
Well, we all want more money.
But that's not the contention.
Minister, you were attending a protest on the lawns of Parliament House in Canberra with the Australian Education Union last week, and with the Victorian and your counterpart in Victoria and Queensland. So what were you achieving that day other than yelling at a building for a couple of hours? Did you meet with the Minister? What was the sort of outcome from that protest?
Well, we are negotiating through the agreement. In fact, we have met
Did you meet with the Minister that day?
We have met with the Minister.
Did you meet with the Minister that day?
No.
I take it that you didn't. So you went down to Canberra.
That is also a matter of
to meet
public
with the union
record.
And your counterparts, but you failed to meet with the Minister.
I understand, Ms. Mihalik, that you're trying to get your gotcha, but it's a matter of public record. I think I said it on Sky News, actually, that we didn't meet with Jason Clare that day. We actually were meeting with a range of members of Parliament, with teachers and principals that believe that we should have fair funding. And I'll say it again.
Who did you meet with?
I mean, my meetings are a matter of public record.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to understand. You went down to a protest. You're meeting with your, the Socialist Labor government counterpart there of Victoria, Queensland that are about to lose.
I'm fighting for fair funding for public schools in New South Wales.
Government in Queensland. I mean, shouldn't you be in a better position as a New South Wales Education Minister? You could just meet directly with your federal counterpart.
We are doing that also, Ms. Mihalik.
A better case for New South Wales. I think this is quite a real pivotal issue, because you made a commitment back in May of 23 when you became a minister. This was so important for you to get this 100% funding, get Gonski reforms through. Yes. You said that was your priority. You're now at this real critical impasse. You've seen Western Australia, Northern Territory agree to what is being proposed by Minister Clare. I don't suggest he's going to change anything by the end of September.
Western Australia haven't actually signed.
The concern I have is, are we going to end up in a situation at the end of September where this funding will fall through?
Yes. Well, that's actually a matter for Minister Clare.
It's actually a matter for you, Minister, actually. It's actually a matter for you.
Ms. Mihalik, we have lifted, and I am not going to let the Commonwealth Government abdicate their responsibility to fund Australian public schools.
But the chief responsibility is actually
if you want to be part of that,
let's be honest.
I won't be part of it.
I'm not part of anything. I would think that you should sit down with Minister Clare directly. I know him to be a very reasonable minister. He's been a minister and a member of the cabinet, or the shadow cabinet for the Feds for almost 20 years. He's got a lot of experience in this. You could learn from him by sitting down negotiating with him directly, Minister
Mihalik, I think
and you can learn from Minister Jackson, who was able to successfully negotiate a higher pool of money for housing in New South Wales.
But we've already done that in education.
Okay, well, I don't know. You hear reports about your money being sitting in bank accounts, $400 million. You talk about not enough money being available. You're being offered money by the Feds, and I can't, which with very, I think, proper conditions. Of course, it's a requirement that you should.
We've only been offered if we further lift, and we have lifted.
Well, why wouldn't you lift it?
We've already lifted. We have lifted.
All right. Well, I think, Minister, it's a pretty big issue.
As much as you say the sky is green, it doesn't make it green, Ms. Mihalik.
Well,
Okay, order.
doesn't make it red either. Doesn't make it red either, Minister. All right. No. All right. Well, I'll put to you as well, if I can. I do want to ask you a quick question about the inquiry that this committee held into disability. Have you had a chance to read that report yet? And I understand if you may not have. So
I've been briefed on it in a very short form, and I really look forward to responding to that important piece of work.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave that for my next session because I have a couple. I don't think I have enough time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh.
We'll just move on.
Sure.
Back
Thank
to
you. Thank
Mrs.
you,
Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to go back to the school funding issue. You said before in response to Ms. Boyd that you would be really concerned if schools had lost SLSOs. Have you been to Parkes Public School by any chance?
I haven't been to Parkes,
Okay.
no. But can I just say, if with a particular example, like if you're talking about something that's happened at Parkes,
Yes.
I would, if we could just get to the crux of that issue of what your allegation may be, and then we will follow that up and
Well,
take
if I
that.
could okay, well, I'm asking you if you've been to Parkes, and the answer's no, that's fine. Are you aware, I've had reports from a number of concerned community members that at least a dozen SLSOs have either lost their jobs or lost significant hours because of the budget cuts. Are you aware of that?
I am not sure if that is the case,
Well,
and I'm going to say to you, Ms. Mitchell, that I will ask Ms. Summerhayes to take that
If
away.
you could take it on
and look
notice,
into
that would be great, because there's been multiple people in the community reach out.
Well,
with
that is
concerns.
very concerning,
It is very
and I will
concerning.
follow that up.
Thank you. Are you also aware of the very successful agriculture program that runs at Maclean High School?
If there is an issue that you're getting to at Maclean High School, we will similarly
Sure.
take that away
But I'm
and come
asking,
back
are
to
you
you, Ms.
aware
Mitchell.
of, have you been spoken to about that program?
Just to save the committee a bit of time, I know that the previous minister is setting up a range of questions. If you just get to the crux of what is happening at Maclean, we can take that away.
Sure. So you're not aware, and it's fine, I don't expect you to be, but you're not aware of the ag program. $100,000 was allocated to that program. That's now been cut to $10,000. Parents are now having to sell raffle tickets on the weekend to raise money to run that program for their students. Does that concern you?
Well, look, we'll take that away.
Yeah, but does that concern you? Just
We're
as a
going to.
general
I've just
principle?
clearly committed to you that we'll take
Right.
that
So will you
away
look to
and look
reinstate
at that
that
and
funding
work through
support?
that with the school.
Okay, so you'll look to reinstate that support?
We're going to work through that with the school.
Okay, and it does concern you?
Anything that affects public school kids concerns me. I'm the
Okay,
Minister
thank
for Education.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask another question, just following up from my colleague in relation to the school funding. Do you remember prior to the last election, Labor saying that you would fund schools to 100% even if the federal government didn't sign the deal?
Can I just say that upon coming to government, not only did we inherit record levels of debt left to those us by the previous government, we also were shortchanged billions of dollars via the Commonwealth's cosy deal with Western Australia to give the hard-working people of New South Wales's GST money to another state.
Thank you,
the
Deputy
richest
Premier.
state
So,
almost
but I want
in
to
the
take you back to what
world.
you said when you were in opposition.
So I'm not going to concede that the Commonwealth will give us a further 5%.
But
And
I'm
I've said this
asking
to
you-
this committee before, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of negotiations.
That's-
I'm not going to prejudice
I'm not
those
asking you about the
negotiations. You actually
negotiations.
are. And I am going to stand firm in that the fact that we have lifted, as I prosecuted with Ms. Mitchell, from 72 to 75, larger
Sure.
than any other
But
state,
Deputy Premier,
any
that's not what I'm
investment
asking
in
you.
this
With all due
state's
respect,
history.
prior to the election, both yourself and the now Premier made comments such as under Labor schools will be fully funded.
Yes.
The Sydney Morning Herald ran a story which said New South Wales Labor is prepared to top up the shortfall to reach 100% if an agreement with the federal government cannot be reached when the funding deal expires at the end of next year.
But we're
is
still
that
negotiating.
still your position?
But we're still negotiating that agreement.
But will you, if the federal government does not offer more money and it doesn't appear like Jason Clare and the Labor Party are going to,
not
do you stand by what you
conceding
said
at
prior
this
to the
committee.
election?
I am not conceding at this committee that the Commonwealth government will not give
So,
us 25%.
but when you said before the election, and you told parents and you told the unions, and there's a lovely photo of you and Mr. Clare and Mr. Gavrielados with a big signed poster saying that we will get to 100%.
Yes,
When
'cause
you
we
said
believe in
that
it, Ms. Mitchell,
when
unlike
you said that
you.
before the election, that you would top up the funding shortfall if you couldn't reach a deal, were you telling the truth?
Ms. Mitchell, I am not negotiations with the Commonwealth Government.
Well, that's not a yes with respect, Minister.
Well, I'm just not
right. So
prejudicing.
there's no guarantee that you will come in and fill in the shortfall if you don't land an agreement next
This
month.
government could not be more committed
that's a
to
no.
schools
Thank you.
resourcing standard
That's fine,
funding.
that's a
We
no.
have lifted
you didn't say yes, so
3 years before you had ever planned
do
to.
you want to go? Yep.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. Thank you, Deputy Premier. If I could just look at some school infrastructure issues,
Yes.
if that's okay, and to the team. Deputy Premier, were you part of the New South Wales Government's decision-making process to address the housing crisis by accelerating housing supply, setting housing targets? Were you a part of that decision?
Ms Merton, I'm the Deputy Premier and I sit on quite a few cabinet subcommittees, and I stand by the Premier's steadfast commitment to address the housing shortage in New South Wales, which is seeing young people,
As the
including
Deputy
people
Premier,
like
at
young
the table,
teachers,
part of the decision,
not being able to afford to live in Sydney.
So Deputy Premier, the New South Wales Government, as part of this decision, announced under the National Housing Accord, 5-year housing target commitments. Do you recall what some of those commitments might mean in terms of the scale of housing that was committed to?
Well, look, I know that the national housing targets and the targets that we have set ourselves as a New South Wales Government require significant housing to be built in New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
But can I just get cut to the pass, or what I think you're going to ask,
Yeah.
is that we will not be a government unlike the one that preceded us. We will not be a government that doesn't build schools where they are needed. In fact, I would gladly go into all the communities, most of which are in the outer suburbs of Western Sydney, where housing
If I
had
could just
accelerated,
redirect to the question,
and there would
in terms of the
never.
housing
We are only
targets.
building the schools now, only now.
So Deputy Premier,
We will
in terms
never,
of the targets,
never
so
repeat that mistake
What the
of
government
past.
signed up to in terms of the housing accord was to deliver 377,000 new, well-located homes across the state by 2029. That's a huge surge of, population, new
Yes.
communities, new residents,
Yes.
an exciting time for New South Wales. And you may recall at the time that the accord was entered into, Premier Minns, big pat on the back by Prime Minister Albanese, mate, well done. You may recall that Premier Minns leaves the room and says, hang on a moment, I probably should have asked for some infrastructure funding. Whoops, and put his hand in his pocket and kept walking. And as what you've just touched on,
I'm not
are you
sure.
aware
Were you there?
of
I wasn't
community?
there.
It was
I'm not
well
sure if that's
reported
what
in the
happened.
media, Deputy Premier, very well reported. You guys have spoken about it. It's been the big pin-up. The accord, we've done it. Labor, state Labor, federal Labor.
I don't
we're all
think
in on
anyone's
this.
saying we've done it.
The signature to the accord, Deputy Premier.
What's
If I
the
could
question?
just touch back on your question about school infrastructure,
Yes.
community concern.
Yes.
What do you know about the level of community concern relating to school infrastructure off
What
the
do
back
I know about the level of
big
community
housing?
concern
Yeah.
and school infrastructure?
Yeah.
I can tell you I know a lot personally about the level of community concern when it comes to school infrastructure, because what we inherited, we will never ever repeat the mistakes of what happened in Gregory Hills, what happened in Jordan Springs, what happened in Marsden Park, what happened in all those communities where housing exploded and schools were not built. We are only now building the schools that the previous ministers under the previous government refused to build. And I hand on heart will say it's a personal priority of mine. I represent many of these communities. What I know, Miss Merton, about the level of community concern is that communities are so concerned about the lack of government investment in school infrastructure that they clearly can change the government if they so desire.
So existing schools are concerned when the school's
Yes.
full, it's
Yes.
bursting at the seams.
Yes.
And then the government rolls out a big announcement. If I
Yes.
could just take the Hill Shire, for
Yes.
example, and I acknowledge the attendance here of the state member
Yeah.
representing the electorate very well. He's been in very regular contact with you, with the department, in terms of
Yes.
accommodating under the housing agreement.
Yes.
20,000 plus new housing, new residents. The schools are full, and there's no new school. There's no new commitments.
We will make sure that those schools have the capacity for for the students that will come. We actually, upon coming to government, undertook an enrolment growth audit that showed that actually the previous government's calculations in terms of how many people were moving into areas when we build new housing developments or infill, as you're referring to, Ms Merton, that was all wrong. So I can absolutely guarantee this committee, Mr Hodge, the people of New South Wales, the people of the Hills, the people of every community in New South Wales, we will not repeat the mistakes of the past. It is a personal priority of mine that we build schools where they are needed.
So if we could just go back to the level of community concern here,
and I'm addressing
in
that.
terms of
I know
the absence of infrastructure, the funding, the commitments, the schools are full, the state member.
I think we're in vehement agreement.
If I could just, in terms of reference to the Hill Shire, on a question on notice to the member, you speak of funding's been set aside to support the work in terms of funding for the purchase of the land.
Yep.
But Deputy Premier,
land does have to be purchased.
Can I just say,
build new schools?
The community, the concerns are still there because the community is saying, so how much funding? What's the
Do you know, Ms Merton, and I understand
what
these
work's
processes.
been done? When will it be delivered?
But Ms Merton,
Housing's
you know
booming.
that. You know that
communities are busting and the schools are full.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but the previous government had 12 years to do this, and they did not invest the schools in growing areas. I would take the allegation that somehow we don't need to purchase land when we're building new schools. We've learnt from previous mistakes that if land is not set aside, and of course governments need to purchase land. So wouldn't that stand to reason that we announce that we're purchasing land and paying for the purchase of that land in order to build new schools? I understand that the Liberals and Nationals don't have much experience when it comes to building schools in new areas, but we certainly will make it a hallmark of our government.
Deputy Premier, if I could take you back to before the election, there was a commitment made relating to a new school in the East Hills area in Milperra. And once again, pre-election commitment, new high schools coming, capacities building.
Sorry, Ms Merton, can I ask you the commitment? What was the commitment you speak of?
It was a commitment made by yourself, the then opposition, before the election, of a new high school at Milperra.
Before what election?
The 2023 state election.
So when was that? When was that an election commitment, Ms Merton? Because I don't think it was.
At the last estimates, both
it was not an election commitment.
And myself have asked about the Milperra High School.
Okay,
you tell us about upgrades to the adjoining schools that were committed to and funded by the previous government.
Okay,
the question remains unanswered
about Milperra,
the new high school.
Yes,
we're not looking for more upgrades. They were funded under the previous government. We're looking for your commitment, a new high school in Milperra.
This also goes, and I'll answer this question directly, Ms Merton. This also goes to the issue of land available. And I think at the time that we made those comments as an opposition, there was a proposal to dispose of that land that previously belonged to the Western Sydney University. In that time that intervened, prior to us coming to government, the deal was already done with WSU, signed and enabled by the previous government. So that land is no longer available. So we could talk about this high school at Milperra, but the land is being used, and the previous government.
So the commitment was made, and if upon investigation we've realised what we've just detailed here. If upon investigation we've realised what the land difficulty availability is, there's nothing else. No further investigations of other land. No new high school. That's it.
We got it wrong. Thanks to
we got it wrong. We made the commitment on false pretences.
Ms Merton, I think you're either extremely confused or you haven't done your research properly. That land has gone. The previous government signed a deal.
The question is about the new school. Nothing else being under consideration.
The previous member for East Hills could have resolved this by not doing the deal to get rid of the WSU land for anything other. Like, the deal has already done. It's a moot point.
Thank you, Minister. I wanted to ask you some questions about the Manufacturing for Schools program. But first I just wanted to ask whether you could confirm the media reports about allegations in relation to school infrastructure, including the former Chief Executive, Mr Manning, having been referred to ICAC. Is that correct?
Well, look, I actually am not going to jeopardise any investigation that may or may not be happening.
I'm not asking you to, but there were media reports and there were comments from you at the time about wanting to have the highest levels of integrity when that program was cancelled. I'm just asking whether a referral has been made that you're aware of.
Well, I'm going to be very clear with the words I'm using, because if there is an investigation underway
I understand
that may or may not be underway, I'm not going to jeopardise anything.
Sure, but did you or the Secretary make a referral?
I am not going to jeopardise any investigation that may or may not be underway, but of course my comments I made on that occasion stand. We have the highest expectation of integrity because that arm of the department, which we're currently ushering through quite a lot of reform, bringing it back into the department, that arm of the department is responsible for doing things that Ms Merton was talking about, building the schools
I'm well aware
that
of
are
what school
required.
infrastructure does. It was set up under our government. Can I ask you...
Well, what a raging success it's been, Ms Mitchell.
Deputy... Sorry, what was that?
I said, what a raging success it has been.
Right, so all the schools that the teams at School Infrastructure have built over the last decade
No,
is
I
not a
mean,
raging
I've
success.
made it very clear. Made it very, very clear that I, as Minister, on behalf of the people of New South Wales, want school infrastructure to go in a different...
Well, I hope Miss Harrington's team were listening to what you said about the work that they all do.
That's not what I said, Ms
Well,
Mitchell.
you did. Can I also ask you, last time when you were here and we asked about Mr Manning, you said that he decided to move on to other opportunities. Were you aware then of any allegations or concerns?
Any allegations or concerns that have been raised to me, with me or
Yes.
the Secretary or the Department have been referred to the appropriate authorities.
Right, so but were you aware when we asked you about that last estimates in February, you indicated that he's moved on to pursue other opportunities. You didn't give any indication that there were any concerns or allegations raised with you, but had they been prior to him
Look, I'm just
moving
not going
on?
to jeopardise any investigation.
Right, so you can't give us an indication
I'm
as
not
to
going to
where the
jeopardise
last...
any
well,
investigation.
well, with I'm not asking you to do that, and I completely appreciate how ICAC operates and also, you know, that allegations are just that, and I'm not asking you to go into that with respect. But last time you basically gave the committee an understanding that Mr Manning had moved on to other opportunities, that there'd been a restructure. I'm asking
That's all
whether...
correct, though.
That's right. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying prior to that decision being made, were you aware of any allegations or concerns? And is that part of the reason why Mr Manning was moved on?
Point of order.
Well, Mr Manning...
Order.
I'm
I
happy
hear
to
the
answer.
point of-
Find out if you
I'm happy to
told us
answer
the
this.
truth.
Yeah.
Drawing the point of order.
Mr Manning, obviously the nature and the reasons around and the circumstances around Mr Manning's departure are most definitely, and I'm not attempting to abdicate my responsibility here, but are most definitely an operational matter. But I would say I have made it very clear from my time in opposition, from pretty much my first day as Minister, that we wanted, as a government, schools infrastructure to go in a very different direction. It was not working for the people of New South Wales that
Built more
needed schools to
than
be
ever
built
before.
in growing areas in particular.
Okay, thank you. Can you advise me then, the modern methods of construction approach, which, you know, you are on the record of talking about how it's a great process and
It
there's
is.
been media. Are you still intending to use that to build schools?
Yes, in fact, I think we announced this morning that we are letting out 85 tenders for the public preschools. Very proud of that investment.
Sure.
Which also
Only took 2
includes
years.
modern methods of construction.
Sure. And so even though you're still going ahead with modern methods,
Yes.
You've terminated the APP contract.
I just want to make this clear with the APP contract that was terminated on commercial grounds. That actually, and I'll get to this straight away, that wasn't a construction contract. So
I understand that, but why did you sign it and then literally months later terminate it? What was the
Well,
change?
basically what we did, I mean, I think the people of New South Wales would expect us to do this. We are constantly, and I'm constantly asking schools infrastructure to find the fastest, most efficient ways of delivering on our very ambitious program of school delivery.
That's fine, but you
and
signed
once
a
we
contract,
actually
Minister,
ran
and
a
months
close...
later,
I'm
you
just answering it,
cancelled
Ms
it.
Mitchell. once we ran a really close eye over it, we actually found that we could do it in-house more efficiently.
Okay, but why didn't you run a really
But
close eye over it before you signed the contract a few months previously? Like,
this is
don't
another
you think
example,
it's a bit
though,
bizarre
but you,
to
do you
sign
know,
a
Ms.
contract
Mitchell,
and then
you
months
well
later
know,
come out and say,
you
well,
well
actually,
know.
there's a better way to do it. Whoops. How
You
much
well
did that
know,
whoops cost the taxpayers? A few million?
You well know that the beginnings of this contract with APP actually began when you were
It was
Minister.
signed under you, though,
So,
Minister, and then a few months later, you reneged
can't
on the
rewrite
contract,
history.
and it costs
You cannot
millions of
rewrite
dollars. That's a
history.
pretty
Take
big
a point of
whoops
order.
moment, isn't
Okay,
it?
order. I
We
need a point of
actually,
order.
I make no apologies in asking schools
Deputy Premier,
infrastructure.
point of
I want
order
to
has
get
been
this point
taken.
out.
Sorry, a point of order has been taken. That means it has to stop. Go
I've
ahead.
made this point of order before. Ms Mitchell insists on speaking over the Deputy Premier when she is trying to provide an answer. It's impossible for Hansard to be able to keep an accurate record of what's happening in the proceedings if two people are speaking concurrently.
For the sake of Hansard, I
Absolutely,
uphold that point
So
of order.
how much did the cancellation of the APP contract cost?
Well, the APP contract was terminated on commercial grounds.
How much did it
also
cost?
was. I'm answering this question. The contract was terminated as per the agreed terms of the contract.
So how
And
much did
that's-
it cost?
Well, I will take that
Thank
on
you.
notice.
That's all you had to do. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Premier, I wanted to ask you about the department resource that was sent out called Supporting the School Community During the Current Conflict in the Middle East. Are you aware of the discriminatory way that has been put into practice in some schools?
I don't know the exact resource to which you're referring, Ms Boyd, in fairness, but I'm not sure if Mr Disdar knows, or I can take that on notice.
So this is one that I asked a question on notice about in July. So this is it's called a resource that was put out by the department supporting the school community during the current conflict in the Middle East, which is instructing principals and schools to be neutral when it comes to the conflict in the Middle East. I've heard from many students who have told me that the result of this has been, for example, that Palestinian students have not been allowed to wear their keffiyeh at school, that they haven't been able to have a Palestinian flag on their bags, that when they have, sat up all night watching the conflict and grieving for family and friends, that then when they go to school that they're not allowed to talk about the fact that they're Palestinian. And this has all been sort of brought home to this policy that was issued by the department. Are you aware of that? And how does this occur?
Look, this is obviously very difficult terrain for principals and teachers to manage at this current point. And I would say that I know that they are managing this in a context where we have students and staff as well who are impacted by this conflict in many different ways, who might be on, I'm loath to use this word, but might be on different sides of the conflict, and that everyone, regardless of whether you're a student or a staff or a family member in the public school system, has a right to feel safe and to belong in the public school system. I'm not aware of the particular issues that have come from that policy, but let me take that away, because our intention to ensure that public schools are neutral, that everyone can belong, is one we take very seriously. I take it very seriously personally as Minister, because as public schools, we're open our doors to absolutely everyone.
That's right.
So that means that everyone needs to feel like they can belong. But let me take that on notice.
Thank you.
Personally about that particular policy, but that's the intent of everything that we do. That's the intent.
I mean, the conflict in the Middle East is it's not a football match. It's not about teams and sides.
I know,
and I know that's not what you were saying.
I didn't want to use that word. I just did not know how else to describe it.
The idea that all conversation about the nuances and the complexities in the region have been silenced has caused a real issue for many, many students and teachers. Do you think in hindsight that the reaction from the New South Wales government and particularly from the Department of Education was hasty?
Look, I really don't want to see a situation where any student or staff member feels that way in a public school or in the system. Everything we do is aimed at public schools being a neutral place. For everyone that, and I know this would be the case, for everyone that, Miss Boyd, you may have spoken to that feels maybe uncomfortable or that it could be done better, I know that there are thousands of classrooms where teachers are navigating this very difficult terrain expertly every day. That there is nuance in this, as there is nuance in so many other things that kids come to school with, because kids aren't coming to school in a vacuum. They're coming from home and what they see on the TV, as you said, and they're talking to their teacher, who is often the most trusted adult outside of their parents or even in their life, and communicating that with their teacher, and their teacher or their principal or their person at school navigates that terrain.
That's
so
right. And
it is being done in schools anyway,
but what
and where
teachers are-
people are uncomfortable, we'll take that away.
Because what teachers are telling me is that ordinarily they are left to their own devices to use their own judgment in terms of having those discussions with their students. But because of this directive from the department, I've heard of teachers being, basically disciplined for talking about these issues in their classes. Are you aware of how many teachers have been disciplined?
Look, I have to take that particular concern that you've raised on advisement from the department, because that's a particular set of circumstances if teachers are being disciplined. Mr. Disdar would probably have an update on how we're managing that with staff.
I think it's a good topic you talk to, Miss Boyd. I do want to thank our school communities who've been working through distressing and difficult times around this, because we're not cut off from global events. But what I can tell you, in a series of communication we did put out, and maybe your line of questioning is a good reminder to us that we should reinforce this with the ongoing nature of the conflict. We did put out material in a November communication around our school leaders, teachers and support staff, how they can best address student wellbeing and address this difficult topic in facilitating communication with families. So you are spot on. We had lots of feedback to say, look, I'm a geography teacher, I'm a science teacher, but these are the kids in front of me. I want advice and help about how to help support kids in this situation.
Advice and help is very different to a directive, and to something that then has resulted in principals disciplining teachers for just having a discussion. Do you think, in hindsight, I know that things got politically heated in November, but now that we are as far down the track as we are, and we can see the devastation that's occurring. We've heard from Jewish students, from Palestinian students. They want to have proper discussions about these issues, and to this directive of having to treat something as being neutral when it is clearly anything but is upsetting for students and teachers. In hindsight, do you think it was a mistake to issue this guideline?
I don't quite concur around mistake. In speaking with the range of stakeholders in my role, and in speaking with the Principals Association and the Teachers Federation, and in the vast visits to schools across the state, we've done our best to communicate and support our people. Since 1848, the might of public education has been that we do have to be neutral, that we do have to be thoughtful, that we do have to be balanced.
Well, we're not neutral on murder. We're not neutral on most crimes. Why would we be neutral on war?
These are very difficult global events which have impact on our school communities, and we're going to continue to give guidance around that and support around that. I think your line of questioning is fair, because it was November advice, so it might be timely
and it's still having a really severe impact on a lot of students and teachers. Deputy Premier, would you look into how many people have actually been, I did ask this on notice and I didn't get an answer, how many people have been disciplined and how many children have been suspended or expelled because of a breach of this policy?
Let me take that on notice, but I will note the Secretary just made some comments about how maybe it's timely to look at this. We, of course, I just want to make it clear again, everything comes from the standpoint of ensuring that our public schools are neutral places.
But neutral doesn't mean ignoring that a war is occurring.
No, and you're definitely not from us. We're not hearing anything that is anything other than just trying to protect the well-being of our staff and students.
Okay. Can I ask you on something completely different? As you know, private schools have an exemption from the Anti-Discrimination Act.
Yep.
I wrote to you in July about one of the people who contacted me, their negative experience of disability discrimination in a private school where their child with disability was not provided with adequate support. And as I mentioned in my letter, that's just one example of the multiple people I get coming to me with these experiences. I haven't heard back from you in relation to that particular letter, but do you have any intention to stop this discrimination in private schools against children with disability?
Yeah, look, let me take that particular issue that you've raised about the correspondence on notice and get back to you about that. I will get back to you about that. That's not good enough. I believe, if I'm wrong, I've only been briefed in a short form, as I said, about the parliamentary inquiry, but this may be part of what the recommendations are. Is that correct, about the anti-discrimination?
Read the dissenting statements.
Dissenting statements, of course there were dissenting statements. God love the upper house.
Okay, order.
I think you'll support.
Order.
So we are obviously, as I've said before, considering the recommendations of that. So that will come as part of that.
Thank you. I'll hand over to
And I will get back to you about your letter.
I'll let the Honourable Mark Banasiak take the first bit. Yep.
Sure, Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just ask the Secretary to hand up a document to you, Minister, and while we're doing that, I'll just ask the first question. Do you consider your department to be a model government employer, or is that something you strive towards?
I would expect the Department of Education to be a model employer, and if there are examples of where they are not, I would like that to be raised with me, please.
Well, let's raise them with
Let's
you
do
then.
it.
All right, so what you have before you is a case before the Fair or Personal Injury Commission of New South Wales. Relates to an incident where a principal was demoted from that role to a classroom position because of a asbestos in soil incident. And what preceded that was a fairly vicious online campaign led by a former member of this place. But that's not the issue. If you go to clause 43 in that document, it states that Miss French, or French, being Miss Jenny French, who was a former principal who is now investigated with PES, would have been aware that the applicant bore no responsibility for what occurred at the school. Yet, she was still demoted from principal to classroom teacher. And then, if you go to clause 63, it says, I've had cause to consider employer investigations over a number of years. I've rarely seen exhibited, if ever, such an egregious failure of fairness and process as was visited upon the applicant. Now, Minister and Mr. Disdar, Daryl Curry is the Secretary's representative in these matters and was the decision maker. What conversations have been had with Mr. Curry and in particular Ms. French as an investigator in terms of this judgment and these comments being made that you are clearly failing to be a model government employer?
Can I just respond immediately, because this is obviously something that's just been shown to me. I will need to ask the Secretary to respond, but of course I understand what you're referring to in terms of needing the Department of Education to be a model government employer. I actually am not across this particular matter that's occurred and the PES investigation, so I'll ask Mr. Disdar to...
Are you across the investigation, Mr. Disdar?
I'm across the particular matter, Mr. Banasiak. I think I'm not across the particular documents where you reference, but I'm across the matter.
Were you aware of the Personal Injury Commissioner's comments around your department failing so egregiously in fairness and process?
Yeah, I mean, what I can say on public record here is you'd appreciate, Mr. Banasiak, in your time EPAC, Employee Performance and Conduct Directorate when you were an employee with us, and now the Professional and Ethical Standards. There were allegations put to our former employee. These were very serious allegations. They were, thoroughly assessed, and there was an outcome. Then there was a injury workers' compensation claim here. What I can tell you and the committee is that I employed Mr. Chris Wheeler, retired former Deputy Ombudsman, who came in and worked with our Audit Directorate to do an assessment of where we're up to in the professional and ethical standards.
Are you prepared to table that report?
When I was, maybe let me give you this detail, when under a former secretary there'd been a Tedeschi review, which you'd be across.
I'm aware.
Yeah, so under my tenure, and it was about 14 months in, I wanted to just get an expert lens on where we're up to, and I was briefed by Mr. Wheeler, as was Pez. Pez fully cooperated with that. Can I tell you, Mr. Banasiak, this was one of the cases which is completed that Mr. Wheeler looked at amongst about half a dozen cases to see if all of our efforts had been aligned with what was required, and he indicated that he was comfortable across those half a dozen cases, including this one that you've tabled.
So he disputes what the Personal Injury Commissioner stated in saying that it was an egregious failure of fairness in process?
No, he briefed me to say on the material evidence on file in this case that he was comfortable with what the outcomes of that case were. Mr. Banasiak...
All the outcomes? What about the outcome for that worker who now won't work for the department, or probably won't work ever again?
I mean, you'd appreciate the privacy and sensitivity of the individual. If you're open to it, I'm more than happy as secretary to come and brief you outside of the committee on both. Are
you prepared to table the Wheeler review? To this committee?
Let me take that on notice and see what I'm in a position to be able to table, because it was an internal review for the purposes of assessing.
Okay, but the Tedeschi review was quite public, and I'd be interested to see how we actually improved ourselves from the Tedeschi to the Wheeler review, because the reports I'm getting anecdotally from teachers and principals is we haven't.
Let me take that on notice and see what I'm able to.
How many cases has the department lost in the Fair Work Commission over the last 5 years against teachers and principals?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't have that data in front of me, but I'm happy to come back to you.
Sure, and when you're coming back to us, can you come back to us on the total cost in terms of settlements in those cases that you've lost in the Fair Work Commission?
With what we're able to provide, we'd be happy to.
And if that requires you to go to Treasury to get the answer, I'm happy for you to do that.
We're happy to give you what we're able to.
What is the average time it takes to resolve an investigation by PES, and how does that compare to the EPAC days and the Tedeschi report recommendations around this?
Yeah, I mean, that one doesn't have a black and white answer, unfortunately.
I'm happy for you to take it on notice. I
don't think I have to. I can help you, I think.
I'm just conscious that I'm going to pass to Ms. Mahalik to give her the last 3 minutes, so I'm happy for you to come back and give me more detail, or we can discuss offline.
I think I can answer it here and not...
You can answer it in
not take it on notice.
Yeah, all right. Is that all right, Madam Chair? We'll continue. Okay, Minister, can I just back on that issue of the inquiry that handed down this report last week in disability? I do want to make the point and ask you to read the dissenting statements and to be fully aware and cognizant that the recommendation 24 and 25 did not have any specific evidence put to it throughout the inquiry. In terms of reference, at no stage referenced any suggestions that we would amend or seek to amend the ADA Act, and that means a number of very critical stakeholders to you in the independent, Catholic systemic, Islamic, Jewish and other Christian religious institutions and schools did not participate in this inquiry because they didn't think they had to, beyond providing access to their schools, for example. We only heard actually good positive feedback about the non-public sector schools. We had only one representative that was invited to the inquiry to speak at the hearing, and only glowing information was provided to them, that the feedback we mostly received was positive about children and their families, or children with disabilities and their families, with their experience with non-public sector. So I just want to put to you to do that, but I'll leave that because otherwise I think the Chair and I will go back and forth all day on this issue. But can I just go to you to a serious article? As the Deputy Premier and as Minister for Western Sydney and Minister of Education, I want to ask you, are you concerned with the article today about ICAC twice having written to you, to the Premier and to your Cabinet about the need to tighten up lobbying reform in New South Wales?
Yes, I mean, this is most definitely a matter for Minister Graham, which I believe...
Well, it's a matter for the whole Cabinet, right? I mean, it's a matter for the whole Cabinet. Because
I mean, we take the issues of integrity in government very, very seriously, and my advice is that Minister Graham is dealing with that.
Okay. How many lobbyists are on the books with education, Department of Education, for example? Mr Disdar might be able to give me that answer on notice. Do you have a regular pool of... There's 170 lobbying firms apparently in New South Wales that are all registered. How many of those
Ms Mahalik, I tend to get lobbied by students and teachers, not by lobbying firms.
Well, I imagine there might be some lobbying firms interested in some of the land that you have, for example, or they might have... or be interested in some
if
of
we
the
had
services,
land, we'd be using it to build
services that the department actually... Yeah, but it's a serious question. You can take it on notice. I'm sure you'll find that out of the 170 lobbyists, I'm sure some of them had something to do in the education space. So if you can take that on notice.
Happy to.
Okay, we've got 2.5 minutes each.
2.5?
Yep, go
Excellent.
ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Premier, I wanted to ask about some of the changes to distance education, particularly in the Northern Rivers.
Yep.
You'd be well aware of some of the community concerns around what's happened at the Southern Cross School of Distance Education.
Of course.
Are you able to provide any information for the community today about why decisions were made to stop those outreach services which impact and service some of the most vulnerable communities?
Yeah, I mean, what has happened, Ms Mitchell, at Southern Cross is a pretty unfortunate set of circumstances because of some serious enrolment irregularities that were found via an audit. That is being investigated by the department at the moment. It's just very unfortunate. The enrolments were inflated, and as a result, we have had to make changes. We cannot have a situation, obviously, where we audit a school and we find that the enrolment figures that are given are different to the actual, because we have to, and I think the people of New South Wales expect us to do this, allocate resources, including teachers, based on the need of that particular school, based on their actual enrolments.
Sure. But my question to you then is, there are obviously real students who have been benefiting from that school,
Yes.
some of whom are highly disadvantaged,
Yes.
who now don't have access in the same way they used to. What are you going to do for those actual real students that benefited from that way of learning to ensure continuity for them?
Yeah,
'Cause
look,
that's the concern that's coming through.
I
the
appreciate
local member,
that.
Richie Williamson and others as
Yes,
well.
no, I appreciate that. And my answer was about putting it in context of the issue that we are dealing with
I
at Southern
understand that,
Cross.
but what are you doing for those who are
But
there?
let me take that away and take that on notice. But we are dealing with a significant set of irregularities at Southern Cross, which obviously has an impact on what is delivered.
Sure. So, I don't know, I'm happy if Mr Disdar or Ms Summerhays, but for those students there now who can't access that service anymore, who aren't enrolled, who aren't actually getting an education at the moment, what is in place today for those students?
I'm happy to ask Mr Disdar to give any information that we might have at hand.
Yeah, like the Deputy Premier said, an audit of the school has shown what appears to be significant enrolment irregularity. We've been working with staff at the school. I understand, and I've been fully briefed because there's a number of staff who are distressed by the outcome that they're working through. So we're making sure we can support them.
What about the students though, Mr Disdar?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't changed the enrolment provision for any of those students. So if there's a particular program or initiative that you're referring to, all the students that were enrolled in that Southern Cross Distance Ed are continuing. But if there's a particular
might take that
program,
offline
you might
with
want to
you.
just tell us the particular program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick one from me. The recent announcement in relation to the requirement for teachers previously had to complete the 50 hours of education in disability, mental health and Aboriginal education. I know that you've not had time to consider our full report coming out of our recent inquiry, but one of the recommendations was around how do we, I guess, incentivise teachers to continue to learn, particularly in areas to do with disability. Appreciating the need for teacher autonomy and respecting that, how, I guess, when you made that decision to remove that requirement, were there thoughts given to what else we can do?
I mean, there's no doubt that we need to support the professional development of teachers to continue to upskill when it comes to servicing an increasing student population with disability. The changes that were announced recently about professional development were about trusting the profession to be able to choose which professional development is relevant to them in their professional setting, as is pretty much afforded any other profession that has similar accreditation requirements.
Yep.
We trust teachers to be able to do that. It significantly cuts down workload. Every single sector was calling on this. I'm very proud of the work that the NESA board did on this with all three sectors, not just public schools, but Catholic and independent school teachers as well.
Yep.
But we have made it very clear that the professional development needs to be of the highest standard and relevant to their setting. And I would absolutely bet my bottom dollar that there will be lots of teachers that will be using the opportunity to upskill using PD on disability. We'll be
And we
doing
can-
everything we can to... I'm sure that we're intimately involved in that.
And we can track that data. So I'll
Absolutely.
no doubt be asking
Absolutely.
you
There'll
again
be
in a year's
regular
time.
audits. My understanding is Mr. Martin might have more information on that.
I might come back to you because I think my time. Do you want to ask a final question?
No,
in
just
this
that,
time?
Minister, back on that lobbying issue, I also remind you that your Minister for Western Sydney, you've got the
Yes.
airport there.
Yeah, I know.
I have no doubt that there'll be lobbyists coming to your door as well. So
I've
would
taken
like,
that on notice.
Yeah, I'd like you to take that seriously. And
Yes.
the fact that you as Deputy Premier should be asking the Premier and your Cabinet to respond to the ICAC Commission at the very least.
Okay, so that brings us to government question time. Are there any questions at this point? No, that means we get an early tea break. So we'll now break and be back at 11:15.
What time, sorry?
I'll send it to you.
Fantastic. Welcome back. I'm going to begin again with questions from the opposition. Oh, yeah, you're good.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. Deputy Premier, if I could, if I could pick up the issue of the department's code of conduct or the teacher's code of conduct or that. And Deputy Premier, do you recall in February this year at an earlier estimates hearing, I raised with you the teacher's code of conduct, and I reported breaches of the code. I tabled photographic evidence of teachers displaying the Teachers for Palestine propaganda in the schools. We saw evidence of the propaganda, the signs, the banners on the whiteboards in the school classrooms, clearly visible in the school environment. I also spoke about the instruction that the Teachers for Palestine were issuing teachers in terms of a national day of action. Get involved, wear your kefir, your Palestine badges into the school. Let's be seen. Parents are continuing to ask about what the value is of the code of conduct. Does it stand for anything apart from, a piece of paper that we might discuss on these occasions? What's changed? I mean, we've had that. We're continuing to hear more today. The Madam Committee Chair mentioned some of that stuff. What is the value of the code of conduct today?
Okay, so in relation to the first question you asked about, if I recall you asking about that, I do.
Yeah.
You may recall my answer was that we expect teachers to be neutral, and that my expectation is that they be neutral in the classroom, and it's related to the previous discussion we had about public schools being neutral places, and I know that they are, and that teachers, as part of their expertise actually and their training, are actually trained and deal with navigating this difficult terrain on this issue and others each and every day. I do have to say though that when you're talking about a particular group of teachers that call themselves Teachers for Palestine, I don't know if this is news to the committee, but I actually can't, nor the department can stop groups of people forming together under a group that's not endorsed by the department.
And Deputy Premier, I referenced that
Do you know
earlier.
what I mean? So
we've
the
agreed
Teachers for Palestine is not a department
the
group.
right to protest outside the classroom, outside school hours, is a liberty available to everybody. But the issue was what the code details and what conduct we're seeing in the classroom and by teachers during school hours. That was the issue. Parents are continuing to question the value of the code. Is it enforced? Is it recognised? Does it mean anything?
It is enforced. It is recognised, and it's probably used each and every day. I'm happy to ask Mr. Disdar to go into how that's used in schools, but absolutely it is used.
We're happy to go that this afternoon, Mr. Disdar.
Point
You
of
may
order,
remember.
Chair.
Oh, you have the point of order?
I have refrained from taking this point of order, but it is long established custom and convention that a minister can refer to an official to elucidate an answer that's been given.
In relation to the point of order, that is true, but it's also within the rights of the member to redirect the question, should they choose to, given the time available with the minister.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, in terms of the level of community concern on this and what parents are seeing, what students are reporting to them, we continue to be presented with examples of this. And if I could just direct you to the Davidson High School.
Yes.
Like every, there was concern across the community on that.
Yes, I saw that in the media.
Concerned parents have come, have met with me. I guess I ended the discussion by questioning again, what does the code of conduct? What does the code of conduct mean? I mean, you may recall on the Davidson High School, there were reports of the geography teacher screening YouTube videos from a self-described socialist YouTube account relating to the Middle East conflict in terms of Israel and Palestine. Students and families at that school of the Jewish faith, and I recognise that Madam Chair's spoken also about Palestine, your comments are relating to this. We have a situation where the family reported the breach to the school.
Mm-hmm.
The contact was made with the family up to 2 weeks following the report of that breach.
Yes.
Questions around the duty of care to the student.
Yes.
What's the employment status of that current teacher? Is it fair that the student affected by this is continuing to be educated independently, isolated from the classroom, and the teacher continues to teach? What more do we know about this? Is there been any discipline? Are there warnings? How does it work? Do we just sit back and hear from concerned parents?
No,
students?
and I remember at the time, Miss Merton, when this was raised in the media, I think by Sky News, it might be in the audience here, that was a concerning use of resources by that teacher at Davidson High School. I am going to take advice, but I'm going to answer this question. This was dealt with immediately. I do actually believe that the student in question is actually back at school. So I don't know if she's learning independently, but
and that was my question, Deputy Premier. Correct. She is learning independently, isolated in the library. There's no classroom teaching.
Can
relevant.
I just ask for advice on what's happening with that teacher, please, so the committee gets the right information, Mr. Disdale?
Yeah, we're made aware of that matter. Ms Summerhayes might give a bit more detail, and we did work through that matter. We take the code of conduct, all our staff do, very seriously. My 27 years in the organisation, I don't know a teacher, a school leader who hasn't taken the matter seriously. I think we've always got to take context when you investigate and look into a matter. You know, if you've got a teacher before you who hasn't got it wrong in the past, but in this case, clearly the resource selection was not in line with our syllabus requirements of giving a balanced, two-sided view on this. So I think it'd be remiss if you think we didn't take action. My understanding
So
when I
we've
was
established
briefed,
possibly the material not balanced,
Yeah.
as you just said.
Yeah.
Deputy
let
Premier,
me finish, but you're interested in what action we
Is the
took.
concerned teacher still employed by the department today and
That's
still
what I've asked
teaching
Mr.
in that environment? It's a yes or a no.
That teacher was fully counselled around the requirements for their professional delivery under the Code of Conduct. They continue to teach, will continue to support that teacher. My understanding.
Meanwhile, students are continuing to learn outside the classroom.
Yeah.
They're isolated. They're in the library.
My understanding is that the teacher got it wrong on this occasion. It's not something that we've had to talk to this teacher about in the past. I think that context is really important. You know, I was a former geography teacher myself, so I would make it my mission to try and get resource selection, syllabus requirement right. If I said to you on each occasion I got that picture perfect, it's a professional endeavour. We respect that professional endeavour. The teacher got it wrong. We followed up at a system level to remind the teacher of their professional obligations, and that teacher took that on board as we would expect.
The teacher continues to be employed and is still teaching today.
And I support that teacher's continued employment.
In terms of the material that was shown to the students, is there some directive or clearance that those materials are endorsed, are cleared? Is it at the teacher's discretion to show what they think forms part of the curriculum? In this instance, I think the materials screened here to the students appeared on YouTube 2 days prior to the screening in the classroom.
Yeah. I think I've
relating to the Middle East conflict.
I think I've said, Ms Merton, that material that was selected, I don't know that it was the wisest selection of material. It wasn't balanced in its representation for the students. NESA does a fine job with the syllabus, and there's a new curriculum rollout, as you know, over 100 syllabuses. Forever and a day, as a former teacher in the system, it's the teacher and their colleagues who make professional choices about
And Mr.
bringing
Disda,
that
that's
syllabus
why
to
the
life.
code
So,
of the teacher's code
you know,
of
at
conduct
times I use textbooks,
is-
at times I
is-
use videos, and teachers know that they're allowed to
The
have
discretion
the
of
professional
teachers, I
discretion.
appreciate that,
Yeah.
and recognise your experience here.
Yeah.
But I think parents and the community are asking, what's the value of the teacher's code of conduct when students are coming home, the trauma, the stress, and then when they're returning to the classroom environment,
Yeah.
they're isolated.
And let me say,
And there's and the code of conduct seems to just sort of, you know, it's in a departmental folder in the back room. The application of it in the classroom, in terms of, you know, independent learning, safe learning spaces.
yeah, I mean,
We're not seeing it.
I hear your question. I hear your line of questioning. I've got to say I don't concur with it at all around the importance of the code of conduct. My experience with 95,000 teachers is that they take the code of conduct very seriously. There's annual training around that, and it's the professional obligations that come with that are taken seriously. Merely, I'm indicating to the committee that, you know, and as a parent in the system myself, I applaud parents who might bring their concern forward. There was a concern brought forward here. We dealt with it appropriately in line with the code of conduct. And there's got to be a material difference between a teacher who gets it wrong on one occasion as to a repeated occurrence of that kind.
But as a teacher, we can appreciate,
Yeah.
Mr. Disda, if I could just redirect in terms of what is presented here in the Davidson High School.
Yeah.
And you've articulated yourself in terms of the choice of materials not good, the balance not good. We appreciate the sensitivity of the Middle East and the Israel Palestine and how this needs to be managed in the school environment. But the only thing that we can point at is the code, and we don't see it doesn't seem to stand for much.
But I'm indicating
this
to
is
you and the
continuing to
committee.
happen.
I'm indicating to you and the committee that the code was applied, that we went and provided appropriate counselling in line with that code to this teacher, who acknowledges that we didn't get it right in this particular lesson. I want to tell teachers out there in New South Wales they're doing a sterling job under very difficult circumstances on a global event.
Yes.
By far, I mean, you and I don't hear about the instances in classrooms where they get it right and they're giving balanced consideration in discussion with
But
young
it's a duty
people.
of care,
From
Mr.
time
Disda,
to
that's all
time,
that we have
from
here.
time to time, our people might get it wrong. It's raised with us. We act on it decisively. We did that in this case. This is a teacher who could have applied better professional judgment in this instance, acknowledges it, has been counselled in line with the code. I mean, I don't agree with the representation you might
Thank you,
be
thank you,
making
Mr.
that the
Disda.
code's
I'll
not
just hand to my
important.
colleague just on the same issue.
Thank you,
with-
thank you, Chair. Minister, are you concerned that anti-Semitism is a systemic issue in our schools?
I'm concerned about anti-Semitism, yes.
Okay. And do you think it's a systemic issue in schools?
Well, I'm concerned about any anti-Semitism, any racism, any intolerance. We've actually set up the Premier's panel on the prevention of extremism and hate, and then we're part of that, crucial part. Deputy Secretary of Public Schools is working on that. Yes, I'm concerned about anti-Semitism. I think everyone can put their hand on their heart and say they're concerned about anti-Semitism.
So I've just got a few examples that have been
Yeah.
raised with me by parents. One is a Year 7 student at St Ives High School who has experienced ongoing anti-Semitic comments and cyberbullying, and has also had students draw swastikas in a notebook with the intent to intimidate her. This has been raised with the school. What will you do to address an issue like that?
I can't begin to imagine how traumatic that would be for a young person in school to have to deal with that. That is extremely concerning. That is why we are engaged constantly with faith leaders. That is why we are looking at religious intolerance. That is why we're setting up a hotline about bullying, particularly when it relates to religious intolerance. I will need to take that away. I'm appalled at that. Like that. I don't think anyone can actually say that their response to that wouldn't be anything than that is disgusting.
So you're happy to take that one away and look at
Of course.
what you can do? Thank you. I've just got one other one that I've been asked to raise with you at Linfield Learning Village.
Yeah.
There's allegations that someone also drew a swastika and a sentence saying "kill the Jews" in the school bathrooms, and that students have been told that all Jews deserve to die. Again, that has been reported to the school. Could you take that one on notice as well?
I will definitely take that on notice, because there is a responsibility that I have personally, and that all the people around the table have, and that every teacher has, every principal has, to make sure that our duty of care means that every student feels like they can belong in our public schools. That is unacceptable, and I will take that away.
Thank you. I think, as we've seen from questions from us and also from the chair, that there are some pretty serious things happening, and if you can report back to the committee on specifically what actions you will take as well. I appreciate you said you're going to take them away, but if on notice you could provide information about what you will do
I'm happy
in
to.
those particular schools. Thank you. Thanks for that. I want to move now to a new issue. The numeracy check. You've made some comments publicly that it's a policy area that you're looking at. Have you done any costings as to how much it will cost to implement a statewide numeracy check?
Well, look, you're right, Ms Mitchell, we are actively looking at this. It is also tied up in the negotiations with the Commonwealth Government, because it is something that the Better and Fairer Schools review has pointed to. I would very much like to have a situation where it's part of the agreement with the Commonwealth Government that part of the increased funding we receive from them goes towards a numeracy check. I mean, I think we can both agree that the phonics check, I think that you introduced is really helpful.
It is.
And I'd like to do the same for numeracy.
We didn't need a federal funding agreement to implement a statewide phonics check.
And I've said...
well, if I could just finish my question. And I put to you, you don't need a federal funding agreement to put in place a statewide numeracy check. Why won't you just do it like we did with the phonics check?
Yeah, I mean, I've said publicly that if the Commonwealth Government doesn't do it, we will do it.
So have you costed it? Have you done any policy work on it?
There is work being done right now.
Do you have an indication as to how much it might cost
I'll
to
take
roll
that
out?
on notice.
Okay. But so just confirming it, even if the federal deal doesn't land,
no,
you
we
will
want to
look
do
to
it.
implement. Do you have a time frame of when you would like that to be in
Look,
place?
I can guarantee you, this will be something that we'll be proud of. So this will be something that I will be shouting from the rooftops when we do it.
That's fine. So, but like this year, next year, this term of government?
No, what I'm saying is, Ms Mitchell, this is not going to be a secret. I'm going to be out there saying this is the numeracy check.
That's
I'm
fine,
proud to
but
be
I'm
advocating
asking
for
you,
this.
you've made public comments about how you think it's a good idea.
Yes.
Probably after comments were made in the media by other organisations about it. Have you done any actual policy work to implement it? Have you got a time frame of when you'd like to see it in place? Has any of that happened?
Yes, and we are doing policy work on it now, and
Had
I
that
hope to
happened
say something very shortly.
It was talked about by
Glenn
people
Fahey,
like
is
Glenn
that who you
Fahey?
mean? Yeah. Yes.
So your work on an independent numeracy check happened prior to.
We have been
Glenn
looking
Fahey.
at this for some time.
Can you provide on notice when that began? That work began under your government?
I'm actually telling you now that we've been looking at it quite.
Yeah, but for some time, to be fair, Minister, is not an answer. When did you start working on a policy platform to do a statewide
I'm not sure
numeracy
why
check?
we're arguing about something that we
No,
both
we agree, but
with.
I just want you've said, we've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm just asking, well, when did you start doing the work? It's not a hard question.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been nice if it happened under the previous.
Yeah, well, we
12
did
years.
phonics, so you can do numeracy. But when did you start that policy
After a
work?
significant time that, that there was no phonics.
When did you start the policy work on the numeracy check?
Yeah, well, look, I'll take that away.
That'd be
We've
great.
been looking
Thank
at
you.
it for some time, and I agree with Mr. Fahey.
Well, then I expect that work would have started months ago then, but I'd look forward to your answer.
It's pretty rich coming from someone that was a minister in a 12-year-old government.
Well, but you've just said that you've been looking at it for some time. You should be able to tell me when you started the work. Was it
And
one
I've
of the
taken it
first
on
things you did?
notice.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to ask about how you are going to measure outcomes in schools. Are you going to have any outcomes that are measured by NAPLAN?
Yes.
When will they be in place?
Well, they'll be in place. We need one more year of NAPLAN results because, as you well know, and I think you were probably part of EMM when this decision was made to change
Yes,
the way
I actually pushed
that
it.
NAPLAN was
my
reported. That was a Commonwealth requirement. So all the parents that read the NAPLAN report and think, what does this mean? That's the Commonwealth government. That
They're not that hard
requirement
to
has
understand,
changed. We need a further year of that data so we can compare apples with apples.
So we'll
we can have I'm answering
Sure.
this. We can have actually meaningful targets for NAPLAN, not just on a school-by-school basis, but also at a system level.
So will every school have to use NAPLAN as a measurement for an outcome and improvement?
Every school does.
Yeah, but you said you're bringing in new ones next year.
Yes.
And media reports indicate that will be optional. Schools might look at using reports or other methods to determine growth. Are you confirming that every school will have to have outcomes using NAPLAN as a measurement?
So you well know that every school is different. The targets for a school for specific purposes is going to be very different to a
Will they all use
selective high
NAPLAN,
school.
Minister?
So the truth is that we will be working with schools on their school-by-school targets, and one more year of NAPLAN results will result in NAPLAN targets for schools.
So every school
and
will have to use
targets
NAPLAN?
for the
That's a
system.
yes?
Schools use NAPLAN, and
No,
they'll
but
be
in
using
your
NAPLAN
new
in their
targets.
targets.
Will every school have to use NAPLAN?
Every school will have targets.
With NAPLAN as one of the measurable outcomes.
They're all
Okay.
using NAPLAN.
Order. Ms. Mihalik.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Premier, just wanted to ask you some questions about, look, obviously the government's have made it clear that there's some very significant housing targets. So you've got, I think, 37 TOD, transport-orientated development locations, which were 31, now 37, including metro and suburban stations, and something in the order of somewhere between 170 to 200,000 new dwellings. So have you or your department started to look at what this will mean for additional families and children? We know census says 1 child minimum per household. So when you look at these sorts of housing figures, for example, Castle Hill will have over 9,000 new dwellings. What sort of work has the department done in relation to anticipating new schools? I mean, some of these suburbs like Lakemba and Punchbowl, I can't even imagine. You don't have the greenfield sites for schools. So what's the plans on how you're going to accommodate the thousands of children?
You're right to call that out, Ms. Mihalik, because some of these infill areas do come with significant challenges because they're already quite built up and there's a lack of greenfield sites for the government to purchase to build new schools. Are we working on the impact of the housing targets and the government's priorities of housing on the need for future school infrastructure? The answer to that is yes. Schools infrastructure is hard at work on that. I can guarantee you I make it a personal priority of mine as Minister for us to do the work that is required to build schools where they are needed. I represent a community that was at the actual coalface of what happens when you don't do that. Under my watch, there is absolutely no way this will not be a priority
So
for the
what
government.
guarantees are you going to give then for these communities? Like, I'm just thinking of Castle Hill, already that high school there has 51 demountables.
Yes.
Chester Hill has over 50
Yes.
demountables.
Yes.
Have you got a specific plan? Will you be coming out with a plan on how you're going to accommodate these
Yes.
students, new schools? I'm just thinking, if we're struggling at the moment with finalising this federal deal, I
Well,
think
the federal
our
deal
priority,
is not to do with infrastructure,
No,
Ms.
of course,
Mihalik.
it's not. That's right, it's to
It's
do with
recurrent
resourcing.
funding.
But nevertheless, infrastructure is such a huge issue.
It's huge.
And my concern here is that, it's one thing announcing housing, but the two areas that we'd like to hear more from is, one, where are the new hospitals going to be, and two, where are the new schools? And you've already got such a surplus
Yes.
number of demountables, which is
Yes.
why I've given you those figures. We already know that. And yes, that came from the former government, no doubt about that, but I don't know what work's being done to remove these demountables now. I think you're actually purchasing more demountables at the moment rather than building new schools.
I think we're in agreement that more housing means we need to have more schools. And that equation, while that seems like an obvious thing to say, governments of the past didn't actually understand that equation. More houses means more people who are going to have babies who actually by law have to go to school. It would seem self-explanatory, but not so much
So
for
what are you
previous
thinking? How many
governments.
schools do you
We
think envisage every year that you can get?
I've tasked schools infrastructure with doing this important work. Ms. Harrington is leading schools infrastructure expertly, very competently, looking into this work for where we need to build schools and upgrade schools. Because you're right to call out some of those areas in the inner south of Sydney, inner southwest. Those areas may need to be upgrades, where there's no greenfield sites for us to even purchase to build new schools. we
so
will
you're
do the
envisaging
work.
more higher density type of schooling going up, right? Is that what you're sort of
That's not what I
suggesting?
said. What I said is we will do the work to ensure that we build schools and upgrade schools where they are needed. Because make no mistake about this, some of the biggest challenges we are facing to do with declining enrolments are a direct result of the previous government not building schools where they are needed, and the fact that we've had to turn around vacancies, which are 24%
Minister, you've
down
got
today.
Minister, the migration levels have a sky high right now over the last 18 months, 2 years actually, and the coalition weren't even in government when that happened, right? So you've got the issue of migration numbers, and you've got the issue of the Premier making a decision that housing is a priority, both social housing, but indeed in this case private housing. We all agree on that. But the problem here is that you now have a real issue with finding appropriate land. Now I know the Premier asked every department to find vacant land for the purposes of housing. I don't know what was finalised. Is there any update Mr Distar might be able to provide in the afternoon?
No, I mean that is a question.
Did you hand over any land, Department of Education land over for the purposes of housing?
Ms Mihailo, that is most definitely a question for Minister Camper, but I will tell you this. If there is land that belongs to the department...
No, it's a question for you, because they asked every department to work out
I'm
whether
aware,
they
I'm
had
in the
any
cabinet,
vacant
yeah.
land for the purposes of housing, and you would know whether you did or not. In fact, Mr Distar and I had a conversation about this at the last budget estimate, so you would know whether you had any land allocated for
hang on, we're just
for that.
talking about what an absolute disaster it is when education gets rid of land that should have been public schools.
So you should have said, no, Premier, I don't have any land for housing. I desperately need it for schools. Did that
If you would let
conversation
me
happen?
actually answer the question, I would say if we had land, we would use it to build schools.
Okay, so you can
I'm not
you can
sure.
say that no land was proposed for housing.
I'm not sure
when the
what we're
question was
arguing
put by the
about here,
Premier.
you know.
Because you had a directive from the Premier to every department to provide, to work out and allocate what land was not being used or utilised by the department for the purposes of housing. I don't know
Ms.
what was
Mihalik,
finalised by the department.
So much of schools' infrastructure work is about finding land on which to buy schools. We're
So
not
you
in the
can-
business of giving
you're
away
essentially
land.
saying that your answer was no, we don't have any excess
No,
land
my
provided for housing.
answer is clearly to your previous line of questioning, in which we passionately agree with each other. There's a first time for everything. We passionately agree with each other about how we need to build schools where there are new houses being built. Yes, that is a personal priority of mine. I can guarantee
So
the people...
did the department, so what you're saying then, when you were given a directive by the Premier to find land specifically for housing, your department chose not to do that. It instead said, no, we've got to find land,
This was a whole
allocate
of
land
government
for
effort.
schools instead.
This was a whole of government effort. But our priority as the Department of Education, upon my instruction, and schools infrastructure as the arm of the department that does this, is in finding land on which to build schools.
Well, I'll ask Mr Disar about that in the afternoon, which priority took place, because there's two different priorities of the government there. One from the Premier to find vacant land specifically for housing, and you're saying you gave the directive to your department, school infrastructure, specifically to find
In
land
news just
for
in, the
school
Department of
sites.
Education needs land to build schools. I think the Premier would agree with that.
Okay. Perhaps we could take that on notice that you can provide, or would you like me to ask Mr Distar later? Does he have the answers? Mr Distar, do you have answers?
He usually
to that,
does,
or- He
if I
does.
can
He has,
say
he has
so,
some answer. I don't know if it's the answer that I'm going to be after, but I'll put it to Mr Distar later. I do have a couple of minutes, so I just want to ask you a couple of other quick questions. Minister, back to this issue and code of conduct and the issue of parents and being distressed from some of the actions that are taking place at schools in relation to sort of the politics that's being played out, both international and other and domestically. We've had The Voice and we've had other issues. Have you seen a rise in parents and maybe it could be the department that might answer this instead, one of the staff there, managers there, but are parents now taking their children out for homeschooling, for example? Like, I know homeschooling started to rise a couple of years ago as a result of COVID, post-COVID. Do we have any numbers on the 22 numbers or the year of 23 of the amount of parents that are sort of exiting their children out into the departmental schools and into homeschooling?
Yes, we do. And I'll ask Mr Distar to give some information on that. We do.
Yeah, I think Mr Martin Nessa holds the oversight over homeschooling, which cuts across all the sectors, but I know as a NESA board member we've been recently briefed. The numbers seem to have stabilised, Ms Mihalik, after some years of growth, but Mr Martin might have the exact figures for you.
So, Ms Martin, did it just sort of stabilise from 22 onwards? Is that what we're seeing?
Yes, it
or
has
after the
stabilised.
post-COVID sort of era?
Yeah, it has. It increased over the period of COVID and the year,
Yes.
the 1 year following, and it is now stabilising. But it is as an increase from its predating numbers.
Okay. Minister, does the department still undertake sort of exit interviews with the parents? They're required to do that, right? If they're choosing to take their children out of the system, they are required under policy, as I understand, to actually interview those parents?
So, before I note that your question is specifically about children, parents that might be taking their children out of department schools, right? Yes. But just remember, as evidenced by the question answered by Mr. Martin, that there are kids obviously coming from the three sectors that might be into homeschooling, not just the public school system. Yeah. But I'll ask Mr. Disdar to make sure the committee has the updated information on what we do when a child wants to leave to be homeschooled.
You know, our schools do a great job wrapping around every enrolment, so if there's going to be a change, and it can be a variety of reasons, it can be as simple as Ms Mahalik, a student and family moving from one suburb to another suburb. And so the principal...
But you do exit interviews, right? They are required or they're not?
Yeah, so in that case, we'll be working with that family on the exit from one public school to another public school, or it might be across the sectors. If they're asking to pursue homeschooling, often we sit them down and interview them and work through and give any system support that's needed, because they may...
That's the principal does that?
Yeah, as well as system support that's available, because they may or may not be aware of what the homeschooling provision looks like, what their responsibilities are. We always make it clear to them that the option of coming back into the public system is available for them as well, because it's a big step for families. It's almost like a step where you go from primary to high school. That's a massive step, so you want to make sure that we support really well, and I find in the vast majority of instances we do that. If the principal and school needs any support, we've got a system expert in Mr. Graham's area in the department that can go and help as well.
Okay. Dr. Kong.
Good morning, Minister.
Hi.
As you know, I have serious concerns about the installation of synthetic turf in schools, particularly with the risk they pose to kids in terms of pollution and burns. The Department of Planning has now released its draft guidelines for synthetic turf in public open space, and I noted that they specifically don't consider synthetic turf surfaces in schools, even though in those draft guidelines there are several examples given of schools in joint venture schemes where synthetic turf gets to be shared between a school and the community. So I have a few questions about how the advice of those draft guidelines will impact schools or is being taken into account. So firstly, the draft guidelines say that synthetic turf, especially those consisting of crumb rubber infill, should be reconsidered in bushfire-prone areas. There are several schools in the Blue Mountains that have synthetic turf playgrounds. What's being done in response to that recommendation?
My advice, and I'm happy to take this on notice because I know it's of particular interest to you and I want to make sure that you get the right information about what we are doing in response to the report. But I believe we are investigating the impact of the synthetic turf, including in schools. I believe that's happening. So just let me get the latest information to you on notice.
Okay, thank you. I had a follow-up, very related question. So not just looking at the bushfire-prone areas, so there's also the draft guidelines also recommend developing procedures to limit risks of ingestion, lodgement, inhalation of and skin contact with loose infill material. I'm pleased to hear that there might be some work going on in terms of new synthetic turf installations, but for schools that have existing synthetic turf installations, I mean, what work's being done to actually bring the education facilities standard guidelines to incorporate that recommendation?
Look, I would have to take that on notice or pass to Ms Harrington if she knows, but just hearing what you're saying, like obviously safety is the number one priority of ours when it comes to the well-being of our kids in our care. So that would be a concern if it's a safety issue, but I'm not sure if Ms Harrington knows anything more.
I might just kick off and then Ms Harrington can add it. Our preference and the advice that our asset management units give, our asset management units are on the ground and support through an office structure 10 schools each, so it's quite a strong army on the ground out there, is that we always give the preference of natural turf. So if the school is working with us and looking to install synthetic material, we'll be steering them onto natural turf if they're working with us. We only at the moment consider it in high use zones or shared areas and we limit it to that, and we'll obviously adhere to any guidelines that impact on us too. Ms Harrington might want to add more, but my operational experience is whenever a school comes to us, we go natural first and push down that avenue and hear their case or why they may want it, and the vast majority of cases it ends up with natural turf.
I'd just add that in terms of those draft guidelines, we'll be looking at those and we'll amend our EFSG, so that's the Education Facility Standards Guidelines, if we need to. To add to the Secretary's point, if any schools are concerned, we have asset management teams that work really closely with the schools, so if there needs to be any sort of rectification of synthetic turf within schools, we'll take that action at the local level.
Thank you. And that potential upgrade or update to the facility standards and guidelines, is there an expected time frame for that work?
No, we're having a look at the draft guidelines now, so we'll do that after we've considered the draft guidelines.
Okay.
Can I give you a real practical example? I was at a fantastic school the other day, Mossman High School, great leadership, phenomenal school, wonderful new build, alongside buildings that are 140 years old that are being refurbished. And in one section of the school, there was no other viable option, which was made clear to me by AMU as well as the principal. So it's in those scenarios that we only look at the non-natural substance.
I'm pleased to hear that it's your preference or your recommendation for natural turf, and I look forward to the answers on notice. I'm particularly concerned, given these new draft guidelines that have now come out. There's obviously existing synthetic turf installations across the state, and at a minimum, procedures and protocols that need to be updated, but I'd be really interested to hear if there is going to be any work to actually look at removing those and putting natural turf back in. Thank you. I'll move on to a completely different topic, if that's all right. This winter there's been an extraordinary rate of infection transmission in schools, so particularly influenza, RSV, whooping cough, COVID. I appreciate you're very busy, Minister, and you might not have read it yet, but the National Science and Technology Council published a report earlier this month about the impact of indoor air quality on the transmission of airborne viral diseases. And that report clearly advised governments that in education settings, proper ventilation and air cleaning strategies enhance safety for students, for staff, reduce absenteeism and improve the learning conditions. What's the progress to date on rolling out permanent improvements to air quality in schools?
I mean, obviously we need to ensure that our schools are as safe as possible. That goes without saying. Diseases definitely take root within school environments. That's for sure. It's like sometimes it's like it takes over when there's an RSV. Almost everyone had RSV this season, but I'm not aware of the publication you speak of, Dr. Cohen, but I'll take that away on notice and come back to the committee.
Thank you. I know that during the height of the pandemic, there was some work done that I acknowledge had to be very rushed, where a number of schools were deemed to have adequate ventilation that was natural ventilation. Do you know how many schools in New South Wales still have natural ventilation as their ventilation method?
I would. I just ask Mr. Disdar if he knows the detail on that.
Yeah, I remember the work that you're referring to. It was very timely, particularly at the height of the COVID pandemic. We can get you the exact number, but we've had a strong program of rollout of air cooling and heating in schools as well. We've got some schools that are sealed, for example, under flight paths. So we take a nuanced approach. When you've got a footprint of 9,900 hectares, 2,200 schools, you've got to make sure you can meet that nuance. But I know that program's been very successful in the rollout of air cooling and heating, but in terms of how many still rely on natural ventilation, let's go back to that and get you that data. As a former classroom teacher, it's always, teachers do a great job of getting in there before the kids and making sure the room's aired, etc., and then getting them to a comfort point when it arrives. But let's get you the specific number that are just using natural ventilation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really interested in that number, and what I'm hearing anecdotally from teachers and from parents is working in classrooms that are naturally ventilated in winter. That obviously doesn't happen. Windows are closed, and those rooms are often filled over the recommended capacity. Now that people aren't paying as much attention as they were in the height of the pandemic, it's obviously a huge transmission risk.
So every new build and every upgrade also gets the air cooling and heating systems, and like I said, an extensive rollout of air cooling and heating in our schools. But we'll go back to how many still rely on natural ventilation for you.
Thank you. Might go back to my colleague.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. In the New South Wales Government's response to the Royal Commission, the Disability Royal Commission recommendations, there was reference made to a inclusive education unit which performs education support functions, including advising educational authorities, educational institutions and principals on inclusive education issues. This was news to a lot of people that I've spoken with. I guess, what is this unit? Who manages it right now? Where does it sit?
Okay, it most definitely sits with Mr. Graham, and I'm going to ask him to answer that question.
Certainly so. It's a unit that sits within teaching, learning and student wellbeing, and advises schools on inclusive education practices, advises the department on our policies. It oversees advice to the Minister around these policies and around commissions and inquiries such as the Royal Commission.
When was it established?
So the department's always had, or certainly in my memories, always had something like this. It would have been called different things over different periods of time, but there's always been an area that provided that kind of advice. Certainly to my knowledge, since 2005, Disability Discrimination Act would have been increased emphasis and focus on that.
Is it called a unit? Is that does it have an official name?
Yeah, well, in terms of all kind of areas of the department, are often a directorate or a unit. So yeah.
Yeah. How long has it been called a unit?
I'd have to go back and check to see how long it's been called a unit.
Okay. Does it get any specific funding?
Certainly, it's funded. So it's not, it's not an independent body. It doesn't have an independent board. It's part of the department, so it's funded mainly through its staffing.
So how many people work in it?
I can take that on notice and come back to you with that.
Thank you. If you could let me know sort of how many people and what their qualifications are, that would be useful. Okay, 'cause it's not mentioned on the website or anywhere, which is interesting. Okay, thank you. We spoke at... Oh, no, we didn't. Apparently we've run out of time.
We will shortly.
We will shortly speak about it. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Deputy Premier, do you know the current rate of inflation?
Do I know the current rate of inflation?
Google it.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be quizzed on what the current rate of inflation is at the committee.
So do you know it?
I'm not going to be quizzed on
Point
the
of
current...
order.
I'm just not going to do that. I'm doing
I'll
my
hear the point of order.
We're in a cost of living crisis and you
I
don't
know.
Okay, order.
I know
I'm going to
that.
hear the point of order.
I know, and trust me, I know because I represent a lot of people who are
Yeah,
really
but you don't know the rate of
extremely
inflation.
struggling, Ms.
All right,
Mitchell.
order.
And you know what? I'm not
no,
going to
okay.
use them to make a political
Yeah,
point.
order. I've had a point of order, and when that happens, everyone else has to stop talking
Chair.
so we can hear the point of order.
Yep.
Chair,
Go
it
ahead.
goes to paragraph 9 of the procedural fairness resolution to do
What's
with
not
relevance
fair?
and the terms of reference of this inquiry are the estimates of expenditure from the consolidated fund and related
Sure.
budget
All right.
papers.
One would
so-
think that
Okay.
inflation was relevant to expenditure.
I
but
think
That's
Fun-
true.
funnily
Inflation
enough,
is relevant.
point of
Inflation is relevant. Inflation is 3.8%. Okay,
Thank you. I'm
There's the
pleased you
answer.
got the note. You're right, it is 3.8%, and I would have hoped you'd know that. I want to take you to, just to go to my fair colleague's point here, budget paper number 2, page 6.18, and you'll see there, Deputy Premier, the increase in recurrent expenses for the department is 3% in this financial year. Can you see that?
I take it as read that you're reading from the
Sure.
budget papers, Ms. Mitchell.
So you accept that the current rate of inflation is 3.8%, but the increased funding in your department is only 3%?
Look, I don't accept the premise of your question.
They're the
I
numbers.
would take that on notice because the lion's share
Mr.
of the
Disdale's got it
funding,
there.
but really being that nasty doesn't really suit you, Ms. Mitchell. But I will say that
I'm asking about your own budget papers.
The
Who turns
lion's
up without their
share
budget
of
papers?
the funding that we spend in education is actually on the wages of teachers
Sure.
that teach in our classroom. And I know for a fact that has increased.
fine. Well, but I'm
and
asking
I
you-
will say it has resulted in a 24% decrease in teacher
So
vacancies.
I'm asking you, Deputy Premier, you have been given advice that the current rate of inflation is 3.8%. Your only percentage increase in your overall agency expenses is 3%. So do you accept that that is a 0.8% cut in recurrent spending after inflation?
No, because I put it on
But it
record
is.
that I'm advised that the department budget allocation, okay, is actually up 6% on recurrent from 23-24.
But why does
so
it say
that's
3% in the papers?
And then the education portfolio allocation is up 7% on recurrent. So we can have a debate over this number and that number, but I'm not going to be part of this comparing apples with oranges
but
to
your own
suit
budget
someone's
papers
political
say 3%,
purpose.
With respect, I'm literally reading from your own budget
Look,
papers.
with respect, Ms Mitchell, you can cut it whatever way you like.
it's
We
the
are spending
numbers
more
from
on public
Treasury.
education than you ever had. We're spending more on public schools than you ever did.
So we can't trust the
We are
figures in the
spending
budget
more on teachers' wages than you ever did. And you can cut it whatever way you like
Okay.
and use whatever figure you want from the budget and not use other
So-
figures. But I'm not falling
You're telling me that
into
that
this.
figure's not correct.
Look, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you can use whatever figures that you want to use to suit your purpose.
Okay.
But
Well,
if
I'll
we
use
can
the figures
flip
from
it
the
on
budget
its
paper.
head,
That's what
we
they've
can flip it
been
on its
printed
head.
for.
Is that we talk about inflation and the cost of living. Where was the previous
Let's,
government for 10 years when teachers'
Minister.
wages were capped when inflation was rising?
Well, they were well above inflation for a long time. But can I just
So do you think
say-
teachers were paid
can
enough
I
before
just
the pay
say,
rise, do you?
well, I'm referring to
So you
numbers in
oppose the
your-
teachers' pay rise?
That is not what I've said. You're here to answer questions, not ask them. I referred to figures within your own
You wonder
budget
why we
paper.
get that response when we go into schools. You know?
I don't. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to let that one go. I want to take you to other figures in your budget paper, just over the page, 6.5. The New South Wales Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund.
Yep.
The figures show that the budget allocation for the last financial year was close to $90 million. I believe $100 million was the legislated amount, but that the revised expenditure was only $31 million. So that's quite a gap. Why did you not spend the full allocation last year?
Look, we are spending record amounts in early childhood education and care. Can I say this? We are committed, unlike the previous government, from day one of this government, we have been committed to early childhood education and care, including the biggest ever investment in public preschools. I realise that, Ms Mitchell, you talk about it a lot, but it came at the end of a 12-year government. It's almost like at the end, everyone sat around the cabinet table and said, turns out people need childcare.
Can I just redirect you? I've asked a very specific question related to the budget papers.
Right at the end, 12 years.
Oh, that's not, I'm asking you. Wow. There was a $90 million allocation in your budget papers that was then revised to $31 million. Now, there's a lot of families who can't access childcare.
Yes,
this
and
fund was
we're-
set up by the previous government and legislated, which we all agreed to
But
at the
what
time.
did you deliver on this, Mitchell?
Why did you not spend the full
you didn't
amount?
deliver
Why
on
did you
anything.
only spend $30 million?
This is
Where's
very
that
rich. You
$60
had
million
12
gap?
Years, you were going to do this, you were going to do this, you were going to do that, you were going to do this. You actually never delivered. At the end of 12 years, you said,
is this your
oh God,
answer?
what about childcare? My answer is to say we are providing record amounts in early childhood education and care, and I will ask Mr. Barraquette
No, I'm
to go
asking
into
you.
details.
I'm asking you.
I
I'll
want
ask
to
Mr.
give the
Barraquette this
committee
afternoon.
the latest
I'm asking
information.
you, if you are so committed and dedicated to
Yes.
early childhood and you're delivering all of this,
I'm
can you
delivering more
explain
than the
to
previous
me?
government ever
Can you
did.
explain to me why you didn't spend the full $90 million allocation and you
Ms.
only
Mitchell,
spent $30 million?
Ms. Mitchell,
Why?
we are delivering more than the previous government ever did on early childhood education and
you
care.
delivered a third of what you said you were going to spend last
But you
year.
delivered
Why?
nothing.
You're the government minister. Why did you spend a third of what was allocated? It's not
we
a
are the
trick
government
question.
and we're delivering. We're
But you're
delivering
not.
flexible
You're
initiative trials. We're
shortchanging
delivering
families
scholarships
to the cost
We're
of
delivering
$60 million.
public preschools.
Scholarships don't
Order.
come
Order.
Why did you
No,
not
no.
spend?
Wait, order.
Why
we
did you
talked
not
about
spend
this.
what was
No, Miss
allocated?
Mitchell, I've had a point of order. Talked about this. When there's a point of order, we have to shush. I can hear it, and then we can get on with things. Go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Boyd.
Paragraph 19 of the procedural fairness resolution, courtesy needs to be extended to the witness. I just ask that that happen on this occasion and would assist with Hansard, no doubt.
Okay. I think the more relevant point of order is the talking over each other. If we could just allow each other to speak whole sentences.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to this in the afternoon because I'm not getting an answer. So I want to go to the 50 non-government preschools.
Yep.
Where's that commitment up to?
Well, our commitment, as you reference, is 50 new and upgraded preschools with non-government schools. We're delivering that as well as 100 public preschools.
So you're delivering that. Where's the location of those 50 non-government preschools?
We'll have more to say about that shortly.
So, but you haven't announced anything yet?
We're
that hasn't
working on
been
that with the
decided?
non-government sector.
Right, so you haven't actually delivered anything yet on that commitment, even though you're almost halfway through your term?
We're 18 months in, Ms Mitchell, and we're
That's
working
pretty
with the
close to
non-government sector. We're working with the non-government sector and we'll deliver on our commitments.
Right, but you don't have a list of where those 50 preschools will be at this point?
Well, that's our government election commitment and we will deliver it and we'll be announcing the list shortly.
Well, you're running out of time, so I'd suggest you get onto it. Do you want to ask about the... I'll hand over to my colleague.
Do you really want to ask about running out of time when it comes to early childhood education and care after 12 years
proud
of
of what
doing
we
nothing? It's like I'm getting Dixes here.
Thank you.
It's not much of an answer,
Deputy
Minister.
Premier. If I could just take you to the rapid growth in the Southern Highlands as a consequence of housing growth and development, and the increase in student enrolments. Deputy Premier, what plans does the government have to address the outgrown capacity of the current school hall at Moss Vale High School?
You're right to call out, Miss Merton, the explosion in population in the Southern Highlands. All throughout sort of that south of the Macarthur area, through Wollondilly, through to Picton. It's been enormous growth. A lot of those communities have grown without any infrastructure over the past 10 years. I am happy to take on notice what's happening in Moss Vale, but I meet with people regularly about school requirements in areas like the Southern Highlands, like Wilton, like Picton, which, can I say, the previous government built a school where the classrooms had no walls. We're trying to retrofit this right now, but we are committed to building schools in growing areas. I don't know how many ways I can say this in different syntax. We
Deputy
will
Premier,
build
if I could just
schools in
redirect
growing areas.
the issue was specific to the school hall at Moss
Which
Vale
I will
High
take on
School.
notice.
Have you visited Moss Vale High School
I have
as
not
part
been
of
to
your
Moss Vale.
southwestern visits?
I don't know if Moss Vale's in the southwest. I think
Southern
I think it's
Highlands.
the Southern
You can-
Highlands. But okay. No, I've not been to Moss Vale.
Deputy Premier,
You know there are 2,209 schools.
what impact do these challenges and the limitations in terms of the school halls sort of have on the educational experience of students?
Yes, well, I mean, I can tell you a long list of schools where we're addressing issues, historical issues with a lack of investment in halls. It's like any school infrastructure. Communities deserve public schools that are fit for purpose in their communities, and we are hard at work at delivering that.
I think that's our answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You done? Thank you. I want to ask you, Deputy Premier, you will recall, obviously, at the last estimates, we spoke in some detail about the issues with asbestos on school sites. That was at the period of time where there were obviously those alarming issues underway. Can you just confirm now exactly how much material was removed from the Liverpool West site?
Look, I'm going to take that on notice, or I'm going to ask Ms Harrington. I do not want to give the wrong
That's
information.
right. If Ms
to the
Harrington's
committee.
got it, I'm happy for her to provide it.
Ms Harrington, I'm just wondering if you have that information.
Yes, I do. So it's 2,500 tonnes of mulch was removed.
Thank you. And do you have the date as to when the final amount of mulch was removed?
get that for you.
So it's 2,500 tonnes. Thank you. And then, Minister, just to confirm, you're confident that all the asbestos that was removed as part of construction works at that site, was done in line with the relevant legal requirements?
That was the instruction, and I would expect nothing less.
Okay, thank you. You've made about, I think, 3 or 4 announcements over the course of the past year about having deputies, senior teachers and assistant principals back in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
The first announcement was, I think, December last year. Then I think there was another re-announcement in April, and then one just a couple of weeks ago as well. So have you actually implemented that policy?
Well, we undertook the executive teaching time review, because, and I'm going to answer this because it's very important actually, because we had a situation where we inherited a chronic teacher shortage where the number of extra deputy principals, assistant principals, head teachers above establishment had exploded while we were struggling to fill classroom teacher positions, and we had 10,000 merge and cancel classes that were brought to us by yourself. So what we decided to do was go to consult with school communities about how we can encourage executive teachers, APs, DPs, head teachers to spend more time in the classroom. And can I say, most teachers I've met absolutely love being in the classroom. In fact, their biggest thing to me is take my admin away so I can spend more time in the classroom. So we have consulted with a range of stakeholders, primary principals, secondary principals, the Teachers Federation, and we'll be rolling that out.
Okay, so I just wanted to confirm though, Minister, you first announced this in December last year. There was an article in the Sydney Morning Herald that said that the review took place in September last year, and that from term 1 this year, state school executive or senior teachers will be expected to teach certain numbers of days per week. But an article earlier this month said that that actually wouldn't happen until day 1, term 1 next year. So have you not implemented the policy that you announced back in December last year at all this year? Or are you doing it in a staged approach? It's just very unclear.
Yeah, I mean, we make no apologies for doing everything possible to deal with the chronic teacher shortage that you
with respect,
left
that's not
us.
what I've asked.
And
you announced this as
a
one
result,
of your... Deputy Premier, I respect that you come to government with your own agenda. You announced this late last year, that it was going to happen from day 1, term 1 this year. Recent media reports are now saying, no, it's day 1, term 1 next year. So which is it?
well, I mean, we consulted with schools on how this would work. So
is it happening from next year?
So I will ask Mr. Disdar to report on the implementation of this
You've done 3 media announcements about it.
Yes, and
no,
I
but
will
I'm
keep
asking
talking
you-
about
Order.
you,
No one
with
can.
respect.
Order. No one can follow this.
Sure. So I'm happy to speak to Mr. Disdar about this afternoon. This is one of your signature policies.
It is.
You've done at
And I'm
least
proud
3
of it.
media announcements over a course of almost 12 months. I'm asking you, is it in place in schools now? Did it start on day 1, term 1 this year, as media last year reported was going to happen?
I think you're conflating
or is it starting
two things.
next year?
You're conflating two things. Under the award, it actually is a requirement for executive teachers.
I understand that.
No, I'm actually answering it now, Ms. Mitchell, seriously. Under the award, that it's a requirement for teachers who are executive teachers, that might be in positions of leadership, to teach in the classroom. We encourage that to happen. It was, to be honest, it wasn't happening that much. So we encourage that to happen in accordance to the industrial arrangement. The executive teaching time review will occur from term 1. That has been a massive piece of work that we worked with schools across the state and all the stakeholders to make sure that we get more of sometimes our very best teachers in the classroom.
Okay, so
while
how
also
when,
ensuring that we can support our schools.
Okay, so when that starts on, I think you're saying day 1, term 1 next year, how many days a week in the classroom for deputies and how many for assistant principals?
It's going to be different based on their setting.
Right, so it's not a set amount or set number.
Well, this is where, and I know you will argue with this, but I'm in the interest of giving the latest information to the committee. This is where I will ask Mr. Disdar to give the...
I'll come back. I've got
upgraded
more questions for Mr. Disdar
Because
on
it
this
is
this
different
afternoon.
based on this different setting. Because in a disadvantaged setting, there is a different requirement of need. There's a different complexity, a different concentration of disadvantage. That's important to me as Minister.
Okay. Will the assistant principal curriculum instruction roles continue?
Yes.
And will they be back on class as well?
No, the APC and I roles have a crucial role, especially when it comes to the rollout of the curriculum.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you about Public Education Week.
Yes.
And I know that there's a campaign, I think the hashtag was Proud to Belong, and talking about previous alumni. I think there's been various iterations of that over the years. I think there was Proudly Public when I was Minister, and I agree with the concept of, raising the awareness for public school students of former alumni. Were you involved in the decision as to who would be promoted through that program?
There was an operational decision.
So did you see beforehand who would be used as examples?
I'm not sure where this is getting to, but I'm proud of our alumni in public schools, and I refute any suggestion that we shouldn't be proud.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask, I know there were some comments.
Are you saying that Michael Kirby doesn't need to be
No,
deserve to
I'm
be
not.
recognised?
I thought it was interesting. I saw on the website there were comments about, former prime ministers,
Yes.
the former governor,
Yes.
Dame Marie Bashir, the current governor of the Reserve Bank, and on the
Yep.
social media posts, there's some really great examples of particular alumni. You've got astrophysicists, you've got the current DPP, Sally Dowling. But I have to say, one that did catch my eye was the former head of the Teachers Federation was chosen. As the former president of the Teachers Federation, Mr. Gabrielados was amongst the alumni to celebrate up there with people like an astrophysicist like the DPP. Do you think that's a partisan or a political statement to make when celebrating Education Week?
Do you know, this I actually am proud of our relationship with the union that represents teachers. And I am proud to say that Angelo Gabrielatis came from a public school. He's a public school teacher. He led the teachers union that negotiated the biggest pay rise for teachers in a generation.
When you say to young children in public schools about what you should be aspiring to be, and you put the former governor and the head of the Reserve Bank,
and there's a
you
range
would
of
put the
things.
head of the teachers union up there on that level.
Do you know what I would? You know what I'd say to young people? Yes, that pursuing a career in advocating for workers' rights is a noble cause. That's what I would say.
So that's up there with
I
the
would have to
Reserve
say
Bank governor,
this-
and that's up there with the Prime Minister.
Not as high as
I
a
mean, you're
politician,
using
but-
very selective
Well, they're the
examples.
examples that you gave, and I just was a bit surprised to see Mr. Gabrielados on your social media.
Do you know how much he's going to love being mentioned?
I'm sure he will love it. I'm surprised my phone's not going off right now, but I just found it a curious choice, and I'm wondering, did you approve it, Minister? Did you see it beforehand?
I didn't approve it. It's a personal project of the Secretary because we are proud of our alumni, including Mr. Gabrielatis.
Okay, well, it's an interesting decision
I'm happy to
to
talk
make.
to it if you.
No, I've seen your accolades and your education on there as well. Thank you for that. I'll take my 45 seconds that we have left, and I wanted to just come back to the issue around professional development. Can you guarantee that every teacher will be taking professional development to better support students with disability?
What we will be doing is ensuring that under the new regime of professional development that will be applying not just to the public school systems, teachers working in the public school system, but also the non-government sectors, that professional development will be of the highest quality.
Okay, I'll just redirect you. We've got 8 seconds. Can you guarantee that every teacher will take professional development to better support students with disability?
What we are saying is that we trust teachers to actually choose the professional development that's relevant to their setting.
So you can't guarantee it?
Well, of course we will be encouraging teachers to take professional development in disability.
But they used to have mandatory professional development training in disability, and that's no longer the case. That's correct, isn't it?
Every sector called on the mandatory to be taken away. It added to workload. It meant that we weren't trusting teachers to make their own professional decisions as expert practitioners, and I would guarantee you that teachers will be choosing professional development on disability.
Righto.
I trust teachers, Ms. Mitchell, unlike yourself.
Okay, so I understand that there is a restructure occurring of the Teaching, Learning and Wellbeing Division. When did it begin and when is it going to end?
Okay, this is most definitely an operational decision, but I will say that central to this decision is the fact that particularly under the last term of the previous government, the bureaucracy in the corporate side of the Department of Education exploded. So we are in the business of making sure that we run a tighter ship as possible because we're redirecting absolutely everything we are doing to teaching and learning in schools. But Mr. Graham, as Deputy Secretary of that area, can fill you in the details.
When did consultation begin for that restructure?
So we first started speaking to staff, I think it was about in February, about the need to be able to align what we're doing with the plan for public education and supporting schools. And so we've worked with staff to let them know that the consultation will be happening in term 3. So at the moment, the staff in the area have been going through trying to see how we best align with that plan.
Yep.
And we'll be going to formal consultation with our staff shortly.
So will there be roles removed as part of that restructure?
So we're currently going through that, and we'll be consulting with our staff shortly about that. And we'd like
So-
to be able to speak to them.
Okay, so staff were told in February that there was a restructure occurring, which many of them would have assumed would involve some people losing their jobs. We're now in August. Why is it taking so long?
That's right. So we're really aware that, the longer these things take, the more stressful they can be, but we're absolutely balancing the need to get it right with the need to be really fast. So that's why we've been very open with them about the timeframes. So they have been very clear that this is the timeframe in which we would be consulting, and we're sticking to that.
Why does it take so long, though?
Well, it's a large and complex area. It's we really don't want to have to do this more times because it is stressful for staff. It does cause a certain amount of dislocation, and we're certainly keen to ensure that schools are also not deeply impacted. So we serve schools directly. We want to make sure that they also feel that continuity of service. So we're aware of the timeframes, and we really need to balance those two things.
Who's the current Executive Director of Teaching Quality and Impact?
So there's not currently an Executive Director of Teaching Quality and Impact. There's an Executive Director who's currently managing the staff in that area.
What happened to the previous Executive Director who was managing?
So the Executive Director has left the department.
Were they let go or did they voluntarily resign?
The Executive Director of Teaching Quality and Impact has had a proud history in public education, and as we all, when we become PSSE, our conditions are such that we can exit the department if there's a discussion about whether there's a appropriate way forward.
So she was fired. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't use that term about
okay.
what occurred.
That officer has had an outstanding career in public education.
Yeah.
And Mr. Graham was upfront around what that structure may look like. And there was a mutual agreement around her exit, and we've met all of our requirements under the GSE Act. I just put on record their exemplary service to public education.
Yeah, I understand that particular Executive Director had a demonstrable impact on student learning outcomes and had done some really good work. Okay, so is recruitment underway to fill that new role?
Well, once we do the consultation, we want to respect the consultation period with our staff that Mr. Graham was referring to, because often they may pick up things that will make further changes on what our intended structure is. We'll finalise the structure, and then if there's vacant roles within that structure, we'll go through necessary recruitment procedures.
Okay, so not made redundant because that position is going to be filled again, or we don't know?
I think we're looking at a different configuration.
Right, okay. Going in a different direction, perhaps?
Certainly the area of teacher quality is core for what we do, but we are looking, Mr. Graham has been briefing me extensively. The challenge for this system is how do you get scale and reach? So teacher quality initiatives under the former leadership have been phenomenal. The impact's been significant. But I've got the challenge of trying to get to 2,200 sites, 800,000 students. So the reach and scale of that is where we want to take it next to.
Okay. I understand that the public schools division is also going through some sort of restructure.
They've already been through a structure.
So that one's done?
Yeah, that's already been done. When I came in as secretary, there were 2 deputy secretaries, school performance. The state was split into 2, and I amalgamated the role.
Yeah.
It was a role that I formally undertook in my career where I had responsibility for the whole state. And I was delighted with the merit selection process, and Miss Summerhayes commenced in that role. She's a phenomenal educator, extensive experience, who's got huge respect on the ground, and she's been undertaking that role since this year.
How many roles were lost in that restructure?
In the public schools division, there was very little movement. I mean, obviously there was one DepSec that was no longer required because I went from 2 to 1 senior officers. There were some of those office roles that were amalgamated. I mean, the way we always manage structure, and I'm proud of the executive and the work they're doing, is one, we look at vacant roles. because there's no humans in there. So how do you remove vacant roles?
Yeah.
We've been assiduous in removing contractors and bringing down the contractor
We'll
number.
talk more about
Yeah,
that.
no,
I'm just in
I've
the
got good
interest
data
of
to share
time.
with you.
I might. Sorry, Mr. Disser.
Oh,
I will come back to
sure.
you this afternoon,
Sure.
but I do want to give my colleague, Dr. Con, the last few minutes of my time. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I did have another question for the Minister, please.
Sure.
Regarding the proposed Bungendore High School.
Yes.
The department's figures that were included in the state significant DA show that there are far more children in the catchment area than what the department's estimating the capacity of the new school is going to be. You're sticking to this commitment by the previous government despite community opposition regarding the site, but also despite your own figures now showing that it can't possibly meet the needs of its catchment area. Why?
Look, this this Bungendore project is much needed by the community. Is something that my colleague Minister Wan would speak to me about on probably a daily basis. He's a very good local member, and we are going to have something to say on that shortly. I will ask Ms Harrington to give an update to the committee.
So we are seeing in that region, we are really monitoring enrolment demand in that region, and we have seen through some of the recent schools that we've opened in that region a higher government share than perhaps the state average. So we are really looking at the need, our enrolment projections, and to make sure that that school will be able to service the community.
Thank you. I'll just come back to the Minister because I appreciate I'm asking questions that should be answered by her, not the department. Will you, given those figures, will you be looking at a possible alternative site that can provide a much bigger school for this community? I mean, nobody's disagreeing that you do need a new school in Bungendore.
We need a school that's fit for purpose as well, and we'll be having something to say on that shortly.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, so I understand that enrolment application forms for all government schools provide gender options only for male and female. Why does the department not follow the Australian Bureau of Statistics standard classification for gender?
I'm not across the detail of the enrolment forms, to be honest. I will ask Mr Disdar to answer that.
Yeah, we've been moving those online. We've got a proud track record of embracing all. I might just get Mr Graham to talk to where we're at. It's been representation that's been made to us in the past as well. I'm not sure if he's got any info on that.
So I don't have information on that, but generally our enrolment forms have to conform to a national statistical standard. So all the information in that conforms to the national collection. So generally, all the information about parent, SES and previous...
Yeah, but if I can just redirect you for a second. So the Australian Bureau of Statistics standard for gender includes there's actually 5 different statistical options there.
Though it's different to the educational collection, so which is the same collection that's used by non-government schools as well. So it's a standard that is applied. So, but we can come back to you with more information about that.
Thank you. Look, I've got some more questions, but I probably need more than 36 seconds, so I might come back to them this afternoon.
You've got to just jump in. Can I just ask a real quick one? I understand that the out-of-school hours care tender process has had a policy change.
Yes.
That parent-managed services are now having to enter a competitive tender process. The feedback I'm getting is it now favours the kind of corporate and the larger players. Do you have concerns about that?
I met with the out-of-school hours parent-run services, the representative of those parent-run services recently, and I heard their concerns, and I'll take that on notice because I did ask the department to come back to me on what could be done in relation to the concerns raised by those parent-run services.
Thank you. Ms Mahalik?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to cast just a couple of general questions that I'm on behalf of people that have contacted me. But one, I just wanted to ask you about work experience. So I've actually had a number of people raise with me why there isn't a very specific Year 10, Year 11 program that used to exist for work experience. And I'm wondering whether the department is looking at reinstating work experience in a formal capacity where schools will be required to at least either in Year 10 or 11 ensure that students are taking up, a minimum of 5 days of work experience in a formal capacity.
I mean, work experience is obviously a crucial part of the career work that we do, careers advice work that we do with students in that upper senior part of secondary schooling, in terms of the detail of what we do on work experience in the secondary school system, I'll ask Mr Distar to give some
like the
detail
Deputy
around
Premier
that.
said, it's a very important fabric of schools, and what I've seen is a really proliferation of focus since what was called the new school leaving age. It's no longer new. I mean, it's well over a decade, but what you and I remember was the set 2-week period.
Correct.
in
Year
the
10 and
particular
11.
year. Now, I find that there's a number of schools that still maintain that traditional
But
method.
this is the issue, and back to you, Minister, this is
Yeah.
the issue. It's all over the place. So there are some schools that do continue these processes, others that don't. So there are children that are going to schools where this is never being offered, this opportunity of work experience. And I'm just wondering why we're not is the Labor government in general going to look at the value of that? I mean, you've got trades, you've got opportunities.
It's got great
you've got-
value.
There's so much value, but actually having consistent policy that every school has to adhere to.
I would agree with you, of course, that it has enormous value. It's important to remember that schools are servicing different communities and different needs in different communities. Every setting is different. So the school leadership would respond to the needs of that student population, I would imagine. But I'll ask Mr Distar.
Yeah, I mean, running work experience is very critical. Where we've freed the rein is where you might run that so that it can meet that school community's needs. I now know schools, and I wish I had this in my time, if I had my time again as principal in the system, who actually allow work experience to start in Year 9. The child might do a week in Year 9
But
and a week in Year 10.
And Minister, right now the bulk of children, high schoolers, leave high school not having an opportunity for work experience. That's what currently happens now. So it's not the other way around, where the bulk of kids are actually having work experience. No, I would say it is. I think Mr Distar knows this. It's not a criticism of you or a former government. I don't know what has happened over time, but there really is where the bulk of kids, unless they personally go and take on a job, will not have had the opportunity of had work experience even as they're leaving Year 12.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've nailed it, because we've also got a program called Education Pathways program that has been expanded, and this is working.
Again, that's voluntary though. It's
No,
not everybody.
no.
Yeah, but what are students? What does that mean for a student in Year 10? Year
Yeah,
11,
well,
12?
we're getting tremendous feedback from secondary schools involved in this project, because the careers advisor, the transition advisor, the year advisors, the students are being opened up to a whole range of opportunities.
They're like
in those
exhibitions. I know. Is that where they go
No,
on site?
no.
Well, what is it?
Yeah, this is where the
involve?
system helps unearth work experience opportunities or school-based apprenticeships and traineeship opportunities in those local areas, because it takes the burden away from just the careers advisor. We're getting great results on that front. I concur wholeheartedly with you that work experience is pivotal. Miss Summerhays and I drive it hard in the system.
Yeah.
It's not my experience that schools are not conducting it. In fact, my experience is that they're just using the flexibility of how
They're using the
occurs.
flexibility
Yeah.
of whatever you've offered there with these pathways to perhaps give them another opportunity. I know they're meeting with their careers advisors. They often go to exhibitions. They often go and see, people come to them and talk to them and about work opportunities, but they're not actually going out to a business and working for 5 days, for example. Or, and I think this is a lost opportunity for kids in New South Wales, and I think businesses would welcome it. I think other local communities, all sorts of government departments, your own department should be taking on work experience opportunities, as you could yourself, Minister. So anyway, I'll put it to your notice. I think I'll probably move something formally in the Parliament. I'd like to see the government actually consider this formally, what they're doing in this space, because I think it's been lost in this other sort of world of career pathways and this and that, but they're not actually formally doing work experience, which I think is a real lost opportunity for young people to trial what they might want to do in the future post HSC. Or I'll leave that there. I want to also ask, when we're thinking about new schools, and I just need to ask this as well, where are we up to with catered to infant schools? They once were very popular. Is the government building any new catered to infant schools specifically in the next 12 months?
We are building public preschools and K to 6 schools.
Yeah,
and in
but
fact,
what's
every
happened to catered
new
to? It's not a
school
criticism
that we
again. I just want to
build
ask: is this something that
preschool
people are moving
to 6.
away from catered to? Is this what's happened, or Mr. Disdar? I
No,
mean,
we've still got some fantastic infant schools in the system catered to. The Deputy Premier's right, you want to get those catered to. There is some research around transition and the additional transition point that from year 2 you go into year 3 at a different context. Where the research says is you don't want a multiplicity of transition points because it can lead to negative outcomes for a student.
so is it something that we're moving away from? Is that what I'm just asking?
The ones that we've
because
converted.
I don't hear any more of catered to.
Yeah, the ones that we
infant schools
have
being built.
converted under different persuasions of government in my time have been as a result of demand pressures. So the most recent one of those was Russell Lee Infant School. It's a fantastic school there in Inner West. It was catered to, and it's now...
And that's catered to?
It's now a phenomenal K-6 school.
Oh,
and it,
all right,
and it
well,
went to
that's
that
not,
because...
Mr. Disdar, that's not
it went,
quite...
It went to that because of the
I'll leave that
demand
because that's
in
not
the
what I'm
area.
asking. I'm asking, are you going to build any catered to infant schools in the
Oh,
next 12 months? You can take that on notice if you
No,
don't
no.
have the answer.
On all the
Specifically
growth
catered to.
corridors, our
Okay.
advice to government is for K-6
Okay.
or P-6
Okay,
as well
all
as
right.
7 to 12.
So it looks to me like catered to infant schools are being, wound back for whatever reason. Okay, can I just ask, Minister, just on your staffing, you're obviously got the Deputy Premier, your Minister for Education, Minister for Western Sydney. What is your staff makeup specifically in your ministerial office? How many staff do you have that are allocated for the Western Sydney and for education and Deputy Premier? Are they allocated in the different sort of portfolio areas, or is everybody just working on all?
Okay, the allocation of staff in my ministerial office is a matter that I deputise to my Chief of Staff. Every minister has an allocation. Obviously, I have the responsibilities of being Deputy Premier as well as being Minister for one of the largest portfolios responsible for the government, as well as Minister for Western Sydney. So there are a variety of advisors that take care of a variety of areas.
How many do you have
and
in
then there
total
are
in your
DLOs.
staff
Look,
in your
I
office?
mean, I'd have to take advice on what that number is right now.
Okay. And you don't have them allocated specifically into Western Sydney or education? You don't know that, or you could take that on notice as well? How
I
many are
mean,
specific?
advisors advise on particular areas.
Okay, well, how many advise specifically on Western Sydney, for example, in your
Well,
office?
there's a range of advice that might come from advisors that are in charge of infrastructure and advisors that are in charge of policy. This is a matter that is handled by my Chief of Staff.
Okay. And what about how many of your staff are specifically focused on policy as opposed to media?
Look,
Is that divvied up as well, or is it
Of
or is
course,
media?
of
Yes.
course, because I think everyone is aware that there are some people with skill sets that are policy advisors and there are some that are media advisors.
Okay, well, you can take that on notice if you don't know that. I'd like to know how many specifically are media advisors and how many are policy. Also, how many do you have seconded from the department?
No, I'd have to take that on notice. I have a
don't know?
department
Anyone
liaison
seconded from-
officers like the previous minister had.
Have you got anyone seconded from the union?
No.
No? Any ex-union staff in your office? Can you...
What union, Ms. Mahalet? Because you
Any
well know
union.
it's a
Could
requirement.
be TW, it's a general question. Well, I'd like to know how many of them
I
are
myself
coming from
am
the
a
union.
member of a union.
Yeah.
Does that count?
No, I'm just asking. I'd like to know where people are coming from into your office and whether they're coming from the department or whether they're being allocated from.
If your question
from your unions.
is there
Yeah.
a secret teachers federation spy in my office, the answer is no.
But
because the minister,
I think the minister gives them all the information over drinks anyway, Minister.
No,
so
because
I think
the minister engages with
I don't
them
think
because
you
they
need to have
represent the
any
teachers that work in the
secrets.
system.
I think you're publicly having drinks. We explored that the last budget estimates, remember? Lots of social
But I'm
gatherings.
not ashamed of
lots of
dealing-
social
I'm not
gatherings together between you and union.
But
though.
I'm not
Everyone knows this. No
ashamed
one's asking
of
any further
working
questions
with
on that.
stakeholders.
You travelled together to go up to Canberra and protest against
Yes.
Claire up
People
there
said yell at Parliament House.
and yelling at
Yes.
Parliament House. All right. Okay, so you'll take that on notice. Thank you, Minister.
All of that's not a secret.
All right. How many minutes do we have left? So 3.5 each.
Excellent.
Back
Thank
to
you,
you,
Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Minister, will you rule out turning any part of the former Marsden High School site into a housing development?
Like, I have to take that on notice.
Do you remain committed to delivering the indoor courts and the 29 outdoor netball courts as part of the West Ryde multi-sports facility?
Well, look, I'll have to. I'm not sure whether Miss Harrington has some information on West Ryde, which we can give to the committee.
So yes, we are committed to that project. We recently issued the tender in relation to that project.
Thank you. Sorry, it's a bit hard to see. And do you, Ms Harrington, have a anticipated project completion date for that at this stage?
I take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you, Deputy Premier, I know you're doing consultation at the moment in the Northern Beaches in terms of co-educational school options, and one of the options talks about considering letting in a local stream at the selective high school. Is that something that you'll be looked to doing at other selective schools across the state?
Well, what we've committed to doing in single-sex locations is consulting on any changes that may occur in communities to ensure that every single person in New South Wales has access to a co-educational high school. That was a government commitment.
That's fine. But one of the options up there is to look at a local stream in the selective school.
And that's discrete to that location.
But you won't be looking at that anywhere else across the state?
I'll take that on notice, but that's part of the consultation about the Northern Beaches.
If that one does go ahead, and I appreciate it's in consultation phase, will you increase the number of selective school places elsewhere to make up for that difference?
I'm not really going to answer in hypotheticals. We are consulting with that community, and as shown by the other changes we've made to single-sex offerings around New South Wales, we're not going to do anything without consultation with the community.
Can you guarantee overall no net loss of selective places in New South Wales?
We are not in the business of taking things away. We are going to provide more. So we are not... Sorry, I think you're drawing a conclusion from a consultation about co-educational offerings about selective schools. That just happens to be that there's a selective offering in that location where we are consulting on a co-educational offering.
Okay. I just want to go to Bungendore High School quickly, and I realise there's a minute left. Can you advise why you are looking at alternative locations to the current site?
Well, look, we're going to say something about this shortly. This has been an ongoing saga that I'm sure that you're well aware of the dramas with this promise that never eventuated, that was drawn out, that was one of the legacies of the former Deputy Premier, John Barilaro. But we'll say something about that shortly.
So can you confirm that alternative sites which had previously been deemed unsuitable are being considered again? And if so, why?
Look, we'll be saying something on Bungendore very shortly, but this will come to a resolution because finally this community has a local member that is actually constructively working to bring something to a conclusion.
So I'll just ask again for clarity, Deputy Premier. Are you looking at other sites because the current site's not suitable, or is it because of local activist groups? What's your motivation?
You're not going to get an announcement about Bungendore out of me today. We will be saying something.
So there's something
about
to
that
announce.
shortly.
You're going to move from where it is, are you?
I mean, I just said that previously to
But
Dr.
you're going to
Kine
move.
as well.
You're going to move.
Well, we're going to deliver
existing
to
site?
school, which might be something that you should have done.
On the existing site?
Well, there's going to be a school. I wasn't left a school when we had the handover.
Well, that's very interesting. We'll be looking at the ethical and transparent behaviour around that very closely, I can assure you, Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Deputy Premier, the respectful relationships education, at the moment, as you know, it's a bit sort of ad hoc as to who it's being provided by. Is there sort of a plan for there to be a sort of consistent, coordinated respectful relationships program across the state?
I'm really proud actually of what we're doing in this space, and not just in who's providing respectful relationships, but actually the rollout of the curriculum is going to be world leading in this space. Consent education is now going to be part of the curriculum from the beginnings of kindergarten in an age appropriate way, obviously from K to 6, and then a crucial part of the PDHPE curriculum. So it doesn't go to so the question of how we are treating the issue of respectful relationships is now that it will be mandated in the curriculum for every school sector. And that's probably one of the things I'm most proud of with the curriculum rollout. And the response to that, parents were sort of, everyone was, it's about time, you know. And I know Mr.
Absolutely.
Martin has worked on this literally day and night. I'm really proud of what Nessa has done on this. And I might give him an opportunity to say something about this.
Can I, sorry, because I've got limited time and I'll come back. I guess what's being done to actively increase the capacity of schools and teachers then to teach that bit of the curriculum?
Yes. I mean, the reason, what happens now that the curriculum has been released to teachers, is we go through the process of familiarisation, so teachers can get used to a new curriculum which has got new content and also is now designed in a different way that is designed to support explicit teaching, which we know the evidence shows is the way that our young people learn. It's the I do, we do, you do thing that teachers do in classrooms. And so the teachers will have a period of time to get used to that, supported by roles like the APC and I, and supported by professional development and supported by the system. And by the systems in other sectors as well.
So will that curriculum then completely, I guess, do away with the need for externally sourced respectful relationships education providers, or is that going to be sort of part of it as we go?
I mean, schools can definitely opt to do that, but it's important for us as a government that we put it in the curriculum. So we know that when our children go to school, it is a mandatory part of the curriculum that they are taught, and can I say this, explicitly taught about consent and respecting each other in an age-appropriate way. Because not only are we preparing their brains for future work, we are preparing them to be good citizens for the future.
Yeah, I think we can agree that is a good thing. And yes, we were lobbying for it for a very long time, so it's very good. But in terms of, I guess, ensuring that it's now done properly, so from what you're saying then, there's a period of time before is there going to be particular resources put into that aspect of curriculum sort of expertise, making sure that people are up to speed?
So there will be the curriculum, which is clearer than ever before. That will lead to explicit teaching of knowledge and content. There then will be requirements that then provides resources in line with that syllabus, and then of course every teacher does their programming and scope and sequencing and all the stuff in line with the curriculum. But there will be specific resources.
Thank you. I didn't realise that was not split already.
No.
Did you have...
No, I'm okay. I just want the Minister to head off and catch up with Minister Clare and finalise the agreement.
I will check then with the government members if they have any questions.
That's certainly true.
Less than 30 days.
Okay, well, given that the government members have no questions, that gives us another early mark for lunch, which is fantastic. I would like to thank the Deputy Premier for her time today. Her time with us is over, but we'll be back after lunch at 2:00 with all the rest of you and some additional people, I understand. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you. Welcome back. We do have two additional new witnesses here this afternoon. So I'm just going to ask each of you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. I'll start with you, Mr. Withers.
Thank you. My name is David Withers. I'm the lead advisor for problematic and or harmful sexualised behaviours. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Hargens.
My name is Sarah Hargens. I'm the General Counsel for the Department of Education. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. We will commence again with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, everybody. The afternoon session. Secretary, I'm going to start with you and I want to go back to the issues around Linnea High School. Parents are saying that the department dismisses their complaints. Former staff say that when they raise complaints, they're bullied and silenced. Has the department been covering up the issues at this school?
No, not at all.
Has the school been put in the too hard basket?
Not at all.
So what will you be doing after some of the allegations that have been raised, particularly in the last few days by 7 News and others, to look at what's happening at Linnea?
Well, let me just first put on record that this is a school I've visited 6 times in my career since I was a director and a regional director, an executive director and a deputy secretary. I know it to be a school that does its darndest to provide a growth education for students in its care, serves a very complex community that suffers from significant socio-economic disadvantage, so it's game-changing work that they lead. They also lead an intensive English centre that's got new arrivals who are experiencing education for the first time in our system, so it's a very, very important provision. We take the allegations that have come before us very seriously. The Deputy Premier asked me as Secretary to assess those allegations. We're in the process of doing that. I would put on record that what was covered in Parliament by the local member, we're following through on what those matters were that were raised. I look forward to giving a full briefing for the Deputy Premier. These are historical matters that have been raised over time as well, and I urge any parent that has concern at that school, indeed any public school in the system, to approach the school, to work with the school leadership to resolve it. Normally things get resolved to good effect, and as you would know, if that's not a sound outcome for a parent or a family or a child, there are mechanisms to escalate that within the department.
Does it concern you, Mr. Disdar, that parents are saying that the department has dismissed their complaints?
Well, I don't believe that to have been the case. We're working through both the representations of the local member, we're working through the assessment of parents and their issues that are being raised. I mean, you may or may not be aware, the committee may or may not be aware that there was a community engagement mechanism conducted in November last year at that school to attain community input into how the school was faring, and there is quite favourable commentary that comes from parents. In fact, I'm a little bit concerned with the portrayal and labelling of a school in my career when I've seen a public school come under, maybe unbalanced scrutiny like this and get labelled, as I saw it last night in the press. It can be very damaging for a school community, and in fact in my career, some of the committee members will remember the very unfortunate portrayal of Mount Druitt and the class action that stemmed from that and the changes that came. I'm not saying there's not issues that have been raised by parents. It's not my experience that they've been swept under the carpet. I urge every parent at Linnea to come forward if they've got any concern. I've asked Ms Summerhayes and the Director of Educational Leadership to provide ongoing strong support. If parents are concerned around raising it with the school leadership, then I ask them to raise that through the appropriate channels with the Director of Educational Leadership. And I'd just like to get on record that this school's doing some very, very strong things. They've got unprecedented Year 7 enrolments for next year. They're growing in their enrolment base. In my experience, you don't normally grow in enrolments unless there's a sense of community confidence in the school. They have They've been working very hard on welfare and wellbeing programs. They do not stand for, having spoken to the school leadership for our people, they don't stand for any acts of violence that were portrayed in the media. There's a zero tolerance around that. There's a zero tolerance around that in every public school, and they take appropriate action. But I do look forward as Secretary to giving the Deputy Premier a full briefing on the assessment of the matters that were raised in Parliament.
Thank you. Does it concern you that former staff are saying that they've been bullied and silenced?
Well, I don't accept that premise. If there's former staff that have got claims, they can raise that. It does concern me that there may be some aggrieved former staff who are, providing material evidence on their view of the school, and they may be inadvertently damaging the school. I'd ask them to raise that through the appropriate channels. The department stands by ready to receive their concerns and act on their concerns. I don't know that it's in the interests of 700 young students there and their families today to have their matters played out in the press.
Thank you, Mr Disdale. I want to move to some questions now for Ms Hargens and Mr Withers, because I appreciate you're only with us for a short period of time, so we'll let you go once I've asked the questions that I've got. I want to start firstly with you, please, if I can, Ms Hargens, and nice to see you again. Just in relation to a recent Standing Order 52 that was passed through the Legislative Council, that was moved by myself but was actually agreed to by all members. Can you explain the process in terms of returning those documents from the department's side of things?
Generally with standing orders?
Yes, and that particular one as well?
And which particular
the one in relation to school budget allocations.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, so listen, when we do receive a Standing Order 52, it's allocated to the departments and relevant ministers by the Cabinet Office.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's received in the department, we do go out to all Deputy Secretaries and Divisions to question whether there might be documents relevant to the return. As you'd be aware, they're very short timeframes for returning those documents, and so the department moves pretty swiftly to identify relevant documents, check that they're relevant to the return. We then need to consider privilege of those documents, so whether a privilege claim could be made, cataloguing the documents, and printing the documents and then having them returned by the due date as best we can.
Sure. And you appreciate, of course, that the motion that's passed by the House is binding, and there is a requirement that the department provides any and all relevant information as captured by the motion that's moved.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask in relation to that one, and some of this goes to you as well, Secretary. There were a number of documents that were received in the first tranche, and I'll note that multiple tranches of documents were provided, but there was a letter that came back to the Cabinet Office signed by yourself that indicated that the files were too large, they couldn't be printed, and that you encouraged the member, presumably me, to make a GIPA request to access that information. Did you receive any advice about asking a member to put in a GIPA when an SO52 had already been passed?
We take those responsibilities really seriously, Ms Mitchell. Let me apologise for what took place, because I asked to be briefed. That was the material advice I had when I signed, that the files were too large. I was subsequently advised that inadvertently human error, I mean I own it as Secretary, human error on our part, why the file was so large. There was a number of empty columns, and that impacted on this particular attachment and its flow of pages. So when I was made aware of that, it was indicated to me that we were in a position to provide that. I repeat, and I apologise, Ms Mitchell, it was a human error on our part that led to that initial advice and signature.
Who gave you the advice to say put in a GIPA?
Sorry, who gave?
Who gave you the advice to encourage me, the member, to put in a GIPA request?
When the briefing document came forward to me to sign off on the letter, and it was in a written form that I took that advice. Subsequently, I asked for a meeting, and in that meeting, I was advised that inadvertent human error, I asked how that had occurred, and I was briefed, like I indicated to you, that there were a number of rows or columns that were empty, and it led to this file going on for an inordinate length of pages, and that it was in our capacity to be able to cut and remove those empty columns and then provide yourself and with the requisite 52 request.
And did you seek advice from Ms. Hart? Did you discuss the process of...
I
Because it's a little unusual with respect for a secretary to ask a member to put in a GIPA when a standing order has actually call for papers has been passed.
Yeah.
As you would appreciate, by the entire House. I may have been the member that moved it, but other members were interested in the information as well.
And that's why I wanted to put on record my apology.
Okay.
I mean, I stand by what I signed at the time. It was the advice I was given.
But who gave you that advice? That's what I'm trying
Like
to
I said, it was in a written brief. I'd have to go back
If you can take that on notice.
I'd have to go back to the written brief. But then Ms. Hargens subsequently advised me in a meeting around what I just indicated to you, that there were a number of empty columns that led to an inordinate length of documentation, that we're in a position to be able to remove that and provide you with what you had requested. And again, my apologies for not being, for the human error on our part.
Mm-hmm. And you're confident now that all of the documents that should have been captured under that return have been provided?
It was a question that I asked as well, and I am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hargens, I wanted to go now to the issues of GIPA requests in general. There's been quite a few requests that I know have been put forward by journalists, but also some of my parliamentary colleagues that have either been rejected or been asked to rescope. Can you just advise what the process is within the department when a GIPA request comes in?
Yes, of course. So when a GIPA application is received, it's received by one of the teams in my directorate who have those sort of specialist skills to deal with GIPA applications. We look at the scope, we identify relevant areas in the department, we talk to those areas about whether they hold documents, the scale of the documents they hold, the amount of time that it will take to search and review those documents. And where it is considered that the search and review will take more than 40 hours, we do initially consider that to be potentially an unreasonable diversion of resources, and we will speak to the applicant about whether we can rescope the application to be within a manageable level. Mm-hmm. If at times, if the request doesn't quite meet the documents we have, but sort of kind of meets the documents, we will have discussions around, potentially around what documents we would likely have and
discussions with the applicant, or within your team?
Discussions with the applicant. Sometimes we will provide documents informally and outside of a GIPA process if that's what's allowed under the legislation, because there's a range of different ways under the legislation that we can deal with an application. And so there is at times a little bit of backwards and forwards between my team and the applicant, just to make sure that we've got the scope of the application correct, that we do actually have sort of meaningful documents we can provide, but also that we can do that in a scale that's manageable.
Okay. And then in terms of...
Can I just also, Ms Mitchell, just add that having been an executive member of the organisation for some time, there's been no change to how we handle GIPA requests as well.
I just keeping with you while I've got you, Ms Hargens. In terms of determining a fee, what's the process for that? And when do you waive processing fees due to public interest? What's the threshold that you put on that?
Listen, I will need to take that on notice. There are some calculations that are taken into account, and I wouldn't want to mislead the committee by taking a guess at that. So I will take that on notice. We do consider waiving or reducing fees on public interest grounds. Again, the scope of what would be considered in the public interest, I would need to take that on notice.
Okay, so I've got an example, and I won't go into specifics, but a member of the media has asked all state departments for some data, which every other state has provided and has waived the processing fees, but New South Wales is looking, I think, first the $660, and now it's been brought down to $330, and so there was just some questions around why is New South Wales not also following the public interest process when other states appear to be on this particular information.
listen, I can't speak for other states and territories, but the department does work within the guidance from the Information Commissioner, particularly around how we process our GEPA applications and when and how we charge for that. But I can't explain why the other states and territories decided to waive.
Okay, but if you could provide on notice the threshold, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you put around the fees, that would be very useful. Thank you.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
That's great, thank you. And just the final one in relation to GIPPers, what engagement do you have with the Deputy Premier or her office about that process and information that's going out?
Listen, we provide a regular weekly GIPPer report, which is de-identified, which has been the process for a number of years, I would say more than a decade, across different governments, and we identify when decisions have been made and the documents to be released.
Sure, thank you. I want to turn now to the issues around sexualised behaviour in schools, and obviously you'd be well aware that there was a study done by, or some work done by UNSW that started when I was Minister and has continued on. An updated legal issues bulletin to schools with updated advice. Is there a time frame on when that will be rolled out?
So we did release the legal issues bulletin this term, in week 2 of this term.
Yep.
So that's been released to schools.
And is there further information that's due to come out to schools at some point in relation to these issues as well?
Yes, so the department's undertaking a review of our problematic and harmful sexualised behaviour guidelines. So these guidelines have been in place since 2020 and provide quite significant and sort of full focus guidance to schools on how to deal with events and situations of problematic and harmful sexualised behaviour guidelines. So those guidelines are currently under review. But yes, I was very pleased that we could issue the legal issues bulletin this term, and alongside and connected to that bulletin, we were able to also provide schools with a one-pager of the critical actions they should take when they have an instance of problematic and harmful sexualised behaviour, but also some fact sheets for parents, carers and guardians when they're sort of faced with either having a child that has experienced the behaviours or a child that is exhibiting the behaviours.
Yeah, and just to confirm, that's available now for all schools to be able to access?
That is, and it's also the legal issues bulletin's publicly available on our website as well.
Okay, because there's been a few, sadly, a few parents who've reached out to me whose children have unfortunately been victims, and they had some concerns about the information that was available. So it's good to know that that has been updated. I did want to ask though, it's been some time obviously since the UNSW work was commissioned, and some documents that came through another call for papers in relation to these issues from back in April last year are talking about timeframes for rolling out some of this information. So is it later than perhaps it was originally intended to be, this advice out to schools?
Yes, it is. It is later than what we had originally planned. As you can understand, it's a really sort of complex, difficult area where schools have to grapple with a range of sort of ethical, policy, legal obligations. So we wanted to get it right, and we wanted to do a really comprehensive consultation piece on this. So we've had multiple consultation either in writing, verbally, in-person meetings within the department. We also went out to, I think, almost 20 external agencies and bodies to get their feedback on the legal issues bulletin as well. That was quite a long process, and following that feedback we actually did a complete rewrite virtually of the legal issues bulletin. So legal issues bulletins are really important tools for our school leaders. They give that short snapshot of what the law is and what those sort of legal expectations are of school staff. this particular legal issues bulletin was getting a bit long, a bit dense, a bit weighty. It sort of was close to 20 pages, whereas these things are meant to be a 5-minute read. So the rewrite we did got it down to around a 10-page limit, which sort of really hits on quite clearly and quite quickly what the key issues are that schools need to consider. Okay. But I just want to be clear that there's a range of supports within the department. The legal issues bulletin itself is just meant to be that short snapshot, but as I said, these are incredibly complex situations, and when it does occur in a particular school, there are a range of different support areas in the department that will come together and wrap around that school to give advice and to assist with the management of that issue.
And then obviously there's work with other agencies like police and DCJ if applicable, and others, is my understanding as well.
Yes, that's correct.
I've got more in this, but I'll hand over to the Chair. So that's
Thank
my time.
you. Just following on from that, can I ask you, Mr. Withers, what your role is? It's quite unusual. Well, from my perspective, I've not seen this before. When did your role start, and what does it entail?
So my role started towards the end of January. So term 1 this year is when it started. My role is essentially to support the capacity building of our staff across the department for best practice to understand, respond and manage incidents of PHSB within their school setting. So a big part of that is building relationships across those existing stakeholders that exist and in support of schools, and then where needed in quite complex cases, ensure that those supports are coordinated appropriately and the advice being provided to schools is done so within reference to each kind of advice and supporting point.
So when we're talking about problematic behaviour that's not sexualised behaviour, are we talking about sort of criminal or near criminal acts, or what are we talking about?
So the definition, I guess, of PHSB is that it's a spectrum, so problematic and or harmful sexualised behaviours. So I guess it acknowledges that behaviours of a sexual nature do happen on that spectrum, and some are normal, typical behaviours that a child or young person may display. When we're talking about problematic sexualised behaviours, we're referencing behaviours that may not have an overt intent of harm, but they happen outside of the scope of what may be considered age or developmentally appropriate.
Yeah. So I think we've got your title slightly wrong then. So it's problematic and harmful sexualised behaviour. So it's sexualised
and or
behaviour
harmful
of
sexualised. Yeah,
right,
correct. So there's two. Yeah. So the categories, there's generally normal, typical behaviours or sexual behaviours. Then we've got problematic sexualised behaviours, and then we have harmful sexualised behaviours.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. If I could come back to you, Mr. Graham, in relation to the restructure of the Teaching, Learning and Wellbeing Division. I understand that there's a program called Writing in Secondary.
That's right.
Is that going to remain after the restructure? Is that part of...
So we're very proud of the work that Writing in Secondary have done. I think including with NESA now including writing in every kind of syllabus is a really strong thing. We're certainly not looking to reduce the amount of support we provide to schools, in secondary schools in particular, in regards to writing.
So that's been a successful program?
Oh, we certainly look, and Mark Howie, who heads up that program's very well respected across sectors and has a deep level of knowledge which the department greatly values as an institution, and we're looking to strengthen the amount of support we provide in writing to secondary schools.
Given the, particularly, Chair, the HSC requirements, every subject there's a strong writing component, some have even more than others, and given it's been an area of performance at a system level that we could lift, I mean, we've got some green shoots in this year's NAPLAN results around writing. The reading results are a bit more concerning. We need to lift our efforts there, but we're seeing the benefits of such support in schools around writing, so we intend to continue our efforts in that area.
The HSC strategy program as well, has that been a successful?
I'll get Mr. Graham to talk to that. As a former HSC teacher as well in the system, we wanted to make sure we could get good HSC support. The program's been building across the years and has done very, very good work. It goes back to my earlier commentary around how can we make sure we go to scale across a larger number of HSC subjects. How can we support teachers who teach HSC for the very first time? How can we teach teachers who are teaching out a subject area and the HSC? That can be quite complex and confronting when you're a secondary teacher. So our initiatives here are to look at how we can embed that across our entire division that Mr. Graham's going to lead. He might want to unpack a little bit further. You know, I've heard a bit of a fallacy around the building that, you know, we're getting rid of the HSC strategy or we're getting rid of writing in secondary. I mean, it's not the case.
Okay.
It's the case is we want to make sure we can mobilise our resources across a wider spectrum of staff and schools.
Did the Executive Director of Teaching Quality Impact used to head up the HSC strategy or the writing in secondary programs?
They did, and I think I made commentary in the morning around her work and her efforts in the department.
I understand she was very well respected.
She was a very respected educator. You know, I applaud Mr. Graham. At senior levels, you've got to be upfront with senior staff around changes you're considering and making. And like I indicated, there was, you know, agreement that she would move on, and we met all of our requirements that are necessary under the GSE Act with that. And I want to reinforce what I said in the morning. I know the individual to be an exceptional educator, and I thank her for her work in public schools here in New South Wales.
Okay, so Mr. Graham, is that your experience too?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's confusing from the answers that you gave before, but if these were the programs that she was heading up and they were successful and they're staying, then what was the...
We're looking at our structure there of senior personnel and where things will fit and how they'll sit and what the responsibilities will look like. You know, there's changes afoot there, and we want to consult with our staff, get their feedback on that draft structure that's imminent, then go out with a final structure and start to place our people in that structure.
I might leave that there then. Mr. Disdar, we talked before about the use of consultants and contractors and the sheer number of contractors that were being appointed. I also understand that there were some questions raised in relation to the way that some of those contractors were appointed. Has there been any broader review or looking into staff within the department and their role with that contractor appointment?
Yeah, I'm pleased with the work that we've been undertaking in this area. It's not work that's fully finished, but I can tell the committee that we've gone from an average spend of $35 million a month on contractors to an average of $15 million a month in 12 months. We continue to go month on month with a downward expenditure trend. We are, as I speak to you, Chair, 50% fewer contractors than the same time last year in physical count. And so, you know, the Deputy Premier has been clear with me in the education portfolio, and the government's been clear around their contractor spend and requirements. And, you know, I share the same commitment that we should be looking for roles within the organisation where we can have repeatable expertise. And some of those contractor roles have gone on for too long. I know it's been an area of interest and concern for you. I've been in the role 18 months, and from day one it's something that I targeted. We've also done an embedded services review, and we're just finishing the second leg of that.
And does that cover, sorry, just in this, I appreciate the work that's being done to reduce the spend, but in terms of the issues that we identified during our inquiry and that have been raised in a number of places around conflicts of interest in the appointment of contractors in particular, has there been any broader review in the department to ensure that everybody is aware of their obligations and that anybody who is perhaps not doing the right thing has been taken to task for that, or there's been some sort of action?
Yeah, I mean, I took immediate action. I actually put in new approval processes, and that happened within a matter of weeks of starting in the role. So my Deputy Secretary colleagues are the only ones that can approve a recommendation for a new contractor.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I'm the final approval on
so
a
that's
week.
great going forward, but in terms of the past?
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for what I've instituted in the 18 months that we've undertaken. The other part of this is that I undertook an embedded services review. I brought a former colleague with vast experience in the department, and you'd be pleased to know, not as a consultant and not as a contractor, I actually put him into a term role in the organisation, and they've done enormous work around embedded services because we had, well, for better phrase, shadow functions across, it's such a large organisation. And so we've been working on that as part of our functional realignments here because there is savings to be had there as well. I was of the view that there was duplication across the organisation, and that's what this review has shown.
Just ignore that. I've got another 10.
It's a bit like school bells. I find them hard to ignore.
So one of the things that we found in our consulting review was that there seems to be a complete lack of consequence for wrongdoing. So where we had found, self-attestation statements being signed off incorrectly, where there was conflict of interest that hadn't been managed appropriately, there was never any real consequence within the public sector for that. So I appreciate that I'm talking about things that occurred before you came on board. But to the extent there are people still working in the department who were potentially involved in unethical behaviour, have you taken action to ensure that those people have been taken to task for that?
Yeah, two things. Number one, as an entire executive team, and I'm proud of the executive team that are here with me, we've made it our own business to make sure in our divisions we know who these people are and how long they've been there. And so we've gone back on the ones that are in play to address the things that you're alluding to, as well as having the approval level at this table, at this level, to be able to put someone on that's new. I don't think it's in the best interests of the contractor or the organisation if we are not assiduous around that. And I also just want to put on record that, we've got many fantastic contractors who are making an enormous contribution to the organisation. I've learnt as Secretary that in particular in the IT area, in the school infrastructure area, with what competitiveness looks like in salary across sectors, it's naive to think you'll have zero contractors, but I'm also proud that we've led a reduction of 50% fewer contractors. Some of that's been conversion into ongoing permanent roles, which has been wonderful. Others, like the term says, it should be for a time period, it should come to an end, and that's what we have done. And we're reaping the benefit of that with, over $20 million of savings per month.
Just turning to something different then. Back on the the respectful relationships issues and domestic and family violence prevention initiatives, how is the Department of Education, or how will the Department of Education implement the domestic and family violence common risk assessment and management framework to ensure that all school staff have the capability to identify domestic and family violence and assess or manage risk?
I'll bring Mr Graham in on this, but I've got to concur with the Deputy Premier in the morning. I want to thank my colleague Paul Martin and his team. They've led a comprehensive overhaul of the curriculum. Consent and respectful relationships feature a lot more predominantly in K to 10 PDHP syllabuses, in life ready courses in year 11 and 12. So Mr Graham and his team have got quite a task, because what they are hard at work at is, while Mr Martin breathes a sigh of relief when a syllabus document goes out, we hit the accelerator button at our end to produce scope and sequences, individual lessons that are evidence-based that teachers can access. So it's our intention to unpack these syllabuses with quality assured lessons, not just a scope and sequence for a term, but actual lessons that will be pure gold for teachers that can grab and use them, that are developed by teachers. Of course, teachers will need to use their professional judgment and make nuances and differences to the students that they're serving. But Mr. Graham and his team are really hard at work on that. And I've got to say, study after study, global studies as well as domestic studies, say that, you know, if you really want to tackle teacher workload, one of the greatest fill-ups is that you can give teachers the resource material that they can bring the syllabus to life. As a former teacher, I spent weeks on end preparing lessons. I wish the department was back then producing lessons that I could grab rather than start.
And all of that is great.
Yeah.
And I think that sort of building that into the curriculum is great. But this particular question is around what we're doing to upskill teachers, not as teachers, but as people who are in direct contact with children who may be experiencing domestic and family violence, to be able to identify and then to step in to help in those situations so that they know what to do, so they can see it and then know what to do. So the common risk assessment and management framework is what this question is about.
Let me see if Mr. Graham's got any detail around that in particular. But if we don't, let's take it on notice and make sure we come
I
back
might take some of it on notice, but I will say through our child wellbeing area, that's the area that has exposure to the reports from schools, and it's also where we we start our professional learning around identification. So we've talked about the kind of mandatory training that takes place each year about child protection. We'll have a different focus. And so certainly family and domestic violence has been a focus previously, and it's that kind of work. But we'll build it off. So respectful relationships, we have the work around the syllabus, but we've also got a significant investment around additional resources for respectful relationships. We're looking closely with the Commonwealth because all states are doing it. Also working with DCJ, with Our Watch, with Hannah Tonkin, the Commissioner, and so on. So we definitely want to make sure that it's all aligned and that we're supporting our schools strongly with a consistent single message.
Yep.
So things like the framework can be supported because we're not all talking about different things.
Are you able to put a quantum on sort of how much is being invested in this work? Is there a...
Certainly. So $8 million of state funding is going into that. I think there's about $17 million of Commonwealth funding going into it. So it's a really substantial piece of work, and we're doing that in-house. So we'll have our own expertise because our job is to support teachers. And there's a lot of teachers out there, so we really want to make sure there's a strong, consistent understanding and build off the same teams that are working on the consent material. So it's all very consistent and consistent with DCJ and the work of our partners.
Ms. Boyd, I also believe it starts from the top, and I'm really proud that recently as an executive we did a full day of training on domestic, family, physical, sexual violence. Given the size and extent of our workforce, I must say I found the day quite confronting around the stats and the scenarios, and so I feel better placed as an executive around how we could support our workforce. It's our intention, the training had a massive impact on all of us, to then bring it down to the ELG layer, our executive leadership group, which includes below the Deputy Secretary level. So I think it's an area we can do better in, and we want to make sure we invest in, given the size and scale of our workforce.
And the size of the problem. So
Yeah.
Can I ask on something different? How many people are employed under school infrastructure in New South Wales?
I'll get Miss Harrington if she's got the exact figure. We've been reducing our contractor, our contingent labour in that area quite significantly. I was going to say, close to 1,000 employees make up that area, but Miss Harrington might have the exact number.
I don't have an exact number, so I can come back to you on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask how many infrastructure upgrade requests are yet to be completed?
Are you talking about the school-funded works or the...
So, what am I talking about? I'm talking about basic sort of maintenance upgrades, sort of like bubblers and things like that. So where would that normally sort of come from?
So for maintenance, if something is broken and needs to be fixed, that comes under maintenance, and that is done as quickly as possible. Obviously, you've got critical, urgent maintenance, things like that. If there's, pipes leaking or a broken window, that needs to be dealt with really quickly. We also have a planned maintenance program that is for things like painting and roof replacements when they come to the end of their life. So that's more of a program that's planned for. We have projections of when that needs to come up, and then we do a validation with schools to check when it needs to be sequenced.
So does the school make a request and say, look, we've got these really old bubblers, we need new ones?
So we have asset services officers. We have one asset services officer that deals with 10 schools. That's a smaller ratio than we have had in the past. We've got more support for schools. We've also changed the way that schools make those requests. So we amended our FM web system last July. So it's very simple now. You either log a request for a call out, so that's for that reactive maintenance work, or you put in a request for a nominated project, so an upgrade and addition. So,
I'm hearing that there's, my understanding is that some schools are waiting for years for some of these, what they would think of as quite basic upgrades. Do you have any data on sort of how many of those would be outstanding?
So, for maintenance, we have really improved our response rate for maintenance. We have changed how we respond to schools. So basically we do it through facilities maintenance contractors rather than through a whole of government contract. So we are seeing a improved response rate for those call outs. So on average last financial year it was 16 days in terms of those urgent, those requests, those call outs, and now we're down to about 7 days. In terms of upgrades and additions, there is a long list. There is a lot of schools throughout the state have requested works be done, and that's a matter of sequencing those works according to need. So we've done quite a bit with schools in the last few months of really looking at it from an equity point of view. What schools haven't had works done in some time, what's the level of disadvantage in that area.
So is there a number that you can give me of those that are
I
outstanding?
can take that on notice. But yeah, the upgrades and additions are the requests that schools have, and there is quite a long list of those that have developed over many years, and we need to keep engaging with schools and to see the need to be able to address the greatest need. Maintenance is very different. Maintenance, the reactive we have to deal with straight away. The planned maintenance, we have a program that's more directed by the condition of the asset. We have modelling that's done, and then it's validated with the schools.
Thank you. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you. Ms Huggins, I'll just come back to you. I wanted to go to one of the documents that I got back in the SA52 back on the issue around that legal issues bulletin. There's an email that talks about holding off on external consultation pending the all-staff meeting between the Secretary and the Deputy Premier, and it says, based on that meeting, expectations are clear that any changes shouldn't add to administrative burden. Would you be able to provide any comment, or perhaps Secretary, you, in terms of, was there a delay in rolling that out because you didn't want to add to teacher admin burden?
No. What that email might be referring to, something that we've been very cognizant, is the run rate of change for schools. So when we release things, we want to make sure they're in spaces where schools can deeply engage with them. We want to respect the operating rhythm of schools. Schools have told us that part of the problem is that it feels like to them it's this funnel that just goes bang at them. So can you make sure you look at appropriate avenues of when you release material? So even under the former executive structure here in the former government, we respected, for example, the first 5 weeks of term one to say...
I want to specifically get to the issue of this legal issues bulletin though, because it was originally launch date was mid-June last year. We now know it's out this term, and that's great, but that's a sort of full 12 months behind where the original plan was. And I appreciate Ms Hagen's point about going and making it more streamlined, and I understand that it's important to get it right. I guess I'm just concerned that an issue that's as important as helping schools manage these very, very serious allegations and incidents when you do have that sexualised behaviour occurring might have been delayed unnecessarily because of concern about an admin burden.
No, I'd just reinforce what Ms Hagen said. The major reason for the delay was the extent and size and scale of the consultation that we wanted to undertake to make sure we got this right. We weren't operating in a vacuum. We did have guidelines there, but we did need to go revisit that in line with the research piece, in line with what schools were reporting. But it's not easy to navigate, 20 other stakeholders out there, the range on the ground, to make sure you capture that fully. That email that you're probably referring to would have been, we're almost right to go here. When's the best time to then go out to schools to give them space? So it's not lost in the paraphernalia.
It was from April last year, and I've been told that they've only come out in within the last few weeks.
Yeah,
so
it
it's quite a
came-
delay. It's quite a delay.
It came out early in the term. Well, I would have been deeply concerned as secretary if we had nothing in play. I mean, we did have guidelines in play that schools could rely on. If they had zero in play, and apart from guidelines and legal issues bulletins, you got to nail those things. You got to get those things right. I just reinforce the support mechanisms that are there in the organisation. Yeah. If a school is in a particular pointy end of a case with this that might be involving the police or JERT, etc., there is system support that can be distributed from Mr. Graham's area out to the ground to help.
So, my final question to you, Ms. Huggins, in terms of further information or advice that will come out to schools, there's more to come later this year. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, excuse me. As I said, the problematic and harmful sexualised behaviours guidelines are being reviewed.
Okay.
And the plan at this stage is that they will be released in Term 4.
Okay, and will they be publicly available as well?
I can't say at this point in time.
Okay, could you take that on notice, perhaps?
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Mr. Withers, I just have a few questions for you as well, and my colleague kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but I thank you for coming, and I know that you're relatively new to the role, and I promise we won't drag you to a bunch of estimates every time, because I know the joy that comes with preparing for it. But I'm just very interested in the role, and I think it's a good thing that it's been set up within the department. Can you explain sort of where you fit structurally, what team you work in, and if you have other staff supporting you in your role?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I sit between our child wellbeing unit and our mental health service. That's the team I sit in,
okay.
And I work really closely with the supports that are currently in place for schools. So when an incident of PHSP might be being managed at the school, I work with the network specialist facilitators.
Okay.
I work with child wellbeing unit field assessment officers, and I also work with our health, safety and staff wellbeing teams to ensure that those wraparound supports are being coordinated appropriately.
Okay, so who's your sort of direct line of report? Which DepSec or which area are you
Mr.
under?
Graham.
Under mine. Okay, sorry, Mr. Graham. And then in terms of, I guess, again, I don't want to put you on the spot, but your, personal professional background in this role, is your expertise from a teaching or a legal or where's your...
So I'm a teacher, and my role in schools was predominantly learning and support coordination.
Okay.
And then from there moved into a learning wellbeing officer role, so supporting schools across a number of networks in their support of students with additional needs.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also have fulfilled roles in attendance and child protection and behaviour policy.
Okay, that's great. And then you said before, in response to one of Ms. Boyd's question, sort of about supporting best practice. Mm-hmm. Where do you look to for best practice guidance, and how does that sort of play out in the day-to-day in your role?
So I look to the range of experts and supports already in place.
Mm-hmm.
So I work really closely, as I said, with those members within the department. So, for example, our child wellbeing unit has really close ties to the Department of Communities and Justice,
mm-hmm.
and in responding to child protection concerns.
Mm-hmm.
With the health and safety colleagues, they have access and clear understanding of police processes and supports in that place, as well as their risk management planning to ensure the safety and welfare of all our students. I work really closely with New South Wales Health clinicians out in the field, so Safeways and New Street, when they're managing issues of complex PHSP within our schools. And I also seek advice and support from legal service colleagues and mental health services when they're relevant to the case as well.
Okay, and so if there's a specific issue within a school where there's been a student presenting with this behaviour, does the principal, through those different areas of the department, and I appreciate the context, but I'm trying to get to the creation of your role as a new one, does that end up being something that you look at as a case and providing support as requested, or is that a proactive role that you take?
In terms of the case management, it's as requested in some cases, but I also monitor the reports that come in. So essentially, my involvement is when there are additional complexities that may warrant additional support to coordinate the vast amount of advice and stakeholders that are already in play.
Okay. And do you ever do any work with the Chief Behaviour Advisor?
Not directly with the Chief Behaviour Advisor, but there are incidents and cases that I would be in support of. that would rely on behaviour specialist support.
Okay, and again, that just depends on the nature of the issue.
Depends on what's needed in the case, yes.
And is it limited to issues that happen sort of within school grounds on school days, or do you have a role to play if there's issues outside of the classroom, outside of the school, online? Where's the sort of, I guess, line in terms of your area? And I know it can be a grey area, but yeah.
Yeah, so essentially any incident that has an impact on the school setting. So they can be incidents that occur outside of the school setting.
Okay.
And depend again on the severity of the case, where it might be reliant on what police are doing, what DCJ are doing. But if it's coming into our school gates and impacting student safety and welfare within the school setting, then it still warrants a school-based response.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I don't have any more questions for either Ms Hargens or Mr Withers, and I think they're only meant to be here for 10 more minutes, but if you'd like 10 more minutes back, you're welcome to head off unless you've got any.
No, I don't have any questions either. If you
Chair, can I just, Chair, thank both Mr Withers and Ms Hargens. They're really excited to be here today, so I want to thank them.
I know that's misleading the committee, Mr.
For being fantastic employees.
And good luck
of
in the
ours.
role. I think it's an important one. So, yeah, all the
Thank
best.
you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Disda, I'm going to come back to you. I know there's been a few questions about the restructure of the department over the course of sort of the last 18 months. Are you able to provide, and I'm happy if you need to do it on notice, how many senior executives have either left or their positions been no longer required, or their role has been terminated? So how many senior exec have left? How many were eligible for a payout under the appropriate section of the GSE Act, and how much has been received in those payouts?
Yeah, like every agency, I'm bound by the government's target of a reduction of 15% in PSSE, and I'm working to deliver on that. I'm about halfway through delivering that requirement.
Okay, but can you provide on notice the specifics that I've asked for? How many senior executives have left, how many were eligible for a payout, and how much did they receive?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. I might go to you now, Ms Harrington, just quickly in relation to some of the projects that schools have effectively had, I guess they've paid for themselves in terms of accumulated funds or budget allocations that they then go to school infrastructure, you know, the capital projects that need to go through the appropriate processes within school infrastructure. I've had some concerns raised with me that even those projects that have been fully funded by accumulated funds or budget allocations, they've been transferred to school infrastructure, but they've been told that they're on hold indefinitely and no indication of when those projects are going.
Can I just help there, Ms Mitchell, and then Ms Harrington can give some guidance, because this is something I've directly spoken to all principals about.
Sure.
Yeah. So we've made it clear that any commitment that we gave, and that you gave a great example where the funds were transferred, that we deliver on that commitment. We've been very clear. I've just done 11 rural and regional roadshows where we spoke to close to 1,400 principals. I've said that in the live stream. There have been cases we've come across where there's been misunderstanding at the school level. We have said you need to be patient with us, that we'll definitely deliver those projects, but we need to prioritise our run rate of delivery on those projects. So Ms Harrington might give you some more detail.
Please.
But I want to reinforce to schools that money that they shipped across to infrastructure for projects will be honoured.
That's right. So just to add to what the Secretary said, our commitment to schools was any projects where funds have been transferred by the end of last year will be honoured.
Mm-hmm.
So asset management teams have been working with schools over the last couple of months to basically try and prioritise those works. As I mentioned earlier, with trying to do it with a real equity lens, as transparent as possible. So we're very conscious that those schools and those principals need to communicate with their school communities about the works and when they're happening.
Because I think that's the concern. School communities are seeing nothing happening for things that they assume they've had the money paid
so
for.
some of those projects have been in the system for several years.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a matter of just checking in with the schools again, understanding whether that's still a live need, and understanding the scope. We expect over the next sort of few weeks to be able to come back to those schools and confirm what is happening for this financial year. It's just taken a bit of time to engage with each school and make sure that we're prioritising the greatest need.
Do you have a list or a number of how many projects there are that are sort of on hold as you work through that process?
So the school funded works, as the Secretary said, we committed to honour all the ones that had been transferred by the end of last year. The
But
community.
how many is that? Is it
So it's
10,
a bit,
50, 100?
Yeah, so it's a bit over 2,000 were in the system, and that's over some as old as 5 years.
Okay.
So it's a matter of working out which are the greatest priority there.
Yep.
The community funded, so the PNC funded, are progressing.
Mhm.
That is a case of just making sure that we can, have the resources. We've got a certain amount that we can deal with in each asset management regional office, so that's just a matter of sequencing. But all those projects proceed. Obviously, those funds have been fundraised by the community and they proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back probably to you now, I think, Mr. Disdar. Can you just remind me of the process if a student or a child's on a temporary visa and wants to be enrolled in a public school, and I'm happy for someone else to answer this, what's the process of that in terms of the school enrolment for those on temporary visas?
Yeah, let me also test my understanding, and then Mr. Graham will correct me if I get any of this wrong, because I get mixed up a little with the visa classes. But we have the International Students Unit. They'll make an application through the International Students Unit, and then we'll help facilitate their enrolment into the closest local public school.
Okay, and so there's not an option for schools, for instance, to not accept students on temporary visas?
No, I don't believe so. We have to accept all comers, including temporary visas. We'll work with the family around their geography setting, also around whether there's a need for intensive English provision, because that's a very important provision. But let me just test my understanding with Mr. Graham. Have I got that right, Mr. Graham?
It's not looking like you've said anything wrong, so that's a good start.
No, that's right. I mean, there are differences depending on the visa class around school entitlement to enrolment, which we're looking at now in terms of which schools you're entitled to enrol in.
Okay, so if, for instance, a school has a concern, you mentioned the intensive English, that if a student perhaps doesn't have the English capabilities, would a school be able to say, look, we don't think that we're a good fit for that particular student because of those concerns? Like, where can a school say, actually, that's not going to work?
No public schools can say, we don't think it's a good fit.
Okay.
They can say, can we get help, Mr. Graham, Mr. Disdar?
Yeah, okay.
Can we get you guys in? Can we assess this case together? We're concerned we may not be able to meet all their needs. We're of the view they may need intensive English provision. Can we get you help? They can't turn the child or family away, though.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying that. The issues around parents enrolling outside of... Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Obviously, there's been changes in recent times to make sure that people are attending the school within their local area in terms of the enrolment policy. Do you have any sort of figures or issues where it's been raised with you that parents might have fraudulently applied for a school when they don't live in the catchment? Again, I've heard sort of scenarios of people pretending to rent houses or having fake, electricity bills set up and the like to be able to go to a school in a particular catchment. Do you have any way of monitoring that? Do you investigate that in any way, or what's the process there?
Concerns me. It's been raised with me, particularly high demand schools, but we don't have any centralised data capture on that, Miss Mitchell. We only would have what may be available at a local school level, and we don't require schools to keep that data. Schools may have how many out of area applications they have, but this can be an issue that I know Miss Summerhays has come across. I know Mr. Barakat has come across in their career when there have been DELs on the ground in high demand schools. It's lovely to have a high demand school, but then you want to make sure you're servicing in area. So we don't capture that centrally.
Okay, thank you. Selective schools, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit here, but I'm just trying to get through a few different issues.
Sure.
I know in the past there's been public commentary about the prevalence of tutoring, the use of coaching colleges, etc. for students with the selective school test. Have you done any surveys of those families or students that take up a selective school place to get an indication as to whether any of them have used tuition or coaching services for the test?
Mr. Graham might have info there, but another welcome development, that commenced in your time was to make sure we had the test that was, my words, less coachable.
Yeah.
Less coachable, because that's what every parent and child wants. So we have been able to make those changes. Another really positive, Philip, has been to have an equity cut across this to make sure we've got the diversity and we can capture those that might be doing it tough but have got enormous potential. And I want to put to bed any claims that they are of less academic merit. Because
I know it sounds like we've got lots of time, but I have a lot of questions.
Oh, it's just a passionate
So
subject.
just in terms of surveying any selective school students and parents about using external.
I'm not sure that we do, Mr.
So
Green.
no, we don't collect data on whether they use informal or formal or paid or unpaid tutoring, but as the Secretary said, we've tried to make it so, we provide samples of the assessments on our website, so you don't have to pay someone to familiarise yourself with the assessments.
Thank you. And probably for you again, Mr. Graham, have you got any data in terms of appeal applications that you've received, say, in the last 12 months? And I know that the selective school placement tests are only out recently, some a little earlier than anticipated, but I'm not going to go there. But have you had any data in terms of appeal applications either this year, or from last year, I should say, relating to the selective school placement outcome?
I'll have to come back to you with that data.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, now, got more. I've just got trying to work out what I'm up to next. Can I go to you, I think, Mr. Rooming, just quickly, just in relation to some of the numbers, and obviously I've seen the Deputy Premier's media release today about the teacher vacancies. When was that data captured? I think it's 1,690 something. When's that figure from?
5th of August.
Okay. There was also a mention today that the retirements and resignations are trending downwards, and I think last time we talked about what data was available for the previous year, but you indicated you'd have some more. Do you have any updated figures in terms of the actual numbers?
So we typically measure that and report that annually, but after the last estimates, we decided that we should definitely look at that monthly. And although it's an initial trend, when we got to July, the resignation rate was down to 3.21%, and the retirement rate was down around 1.6%, down from 2%. So we've been looking at it. Monthly. The challenge with that is, some people may retire in term 3 or term 4, so we're not sort of doing a victory lap as such, but the indication is that the retirement rate and resignation rates are slowing.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, Chair. Percentages is great, but last year you gave us actual numbers. You said that the retirement was 1,078 and that the resignations was 2,050. Do you have the raw numbers?
I'd have to come back to you on notice on
You
the raw
don't have
numbers.
them with you?
No.
It's just percentages can be misleading, so it's just good to know the actual figures. Sorry, Chair, do you?
Sure. Thank you. Just coming back to the number of, so not the maintenance requests, but the upgrade requests. You said that there was a 7-day average for responding to maintenance requests. What's the average for responding to an upgrade request?
So it is quite different. When they put the nomination in, there's no sort of set time frame because there is a large sort of demand in terms of schools asking for upgrades and additions. So it really does vary depending on the particular upgrade and addition in terms of sort of how quickly those are dealt with. But there is, across all our 2,200 schools, there are quite a few requests in the system.
Okay. Could you perhaps come back on notice with exactly how many requests there are?
Okay.
Is there any difference in the process for disability accessibility upgrades?
Yes, it is quite different. So I think, as the Deputy Premier said this morning, we have a requirement to make sure that schools are able to be accessible for our students. So through the integration program, we do need to make sure that we make the necessary changes in the school to cater to the students and staff who might have accessibility requirements.
Yeah.
So that is a requirement. We have a budget, but really we need to deal with whatever requests come in to make sure that a student can go to their local school even if they've got accessibility requirements.
So that's all very responsive. Is there any, I guess, what's the proactive upgrading to make all of our schools accessible? Is there a plan for that, or is it there's just so much backlog in the system still that we haven't got to that point?
the asset management teams do a really good job working with the schools to make sure, because it's hard to know exactly what each child is going to need from a accessibility point of view. So I think even if we had all the money in the world, we would want to make sure that we are dealing with it case by case to make sure that we are dealing with the particular requirements of each student. So I would say on many of the schools over the years, lifts have been installed, ramps have been installed to be able to cater for kids over time. So it's not a case of there being sort of a backlog that is stopping children from being able to access education within. Yes.
No,
but the case by case in some ways does suit the fact that we need to make sure that each student and their particular needs are catered for.
Yeah. It just, I guess we're trying to move towards a world where, I understand that there's a range of different needs for people with disability and particularly people with invisible disability as opposed to physical disability. I understand there's a lot of needs, but you would think that we would be getting to the point where at least everything is, from a mobility perspective, that we can at least access all of the rooms. How far away are we from...
I think, Chair, I think you're spot on. If any child is going to come in with an adjustment need, we've got to meet that need. But where you go to is, can you make sure your entire footprint can meet at point of need? It is a large footprint. It's close to 10,000 hectares across 2,200 sites. So whenever we're going to do an upgrade, we make sure, while we're at it, we can look at what the accessibility feature of a school looks like. So I gave an earlier reference of Mossman High. It's got buildings that are 140 years old against a brand new wing that's 1 year old. And credit to Lisa Harrington and the school infrastructure crew, because they've made sure that the accessibility needs can cut across building to building. So we do look for taking advantage of natural things that we've got in play so we can get value for money. But we do have a long way to go because it's a very large footprint and, it requires strong investment over time.
And times have changed. I mean, I'm not expecting that back in 1960 all of the new buildings were fully accessible.
No.
In terms of the new builds, though, are they 100% fully accessible?
Well,
now?
they've got that requirement. So all the design and the build has to make sure they meet that requirement.
Yeah. So it's just a matter of going.
You can't get sign off for build unless that's the case.
Yeah. So it's about going back and trying to.
And that's where it's. I'm not trying to avoid it. It is difficult.
And I'm not saying it's not a big task. I'm just
it's
wondering if there's
9,900
plan.
hectares. I know how many football fields that is, given my love of football, but it's across 2,200 sites. So anytime we're doing an upgrade, anytime we're doing maintenance work, whether that's reactive or planned, I've got to give real credit to the asset services officers on the ground who are looking to then take advantage of those builds or work to improve the accessibility of a school. And the other part that I'm a little bit proud of that I'm seeing come through in my career is meeting that child's needs years before they get there. We're becoming a little bit stronger in transition. So if we know from preschool to kindergarten that we're going to get a child with, X and Y and Z adjustment needs, making sure we can factor that in before they get there is really, really important. I mean, that goes to the value and sense of belonging, of embracing. Sometimes given the mobility and nature of our schools, we don't know until they just arrive, and then we've got to put our skates on through infrastructure and make sure
we want this level of accessibility to become the norm and not, there's a person coming, we have to suddenly change
and the other part I concur with you wholeheartedly, you mentioned earlier, Chair, is around our staff. It's not just our students, around our staff.
And carers and grandparents.
Exactly.
Exactly. So I guess a similar sort of process began in the area of transport back in the early 2000s, where we had all of the states and territories sign up to make transport across the board fully accessible.
Yes.
But within 20 years, they've missed that deadline. But there's been some progress towards
There's
it.
been lots of good work there.
Yeah, and one of the frustrations I had with the previous government was as far back as 2019, they still couldn't tell me what was left to be done in terms of knowing what was accessible and what wasn't. Does the Department of Education have an idea as to what is already fully accessible and where that work needs to be done in the future?
Ms Harrington might want to make comment, but I think we're improving in this area too. Why I know that to be the case, Chair, when Ms Summerhayes and I were principals, we had an asset service officer for 40 schools. We're all lucky to see him once a year. Our asset service officers do a huge job, and we've given them a ratio of 1 to 10 schools. They are in and out of those schools on a regular basis. So they're the ones that are keeping us updated on what that school need is and where the facilities lie and what condition they're in, and
So
that
is there
goes to
a
things like
central
accessibility. Ms Harrington might want to add
We
to
can
that.
come back on notice, but I do know that the majority of our buildings were constructed prior to the Disability Act, so it is a big task to go and rectify all, but we can come back
And I
with
do
a
appreciate
specific
it's a big
figure.
task. I just would like to think that we've begun an audit to go, well, this is what it would take, rather than just letting things flow until we do get, hopefully one day, that requirement that everything be made accessible. Okay, that's incredibly helpful. Thank you. I'm just going to turn... Can we just do some, some basic questions around numbers of children with disability in mainstream schools? Are you able to tell me sort of how many have separate support units? Can you come back with the data on that in terms of how many of our schools have separate support units, how many there are?
Yeah, Mr Graham might have the figure about how many support units we've got in the system. But 1 in 4 of our children in our care in public education have an adjustment or adjustments or require adjustment or adjustments for disability. But as to the number of support classes, I'm not sure if Mr Graham's got that.
We have just over 4,500 support classes. That includes in our SSPs and in mainstream schools. But we can come back to you with how many schools those 4,500 are across.
Thank you. Do you have any visibility over how many students with disability are being homeschooled?
Mr Martin.
No, I don't have those figures.
Yeah. It's something that we just don't capture. That's right, isn't it?
The application form for homeschooling doesn't require parents or carers to indicate the reasons for. It's a voluntary section of the application form. So we have a proportion of people who fill out that indicated is that the reason they're moving their child or choosing homeschooling is because of disability. But in terms of the actual numbers of students with disability who are homeschooled, no, I don't have that data.
Okay. So, and that's, sorry, just let me get this straight. So that's because we have a voluntary field rather than it being a mandatory thing, which is fair enough. Okay.
Of the, since it's been a voluntary field, I think about 80% of parents or carers are filling something out.
Yeah.
And I can get the proportion of those that indicate that it's because of special needs, but yeah.
That would be really useful. Thank you. Maybe one for you, Mr. Disdar. Just, I understand, well, I know because I get a lot of constituents coming into my office and asking me to try and help them. People whose children have been excluded or expelled from schools, or there's been an incident of restrictive practices or something along those lines, where they have basically come to the department and tried to get some sort of rectification for that situation. How many of those result in legal action?
Yeah, I wouldn't have the data to my fingertip. I'm happy to see what we've got available and make that available to you. But I was looking at expulsion rates in the system recently, because I wanted to look at the time when some of us around the table were principals. And, you know, there's been a significant decline in expulsion rates in the system, and that goes to what I believe to be the great work that our schools do in making sure they can meet the needs of students. Sometimes, you know, there's system support around what the best wraparound support looks like, but you know, I'm ashamed to say when we were principals, expulsions were more common, and it's a pleasing trend to see those decline. And even if we enact an expulsion, we have to work with that family and that student at a system level to look for ongoing education provision. So it may be that we determine that it's no longer fit at that setting, but we certainly don't cut them adrift and say, find your own way here. We have to work with that family to look for an alternative provision. That may be, you know, a neighbouring school, it may be a specialist setting that may be required, it might be a support class setting that's required.
I understand that some work has been done establishing an independent complaint system. Is that correct?
Independent complaint system?
Yeah, I know it was a recommendation of the Disability Royal Commission, I believe, in the New South Wales Government's response, that there was an indication that an independent complaint system had already been established of some kind. Is that correct?
It's not ringing a bell for me. I'll see if Mr. Graham's got any info, but it might be getting confused with our recency of updating our complaints handling guidelines for parents and for staff. We made that distinction clearer. I'm taking you back a couple of years only, because it was the one and the same for the complaints policy. So we did make it clearer around the procedures for staff as opposed to parents and community. You know, I'm wondering if it's getting confused in that.
Maybe.
We don't have any other independent setup, unless I'm missing something, Mr. Graham.
No, there's the revised procedures, and there's also there is a section of PES which has the feedback and complaint section in it, which does do some of that work.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. In the last budget estimates, we talked about the out-of-pocket expenses, and we were looking at that time at the 2023 interim report. Obviously, we don't have the audited full report at the moment, but the financial year has ended. What is the trend looking like in terms of parents' out-of-pocket costs?
Well, let me come back to what figures we do have. I don't have them at my fingertips, but since 2020, we've provided the same consistent advice 4 years running, that voluntary contributions, schools must stress that it's voluntary, cannot use the words fees or mandated. We've got to respect the capacity of our communities to pay. And we've also capped the rates. We haven't allowed for increases because we've been cognizant of the cost of living in New South Wales, as well as, you know, the pandemic and then unfortunate natural disasters, from starting with drought but bushfires and floods. So it's a message that we've been reinforcing. Ms Summerhayes has been doing the same since she became Deputy Secretary, but we have kept those fees at their notional caps and have not allowed for increases.
Okay. So we'll have to wait for those figures.
That's on voluntary contributions. Of course, you know, parents, and I want to thank parents across the state and the P&C Federation, you know, they do a range of activities that can go to support schools on excursions, on camps. I was at a wonderful public school on Sunday for their fete, their biennial fete, all volunteer done, and, you know, they put that money into helping those that can't meet, you know, for, activity costs like excursions, etc.
So if you're at a school where you've got this sort of voluntary excursion or sports activity and you can't pay for it, and there's no fundraising or other means of paying for it, do you just not go?
So our position has always been clear in public education that no student can be excluded from the curriculum and learning activities, and I consider excursions to be the same, a learning activity, because it'll be tied to the curriculum. Cannot be excluded on the grounds of whether they can afford to pay or not. So schools, we ask schools to use their operational budget, their equity loadings, to make sure that those who may be in financial difficulty or can't meet the costs, they meet the costs so that those activities can occur. In fact, Ms Summays could probably point you to a range of schools that never even ask for those costs and just run those activities free of charge in recognition of the community that they serve.
So there's a lot of third-party providers. So, I know with my own kids that we'll get a form come back that's like, do you want to do, flip out or climbing or 10-pin bowling, say.
Yeah.
And they all have quite a cost attached.
Yeah.
And parents feel that they have to look and go, oh, can we budget for that to actually pay for it? In those circumstances, it's not necessarily it's because the money is flowing through to a third party. In those circumstances, what is the ability for a parent to say, no, my child can't go with their friends to that thing?
I want parents to feel comfortable to say to the school, I don't have the capacity to meet this. I would like my child to participate, and I expect my principal and school to say we'll meet that need.
But I guess not every family can do it, and so if you're in a...
I'm very respectful and appreciative that, parents may find that difficult to do, or, may have cultural sensitivity around that, or might not want to reveal what their circumstance looks like. And I think we could do a better job as a system at reinforcing to families that they need not feel discomfort in being able to ask the school for help around an activity, because the result here is that we could have a child miss out on an experience, and I wouldn't want that to be the case. I know no principal in the state who would want that to be the case with a family who was before them and said, I need a bit of help.
It's very hard for families when there's one thing of being at the point where you literally can't afford anything to then go and ask for something. But there is a lot of families that are just so under strain, and maybe, a family or parents decide, well, we're just, going to eat beans on toast for a week so that we can allow our child to go to flip out. They're not going to go and ask the school in that circumstance.
I really respect and appreciate that, and that's where I feel we can get a bit stronger and, to give stronger guidance to schools to reinforce that. But my operational experience here is that principals are very respectful and very understanding of the school community that they serve. If you're talking a principal leading a school in a disadvantaged context, then they are likely to waive that across the board to make it happen and absorb those costs internally. I know many schools in southwestern Sydney that I've had the opportunity to visit in my career, and I can name many, who don't ask for a single dollar of voluntary contribution or don't ask for any costs around activities and just make it happen. We still have to seek parental permission around those activities, but don't ask for the financial contribution because of the points that you raise.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to rest there because it's 5 seconds to go,
Chair.
and I'll go back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to you, if I can, Mr. Rumi. Ignore that bell as well. Just in terms of overall teaching numbers, and I'm happy if you need to take this on notice, but do you have figures in terms of, within the department, how many permanent full-time equivalent teachers there are at the moment?
Just give me a second. Actually, I've got the vacancy numbers in FTE. I'll come back to you on the workforce numbers.
So if you could take on notice for me.
Sure.
So the number of permanent FTEs and the number of temporary FTEs teachers for both, and then also the number of SLSOs and the number of school admin and support staff. The most recent data, if you've got it, say, from the start of term 3 this year, that's fine, but whatever you can provide. And could you also provide on notice the same data sets for 12 months ago as well?
Sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Martin, sorry, just a quick one for you in terms of new teachers entering the system. What are the numbers like so far this year in terms of new approvals to teach? And I appreciate that's across all school sectors. Do you have any data in relation to that?
Can I take that on notice? I'll try and find it.
Sure.
Add it into a later answer.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. I wanted to ask now about Rankin Springs, a school that I've asked about a couple of times before. Happy to direct it to you, Mr. Disdar, but Ms. Summerhayes might also want to answer depending on the nature of the question. I've had some more community concerns about the student enrolments going down. I think they're now down to 19 pupils, whereas about a year ago they were at 32. Is there any feedback in terms of the declining enrolments, but also could you provide any information in terms of the principal's position and having someone permanently in that role, where that's up to as well?
Sure, just see if Ms. Summerhayes has got any info
I'd have
on
to
that.
take on notice the enrolment numbers precisely, Ms. Mitchell, but what I can tell you about Rankin Springs is you would be aware that we have been going through a recruitment process for a new principal in a community that has been very active and very involved in their school, but also a little bit split in community about how we do that, and I know that you're aware of that. So we're working very closely. The Dell has a really good relationship with the community. They are speaking with her regularly about how the progress is going on the recruitment for a new principal, and I'm happy to come back to you with on the numbers on enrolment.
Okay, is there a financial incentive with that principal position that's been added? I've been told that there is. I just
Yes,
wondered if
I believe there is.
Yeah, can you? And I'm happy for you to provide on notice how much.
What that incentive is, certainly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And sorry, if you can also just again on notice is fine. Because my understanding is the position's been advertised possibly a number of times, but it still hasn't been filled. So if you
Yes,
could.
unfortunately that's not uncommon for many of
Yeah.
our country areas, as you would know, Ms. Mitchell. Yes.
Okay, but if you can provide any further information
Of
on
course.
notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, if I can.
Yes,
answer
please,
that.
Mr.
So
Martin,
it's
go for it.
4,425 teachers as at the 30th of June. So for 6 months of the year, 4,425 granted either conditional or provisional accreditation.
Thank you very much. I've got 23 seconds. Do I bother to? No, maybe I've got a lot. I don't have a quick one. Maybe I just won't. Maybe I'll give up my 17 seconds.
Oh yeah, you've just talked for it.
There's a lot I've got. Anyway.
I will ask in my little 3 minutes.
I'll give you
whatever I've
8
got.
seconds, Chair.
Thank you. It's very kind. The other thing that we talked a lot about last time was the canteen sales and the sort of increasing prices that were being faced by parents when it came to school canteens. And just from speaking to other parents, I know a lot of this is to do with, as we've got cost of living pressures, people are also getting busier and busier. You know, parents are commonly now 2-income earning households, and they don't have time to be packing full lunches. So the school canteen has become particularly important just at the same time as
Amen.
a bunch of them have become sort of privatised and you know, whether it's making profit for a private enterprise or profit for the school that's going to school funds, it's still an increase in out-of-pocket expenses for parents. Has anything changed since we last spoke about this? Has been any focus?
You know, happy to get what data we've got, but you know, we've still got lease canteens, and we've also got parent P&C run canteens. Unfortunately, sometimes I come across the school wanting to have a canteen but can't get a canteen up and running. So, you know, they've got no interest from a lease, or parents are busy and can't, you know, volunteer the services. So that's where our we've got some folk in infrastructure that try and help out there. We've also been trying to take the pressure off schools around some of this work when the lease does come up. So how can we help them to streamline those processes, maybe lead some of those processes for them to make it easier for them. But I must say, as a father in the system, I'd be in a lot of trouble without the canteen in the two schools my kids are at, and I look at the menu with envy sometimes, thinking if only I could order from it as well. Yeah.
My daughter works in the canteen at her school. She gets free mac and cheese for it, so it's.
I can't help. Do you go to canteen duty? It's great.
No, I don't have time to do the canteen duty.
I do now.
I'd encourage all the committee to. Miss Mitchell's been a leader in that front, so I'd encourage all of you to volunteer in the canteen.
I would love the opportunity, but I do not have the time. Anyway, this is not about me. But in terms of the department actually looking at whether there are certain canteens that are charging too much, or if there's anything that the department can do to rein in those the expenses at those canteens. Is there
I know
anything
when
that
we're running a lease process, all applicants have got to comply with a healthy canteens policy, that we make that available. I'm sure pricing becomes part of that as well. I'm just looking at Miss Harrington, whose area helps schools on that front. She might have more info.
The work that we're doing at the moment is trying to support PNCs with sort of an easier to understand, more plain English licence. So to sort of support them, obviously we recognise PNCs have a vested interest in a successful operation of a canteen in a school, so we're doing what we can to support those who are interested in participating. That work is underway right now.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. I guess I'm looking to see if there's any sort of guidelines or regulation. For instance, you could put something out saying, if you're running a notionally not-for-profit canteen, rather than taking money and using it to fundraise for the school, if you could, maybe make the products cheaper for those children who are sort of least able to afford it, that sort of thing.
Yeah. The straddle here is that those lease canteens, the provider's looking at trying to make money from the canteen operation.
Therein lies the problem.
The ideal would be to have, P&C run canteens right across the state, but also respect and appreciate that parents across the board don't have the time or in their working lives, in their busy lives, don't have the capacity to. So, if we had our way, it'd be all not-for-profit out there and driven to meet the needs of the
because there is a
of
happy
the
in
kids.
between. There's people being paid a fair wage to work there, but they're not being profits skimmed off the top from private operators.
I have done canteen duty at Canley Vale High School with 1,500 hungry young adolescents at lunchtime with a yellow vest on. And let me tell you, it is some task, and so it was like a military operation, and that's a leased operation. Given the size and scale, we'd need almost 100 parents volunteering there on any given week.
Well-paid workers.
Yeah, true.
Well-paid workers is where I'm going with this. Mr. Nanva, did you have any questions on behalf of the government?
Oh, go on, Bob. Free will.
Oh, it's just afternoon tea.
I'll take your time if you want it.
Apparently you don't get to.
You don't get it. Well, there you go.
There you go. All right, fine. In that case, that brings us to afternoon tea. We'll be back 15 minutes.
What have we got? 15.
if I could welcome everybody back. Catching my good breath. And we'll, if we could start the, we'll start with the opposition.
I think
20 minutes. And I might hand the chair to my good self. And if I could start on the issue of civics. Mr. Martin, thank you very much. And if I could just start by asking Mr. Martin, just in terms of the curriculum and the teaching of and the teaching of civics, or the subject of civics. Yep. Just in terms of what we might know about it, where does it sit in the curriculum? How is it taught in the classrooms?
Well, thank you for the question. We haven't dealt particularly well with civics and citizenship in previous syllabuses. We received some criticism, I think, from various stakeholder organisations. We were, in fact, probably not as up to date on civics and citizenship in our syllabuses as the Australian curriculum, so we had them as a guide. We've spoken to a range of people and included it now as a mandatory or essential learnings in K to 6 and 7 to 10. In K to 6, it goes to issues of the origins of the parliamentary democracy. It talks about Magna Carta, I think, is there, things like referenda, understanding the upper and lower houses, how the states and territories work in terms of government. By the time you get to 7 to 10, it occupies both mandatory and elective parts of syllabuses, so it's there in commerce as an elective. It certainly sits in, depending on which parts of the history that you focus on, and in the mandatory history as well. So we've got much more coverage. I think we've been getting reasonably positive response for including it. Mm-hmm. I think that once the students, there is a suggestion, or there are arguments sometimes that it's a kind of dry argument. It's a bit prosaic as an area of study. I don't think it is. I think that students will enjoy it. There's an enormous amount of work that teacher support can provide for teachers, various professional development to make this enlivened in the classroom. Mm. So it's been a great move forward, I would argue.
No, thank you. And Mr. Martin, if I could just, and I think you might have touched on this, in terms of the civic, in terms of sort of the subject or the civics education, it's currently integrated with other subjects, or is it a standalone?
It's integrated in the HSIE in K to 6 and in the standalone history in 7 to 10.
Mm-hmm. So does the department play a role sort of ensuring that civics education sort of is consistently taught across all schools?
I'll refer the department to the department's processes to the department, but the syllabuses are mandatory in the sense that the knowledge in them is essential. Teachers must cover it. It is now the content is less in terms of amount. So that there is more opportunities for teachers to complete the work that's there. It was quite cluttered and overcrowded, and there were many options for teachers to pursue, plus not enough actual content. So my view is that all students in New South Wales will cover the content in the classrooms without it necessarily being a standalone subject. My personal view is that best sits within history or HSIE in primary school.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, and this might be to the department, but just in terms of are there measures, or are we monitoring this, or is there sort of any enforcement of this? As you can imagine, parents are reporting to me different students are having different experiences and exposure to civics than others. When I go into the schools and they want to hear more about the parliament. To some kids, there's absolutely no knowledge or awareness. And then they go, well, hang on a moment, where does civics actually sit in the curriculum? Mm. So I guess, Mr. Disdar, just in terms of monitoring or enforcing, how do we do that?
Yeah, I think Mr. Martin was covering it really well. I think you'll find from here a real improvement, because the syllabus documents have given a much greater clarity to teachers across this state around what's required to be taught for civics and citizenship. I think as parents we'll have much better line of sight through the K to 6 syllabus documents, as well as the history K to 10 documents around the requirements for civics and citizenship. So I'm looking forward to even improved, not as a result of the capabilities and capacities of teachers, but syllabus clarity, improved uptake of understanding of parliamentary practices, democracy, the cornerstones of civics and citizenship. Of course, I wouldn't rule out the commerce syllabus, has always been strong in this front, but that is an elective subject in years 9 and 10. I know there's reinforcement in senior syllabuses by way of legal studies and business studies and economics that touch on these areas, but not all students undertake that.
And
so,
Mr. Disdale,
yeah.
Any consideration within the department, or whatever the process or arrangement is that you guys have relating to the curriculum for establishing civics as a standalone subject, to ensure uniformity and the importance, across New South Wales schools?
We respect and adhere to the NESA syllabuses
Yes.
and subject offerings. So we'll work on delivering the curriculum requirements that are across the board through the K to 10 syllabus. And Mr. Graham's area will work on making accessible lessons available to teachers in this area that are evidence-based.
So that would be Mr. Graham. Sorry. So
Yeah.
is specific training to teachers on the subject of civics?
That's right, and with clear syllabus outcomes, we'll be providing materials and lessons around them, and that will provide a level of consistency. And it won't be compulsory for schools to use, but they kind of can calibrate against the department's materials that this is, a consistent teaching. We can provide them with assessment advice as well.
And would there be any data available that might show, how many schools in New South Wales, are actively engaging in teaching civics as part of the curriculum? Or?
Well, certainly 100%. And Ms Summerhayes might be able to talk to curriculum monitoring, because one of the absolute bedrocks for us is that we teach all of the syllabus outcomes.
Indeed. And I was just mentioning, Miss Merton, that it's a bit of a rite of passage that every year 5 or 6 student in a New South Wales school usually would attend the Canberra excursion. I certainly did 100 years ago when I was in primary school, and our children across the state continue to do so in most cases. So I know that civics is part of the instruction that leads to those extracurricular experiences.
Would there be any data available in terms of monitoring the teaching of civics in the curriculum?
When we do curriculum policy monitoring, our schools run through a rotational monitoring process, and all of our schools, we look at what is taught in our schools, K to 12, and certainly we are looking at all parts of the syllabus requirements.
Would that data be available?
We can give you information on curriculum policy monitoring. I would need to take on notice.
Just in terms of results, that's all. I mean, parents are saying, they're not being, it's not being taught, or why does school A know and school B doesn't? That's all. Just in terms of data, what we might be looking at.
Yeah, I can certainly take on notice how much specific civics data that we have. But also, I'd also say to you, Miss Merton, that when kids talk about what they're learning in a classroom, they may not identify it as civics, but they've been learning about Parliament, getting ready to go on the Canberra excursion. They've been doing work around the role of the Prime Minister, the history of the Australian Parliament. So how kids talk about the learning too, I think sometimes is hard for parents to understand which part of the syllabus is being taught in a classroom.
A lot of schools, Miss Merton, actually run a parliament, student parliament.
They do.
And I was just talking to a clerk here today whose daughter is at one of our fantastic public schools, and her daughter's the environment minister at that school. So a lot of schools actually run an entire parliamentary process, and it's a very powerful way of reinforcing civics and citizenship. But what I'd underscore here is, the syllabuses that Mr. Martin and the team have developed are now a lot clearer for teachers across the state around what they are to teach in this area, K to 10. So I think you'll see much improved practice.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Rumi, I think this one's also probably for you. Just in terms of department staff, not those who are working in schools, but those working in the different corporate offices, both in the Sydney area and across the state, do you have any data on how many full-time staff are working 3 days a week or more in the office currently?
We'd have to come back to you on notice. those exact figures. But we do have flexible work options, part-time, job share, flexible start, finish. But with those exact numbers, we'd have to come back to you on notice if we can provide those figures.
Sure. I'm just after full-time staff. How many are working 3 days a week or more?
I'll have to come back to you on notice, yeah.
And could you also, if you provide those figures, give me, if possible, what percentage of staff that is?
Sure.
Okay. And also, when would you expect to, I'm assuming it's not 100% at this point, but when would you expect to hit 100% of those staff back full-time 3 days a week, as the Premier has outlined is his expectation for the...
Can I just make comment on this, because I've got oversight and responsibility for the entire workforce. We're looking forward to delivering on the Premier's circular, as every agency will need to. I think there is a rebalance to be had here off the back of the COVID years. 85% of the workforce that I'm responsible for have no option of working from home.
I understand. That's why I asked specifically about
school
those
gates.
in corporate offices. When would you expect to hit the 100% of staff back 3 days?
Well, we're working on our draft policy. In line with the Premier's circular, and then we'll need to go out with our draft policy. I intend to consult with Mr. Romming and our workforce, and then we'll make decisions around
What's
what
the
that
timeline for that consultation, Mr. Disdale?
I think we should be able to achieve that work this year. We're in term 3. We're midway through term 3. We should have definite clarity heading into the new school year, if not earlier. But we look forward to consulting with our workforce and making sure that we can meet the operational needs of schools, because we're the support arm, how we can best deliver and achieve
Just
that.
wanted figures, but if Mr. Remy can provide someone notice, that would be great. A couple of quick school infrastructure questions to you, Ms. Harrington. Is there an update on the process of the new public school at Thaguna and where that's up to in terms of delivery? Sorry if I stole your thunder there, Miss Connor, someone who lives in Albury, but Dr. Connor, I should say. Apologies.
So yes, we are really monitoring that region in terms of the commitment there, in terms of the project. The development hasn't been coming on as quickly as we expected, so we are committed to that project, but we are just monitoring in terms of the development that school will service.
Because it's one of the schools that's been slated for one of the public preschools that we've been told will be open by 2027.
Yes.
So will that school be open by 2027?
So we're doing a lot of work with council at the moment, is the advice on that particular project. Obviously we are committed to the 100 preschools, and that is one of them, so we're conscious of that time frame and the need to deliver on that.
Okay. The new high school at Medowie, I've had some community members raise concerns in relation to I guess student access once that school opens. Medowie Road is quite a busy road. I'm told that there's not a safe access across that road for students, and a lot of them will be living on the other side of that road as opposed to the school. Has there been any costings or budgeting for some sort of safe passage for students to cross that quite busy Medowie Road in that project?
So I'll have to take the specifics of that on notice. Obviously we work really closely with stakeholders across, council and transport to make sure that when we build a school that there's safe access.
Okay.
But I'll have to come back to you on notice on
That's
those
fine.
details.
If you can take that on notice, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Barakat, I have a couple of early childhood ones for you. Not letting you get off the day.
I've been waiting.
Oh, I've with bated breath, I'm sure. Could you give me an update in terms of outside of the 100 preschools, just a general capital works fund opportunities for existing services? How much has gone out in terms of those grants, and is it still a process where those existing preschools can provide on an as-need basis? It's not open for rounds anymore, I think is my understanding, but how much is going out the door in terms of capital works?
Yeah, thank you for your question. There have been a number of capital works projects over a number of years. We will be going out with a future round shortly, and that is going to be $20 million.
Yep.
And that is from the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund.
But that's going to be for preschool.
That's for preschools.
Okay.
And in 23-24 financial year, there was $11.8 million distributed in payments for open projects.
Okay. So if you've got, I've got an example, and I might even share this one with you after. But Dungog Community Preschool, they've got an existing service. They've just purchased some land next to the public school, which has an old church and hall on it, but they need some capital to assist them with some sort of minor upgrades to make it serviceable. They've got a long waiting list. Would that be the sort of project that they would be able to apply for some of that $20 million that you just indicated is coming online soon?
So we're still finalising that round of capital works and the guidelines for that. But I'm happy for that service to reach out to us and we can have a conversation with them about whether it might be appropriate.
I may well just give you this letter that I've got here as well.
Happy
if
to
you'd be
take
able to reach out, because I know they've got they've got quite a significant waiting list as well. So they've got the land and they've got the buildings. They just need a little bit of help. But I think that would be great if you could have a look at that one. Thank you. I wanted to also just go to probably, I'm not sure whether this is Miss Scott or Mr. Disdar, but I've had some concerns raised with me just in relation to some schools use external providers to help them with some of their business management. They use some of their budget to do that, and I believe there's a number of people who around the state provide that external support in terms of schools and their sort of budget allocations and working through their finances. But one thing that's been raised with me by several of these schools is that those who provide those budget support services used to be able to remotely access some of the data in relation to the school budgets. They're now not able to do that. There's been a change. Can anyone provide information as to why that has occurred, and if it's something that's been done intentionally or if it's just an accidental overlook of a situation?
If Miss Scott's got some detail, I'm happy to go to it. I'll just encourage all our principals to reach out to us. I know we've got a strong finance directorate, and I know they're well placed to provide the expertise to schools, whether in person. We've had a series of rounds in past years in person or online. I'd encourage them to work with us, because you're referring to external providers, and schools may make that decision, but that internal expertise does exist. As to the specific of they're able to access data and now they don't, I don't have anything to hand. I'm not sure if Miss Scott's across it.
No, I'm also not aware of that matter, but very pleased, happy to look into it if you can provide us with the
Sure.
detail.
The advice that I've got is that these people who, there are, as I said, my understanding is there's a number of them who work across the state, often former principals and DOE officials who go and provide that expert support, particularly to small rural schools.
Yeah.
They can still go and do that, but they can't access the data remotely before they come, is the issue that's been raised with me.
Do you want us to take it offline and look into it?
That would be great, yeah.
You might tell us who they are and what that looks
Sure.
like, and we're happy to, because it sounds like they had access to something and it's not there.
Well, they used to have access, but now they don't, as of earlier this year.
Let's have a look, but I would encourage all principals to work with us for our finance directorate as well.
Okay, that would be good, thank you. Did you want to do a couple? Or? You all right?
Mr. Disdar.
Yes.
Sorry, my mic, sorry.
Yes,
Mr.
Ms.
Disdar, last budget estimates, I asked about the department's role and involvement in the Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
And the costings, and you didn't have an answer, and you told me at the estimates that it was a very small investment. Further questions on notice and were undertaken, and the cost of the department's involvement in the Mardi Gras was $30,000. Mr. Disdar, given the current budget environment, I'm just wondering what the department's plans might be going forward in terms of such expenses.
Yeah, I look forward to applying for the next round of the Mardi Gras, and I hope the committee sees fit to merit award our application. I'm deeply proud as Secretary to have marched alongside our LGBTIQA+ staff who are deeply committed to public education. As Secretary, while ever I'm at the helm, I look forward to marching with our staff and embracing them like we have. Miss Merton, I've done that parade and seen the faces on those sidelines, some people that I recognise in my career, just beaming with pride and saying, you recognise us, you see us. And if I'm going to stand...
I could just redirect you, Mr.
Well, no,
Disdar.
let me finish because it's really important.
That it was a positive experience for yourself. But
No,
if
no,
I
no.
could just, it's a
I
budget
was going
estimates
to our
hearing,
people. I was
and
going
I'm
to our
saying,
people.
in terms of the current budget environment,
Yeah.
what would the plans be for such expenditure going forward?
And let me finish because I was going to our people. Our people, including our LGBTIQA plus staff network, have commented and written to me about the profound impact that's had on them. We'll be applying again for next year's Mardi Gras. I look forward to a successful application and I look forward to marching with my people.
So you'd be looking at the similar expenditure going
I'll
forward?
be looking to a
Mr.
similar
Disdar,
investment.
the answer wasn't given to me at the last estimates in terms of the $30,000 expenditure. In the current budget environment, I ask you again, will this continue? Will there be another commitment of $30,000?
I will be putting an application with our people to, if the committee sees fit to accept our application, we'll march. As to the budget of that, I'm yet to determine that with our people, but I'll be putting some financial commitment aside for what I consider to be a very important endeavour, what my people tell me is a very important endeavour, and for one of the largest workforces to be embracing diversity, I consider that a worthwhile investment. So I'll be committing funds to it.
Thank you. Dr. Coe.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. You've led me nicely into my questions about how LGBTQI students and staff can be better supported. I wanted to follow up on the question, I think it was Mr. Graham who took the question this morning about the forms and wanted to confirm what the national standard was that you were referring
So
to.
I might clarify some of those comments. So we've now had another look into it. So ACARA, the Australian Curriculum Assessment Reporting Authority, they control the statistical standard. And they currently only report 2 categories against gender, but they do now allow the collection of additional categories. So we are looking at our collections across the department. It's a bit complex because we're going to do we've got to look at student, staff, and all the different student collections so that it's all consistent. And obviously, there's a lot of IT systems that underpin that. And I'm also advised that we are considering the Australian government guidelines on the recognition of sex and gender, and that is directly based on the ABS work. So we're undertaking that work at the moment.
Fantastic. I'm really glad to hear that. I suppose having not having had that data up until this point, how does the department understand the prevalence and the needs of
so we very
particularly
much,
trans and gender diverse students?
Very much focused on supporting every individual child. So every child at school is supported, and our department as a system supports every school to manage the needs of each particular child. So.
Yep, and if I can redirect you to the question specifically, if you're not actually asking at enrolment, how do you actually know how many trans or gender diverse kids there might be in a particular school or what those needs are?
Oh, well, so the school knows, and we support them in that way. So that's the most important thing. So it's true, we don't have a centralised collection of this many kids are trans, this many kids would report against the categories that we would be having in the future. And I'm conscious that no matter how many, the categories would still be a fairly discrete set of categories, so it would tell you something about a slice, but it wouldn't tell you about every individual particular child and what particularly their gender diversity, where that might be. So we're still focused on supporting every child, even without us knowing in head office how many would report X or Y.
Okay, thank you. There was a project from the Advocate for Children and Young People, which was the voices of LGBTQI plus young people in New South Wales. They made a recommendation that the department fund inclusion training for teachers and school leaders. Has there been any progress on implementing that recommendation? Sorry, but for whoever's most appropriate, I apologise.
Oh yeah, no, Mr. Graham might add to it, but inclusion's a major feature of all our training. You've heard lines of questioning around that. Stakeholders are pushing me to say there's more work that we can do in this front. We did partner with, and Mr. Graham will get the title right for me. We did partner with an external authority who's just has opened the LGBTIQA plus museum in Sydney. They're not going to forgive me because I work closely with them, Mr.
You're talking
Graham.
about Qtopia.
Qtopia's on the tip of
Qtopia, yes. Yeah. We've partnered closely with them. We supported them around curriculum development for excursions for our children and staff. So, we're at work to provide better guidance and more guidance to schools by way of our staff. Mr. Graham, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so that's we know how important it is for schools to be supported by the department, particularly in these issues, and so we certainly, there's work that we're doing. Qtopia and working with them is one of the things we're doing, but we're also working to support teachers, so we'll be, and schools. We're doing more work around that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm delighted to hear that it's possible to do an excursion to Qtopia. That would have meant the world to me as a high school student.
Yeah.
I'm interested more specifically, less in the staff who might be interested in this and promoting inclusion really well. I'm coming back to that report from the Advocate. There were certainly some pretty distressing anecdotes of lack of acceptance from some teachers and staff, but also just lack of awareness or lack of understanding, and so that recommendation was specifically around training for staff who might have no knowledge or no interest in inclusion. Is there any training being rolled out or prepared, or what work's happening in that space?
Yeah, and that's the area that I was referring to, Dr. Cohn, that stakeholders are pushing us on to say you can give better support to your workforce. You're certainly doing it through the LGBTIQA+ staff network, but how you can then grow that understanding across the board. So I think we've got work to do there. I think it's a fair line of questioning that you indicate to us. Let's come back to you with what we intend to do in that space. We could provide better support for our workforce.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm moving to a completely different topic. So I just wanted to ask about early childhood education and care. So the federal government announced that they're going to fund a 15% pay rise for early childhood education workers. It's my understanding that educators who work in local government and council-run early childhood education centres would be eligible for that. Is that correct?
Mr. Barakat's our resident expert on this.
Thank you. So the announcement by the Commonwealth Government to fund a 15% wage increase is for CCS subsidised services only. So I think it would depend on the nature of the council-run service to determine whether they would receive that payment or not. We are conscious that there are some awards across New South Wales that are not captured as part of that, and we're working to understand the implications for those at the moment.
Okay. And have you had meetings with relevant stakeholders in the local government sector here in New South Wales?
So what we have been doing since the Commonwealth made their announcement about that pay increase is working with the Australian government to understand the nature of that program and what the guidelines are going to be, because until we have full visibility of those guidelines and the approach that the Australian government is taking, we can't fully understand the implications for our services in New South Wales. So that's our first step, and we do expect that the Australian government will publish those guidelines sometime in October.
Okay, thank you. There was also a recent announcement by the New South Wales government for 1,300 apprentice and trainee positions in local government, which is a really excellent initiative. Is there do you know how many of those roles will be allocated to early childhood education and care?
Ms. Reid might talk about the apprentices and trainees.
Sure.
We've got a government commitment to deliver for Mr. Wan, but this one goes specifically to local government.
Sure.
Ms. Reid might have details on
I'd
that.
have to take those on notice. I'm not sure whether they'll be allocating specific numbers of places to particular occupations, or whether it'll be more for councils to kind of decide the workforce that they both need and can support, and then using that to access the scheme. I can get more information on that.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be really interested to understand. I was reading the report that the department did on early childhood services, which was really an informative report, and particularly the comments that council-run services were particularly strong in looking after people from marginalised or vulnerable communities in a way that the private sector hasn't. I'm really keen to understand the investment from the government in council-run early childhood education.
Let's come back to you with specific info on that, if that's okay.
Thank you. There was also a recent announcement for $10 million in early childhood education and care as part of the Western New South Wales workforce activation package. And so I understand from the announcement that was for establishment, expansion or upgrade of early childhood education care facilities in local government in Broken Hill and Cobar. Is there any more detail about how that's being allocated?
Mr. Barker, do you have more detail?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to take on notice how that's being allocated, because while we have worked with the appropriate government agency on that, we're actually not the lead agency, so happy to take on notice what we're doing to support that.
Okay, thanks. I suppose my follow-up question with both of those schemes, coming back to your report on local government, was particularly noting the staffing challenges because of the poor paying conditions for educators who work in local government. I'd be keen to understand if there's any work being done from the department to address that.
So as I indicated, we are working with the Australian government to understand the implications of their recent announcements. There is also a supported bargaining piece for community preschools in New South Wales, which has been lodged with the Fair Work Commission. That was lodged just recently. We are going to be looking at the outcomes of that application to make sure that we can respond appropriately to that.
There was quite a prolonged exchange this morning about schools being needed in areas that have been earmarked for housing and development. What work's being done for targeted establishment or expansion for early childhood education?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So all new public schools that are being built will have a preschool built as part of that process. And we've also recently met, members of my team also recently met with housing to understand the plans there and how we might collaborate on supporting infrastructure around early childhood in those areas.
Thank you. It's a fantastic initiative to have preschool in all of those new schools. Has there been any work to understand the need for long daycare as well?
We are conscious that long daycare is something that is one of the types of service that early childhood education and care can provide for communities, and there's a lot of interest in that. So the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund, which is a significant investment across 10 years, does look at how we can support children from 0 through to 5 in different types of care models. So we are exploring that at the moment.
Okay, and appreciate it might be needed to be taken on notice, but I'm particularly interested in that work in the context of these the growth areas or the areas that are targeted for housing.
I can take on notice that detail for you.
Thank you. And I had a couple of questions which I imagine you're going to take on notice, but I'm happy to put them on the record for you. I'm interested to know for the funding that's been allocated for fee relief for preschool. Is that for yourself as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it possible to understand that funding broken down between department operated, council operated, privately operated, etc.?
So when you're talking about funding, is this the amount of money that we provide for fee relief, or is it the amount of money that goes to the service?
Look, the question was about fee relief, but I think both would be helpful.
Yeah, so there's a range of different types of fee relief that we provide. And we've committed over $430 million in fee relief this financial year. But I can provide on notice the breakdown of the amounts that we provide to 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds through that.
Thank you, that would be helpful. And by the type of service?
And by the service type, yes.
Thank you, that's helpful. I think I'm right to hand back to my colleague, the chair.
Thank you. I actually don't think I have anything for this round, so
I'll go.
Yeah, I know you will. So back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, it might be Ms Summerhays, but I've just had some questions put to me in relation to Rye Park Public School down near Boorowa, which I understand is in recess at the moment. There's some community support there to have it reclassified as operational and to get some students back. Are you able to provide any information in relation to that particular school?
No, I'd need to take on notice, Ms Mitchell.
Is there anything generally you can say in terms of what would be kind of the minimum number required to get it back to an operational status?
Each school community is consulted, as you know, when we put a school into recess or are discussing whether we should close a school or not. So it's very much contextualised by the communities that we are serving. So I wouldn't like to give you a number out of a ballpark.
But you can provide on notice some
Yes, I'll
information
certainly
about that
provide on
specific-
notice about that specific site.
Thank you. I have a few quick infrastructure ones which I might do. So Lismore South Public School, Miss Harrington, do you have an update in terms of, obviously that's a flood impacted school as you would know, in terms of any kind of timeframes of construction to begin on that rebuild?
So yes, we had an information session with the community earlier this month, and some concept designs were shared. In terms of the timeframe, I'll have to come back to you on notice in terms of the timeframes with that. But we're obviously moving forward with being able to share with the community the designs of what the school will look like.
Yes.
But I'll come back to you on notice on the timeframe.
Could you also provide on notice sort of hopeful or planned construction commencement, but also estimated completion date as best as you can?
I'll take that on notice, yes.
And then also just in relation to Richmond River High School, and again, I know that there have been some recent plans made available. Are you able to provide any information or updates in terms, again, of construction timeframes up there?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice. So similar sort of story there where we've recently met with the community and shared some designs. I can come back to you on notice on the construction timeframe.
Okay, thank you. Googong High School, again, was also another commitment to build a new one there. Any updates in relation to that particular project?
I can come back to you on notice on, so stage 2 for Googong?
The high school.
High school,
Yeah,
okay. So we have the site for the high school for Googong, and we're at that design and planning stage. But I can come back to you with more notice on that one.
And again, as best you can, timeframes for construction and completion. And then in terms of, and I appreciate that there is a process that goes with this, and this might cross over into Miss Summerhaze's purview, but the catchment area for that particular school, and I've had some community members raise questions about the impact that there might be then on Carabao High School when Googong does open. How will you manage that with the local community in terms of information around catchment boundaries? And the timeframes for that as well, yeah.
Yeah, so there's an intricate balancing act with existing schools and what their boundaries look like. We look at demographic projections for the area. We look at as sensible as possible boundary cut-off points, because they can be contentious, you know. We've had historical cases where you cut off a street where one side of the street can go and one side can't, so we look at all of those things. But the key factors are the demographic projections of the entire area, the drawing area, as well as existing schools. And having visited Carabao High School recently, I understand their concerns.
Yeah.
We'd want to balance their viability alongside a new high school there as well.
Okay. And in terms of the time frame of that, obviously that's dependent on the actual build and construction of Googong High School, so there's no kind of clarity that we can give to the community about those boundaries at this
Once
point?
we know when we're opening, as you will recall, we like to try and recruit the principal a year in advance of opening, because there's a lot of work to be done, and through the principal we like to get other key staff on board. We like to start working with parents. You know, you want at least 6 months out, if not earlier, to have the drawing area, because you want to start taking prospective enrolments. But we've got a long way to go here. We've got to determine, you know, when we'll be opening that school, what year groups we'll be opening with. We've had high schools where we open only with Year 7. We've had others where we open with a stage, Year 7, 8. We've had others where we open with Year 7, 11. All of these things come into play, but at least 6 months out, if not earlier, we want to make sure we bed down the drawing area and start taking enrolments.
Okay. And can you just confirm with Googong High School, is that being funded through sort of DOE school infrastructure, or is it coming from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
I don't want to get this wrong. I'm not sure, Miss Harrington.
We might take that on
That's
notice.
fine.
Let's
That's
take
fine.
it on notice,
Thank you.
yeah.
Bungendore High School, just I know we asked about this a little earlier, but I just wanted some figures, and I'm again happy for you to take this on notice if you need to, Miss Harrington. Do you have any figures in terms of the total amount that has been spent so far on the temporary school?
We can take that on notice.
Okay. And are you able, if you can on notice, provide anticipated costs to maintain that temporary site both for this financial year and the next one, if you've got that available.
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
I don't expect you to have that at your fingertips in here, that's okay. Willie Armour High School out in Broken Hill, obviously there's issues out there with the mould, and there's been the commitment to rebuild. Is there any update on the timeline for that particular project?
So we are working really closely at the moment on that. Asset management is involved as well as infrastructure delivery in terms of the demolition of the existing school and also the plans for the new school. I can come back to your notice in terms of the timeframes, but we are hoping to come out to the community soon on the designs that in terms of the new build.
Okay. Has there been any consultation? It's been raised with me that, and again this might stray into other areas, but Allison House, which operated for a long time out in Broken Hill to have remote students come and attend local public schools, and it was operated independently from government, has had to close this year. Some of the community have been speaking to me about, while there's a new rebuild happening at Willie Armour, is there scope or possibility to look at some form of boarding facility for those more remote students who want to attend a public high school, who used to be the residents at Allison House? Has that been looked at all by the department?
It's not my understanding that we've had such representation come our way. I'm happy to stand corrected if any of our people are, but they're nodding to say they haven't either. So it hasn't been, it didn't come up in the community consultation we ran at the two schools either. So I'm happy for you to provide that detail to us.
Sure. So if I could just, I'll just take you up on that. So you might be aware that the local council has put together an education working group. Do I ignore that, Bill? Yeah. That is made up of local community representatives, Teachers Federation, the Mayor, invited members of Parliament and their staff. And the request was made for a Department of Education person to also be a part of that, but they were told that they were not able to attend. That is the forum where on multiple occasions local community have said they would like to look at that. The ICPA has raised it as an issue as well. It would be really useful, I think, if someone from the department, whether it's your Dell or whomever, was part of that working group, because that, I think the community, to be frank, feels that the consultation maybe hasn't been what they would have anticipated, and that's why the Mayor and others have formed this group. So I think if someone was given permission to be on that working group, I think it might help in terms of some of the community sentiment. So is that something that you can have a look at?
We're definitely happy to facilitate that. I mean, the consultation we ran was for the two existing school communities. People broader could have a say, but it was around what the provision should be, and that was loud and clear to us that they wanted two standalone schools. The Deputy Premier announced that. That's what we'll deliver. But on this working group, I'm pleased. I'd be happy to nominate someone local.
I mean, Peter Macbeth has been mentioned. He's a very good local Dell. If he's able to attend, I think that would be very well received by the members of that group.
He is,
so
and it will mean a lot to him to have that on record. He's one of our hardest working Dells out there.
He's very good.
Yep. I'm happy if you want to pass on, because I don't know the group. If they want to write to me directly, I'll make sure we get Peter there.
Okay, that would be wonderful.
Yep.
Ms Mitchell, can I just add that the stakeholders that you mentioned on that group were invited to participate in the consultation that we ran in Broken Hill. A lot of community members did, and a lot of organisations did.
Yeah. I get, and look, I understand that these things have their local context, but the feedback that I've had was that people felt that they were sort of told about what would be built, and it was very much about, this is what we're presenting to you, as opposed to what do you want beyond the two separate schools. And as I said, it's a very unique environment out there. A lot of families, particularly when it comes to high school provision, do tend to go into non-government schools just because of the boarding access, even though I know there's 3 obviously government boarding schools. But to me it just seems perhaps like an opportunity to look at if there is a chance to add to that provision in the Far West. I think it's probably worth looking at. So
yeah, I mean, we just put on record that we're not saying yes or no that we could pull
it
off.
No, I understand. I'm not holding you to it today, but I just think it's worth exploring if you're rebuilding anyway.
Definitely, given the context, it'll be good for us to be at the table.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. The social media forum that the Premier has announced recently, and I think it's in conjunction with the South Australian Government, is the Department of Education going to be involved in that forum at all?
Yes, we will be.
And do you know which education stakeholders have been invited to take part?
I know we're undertaking that work to support. It's the Premier's summit there. if I've got it right, there's a day in New South Wales and there's a day in South Australia. We'll definitely be at the table because we're a key entity here, but there's work underway on that.
Okay. Were you able, and I'm happy if it's on notice, but to provide any further information in terms of education stakeholders, student voice, who might be invited to take part in that?
Yeah, I
that
know
forum?
that I've already been asked around student voice, and I know you've got a very strong understanding of the Doves network out there and how we might capture it. But what I do know sitting here is that there's work at play. So I'm happy to come back on notice with whatever we've got at that time. I imagine, given the importance, there'll be a whole cross-section of stakeholders here. Definitely education will be at the table.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm going to turn now to just some questions to probably Mr. Martin, just about the changes to professional development requirements. And again, we canvassed this a little bit this morning in terms of the I guess, change to requirement to do the 50 hours in those 4 priority areas. But I was wondering if you could provide some more information in terms of the changes to the accreditation process for those courses. My understanding through media reports is that those who've got the current accreditation will have it until time lapses, but what happens after that? How are you going to ensure that what's being offered or what schools are doing is actually of a high quality, given concerns about potential, I'm trying to find a polite way to say it, maybe not the highest evidence-based providers coming in and doing professional development?
Sure. Look, I'll give a bit of context because we've been changing and developing policy in this space right since the very beginning of the New South Wales Institute of Teachers in 2004. We had a policy initially that because there were only 2,000 or 3,000 teachers who were accredited, the capacity of NESA to approve courses and have a very high standard for the time of approval process was okay. We could do it then. We ended up, of course, by 2018 having 140, 150, now 170,000 teachers. Each of those had to do 50 hours of endorsed professional learning. And then more recently, the policy that you're aware of in priority areas. In order for that to occur, we can't set up a system that allows or requires teachers to do professional learning in endorsed areas and not have enough professional learning for them to do. We endorsed the key stakeholders, i.e. the 3 sectors, as providers. So up until very recently, 80% of the professional learning that teachers were doing came from their employer. And they were able to identify by the employer at the school level or at the system level or the diocese level what priorities that each individual school needed to do within those 5 areas. We had at NESA continued to approve for people or private providers or not-for-profits who applied to us to get that endorsed status, and ended up with enough providers there in a variety of ways that teachers had additional choice if they needed it. Those providers will continue to be recognised providers because they've applied for and gone through a process, and we'll leave those on our website. They won't be mandated, teachers won't have to do it, but if they want a guide or an example of what NESA considers to be quality provision, they'll be able to see that on the website. The other
that'll be classed as recognised providers, not approved providers, accredited anymore.
Yeah,
right, okay.
That's right. So there'll also, though, we have 4, I think, committees, one on special ed, one on wellbeing and mental health, one on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander history and culture, and one on leadership, where if providers wish to have that recognition, they can apply to us, so we'll have those committees able to look at that work. The Aboriginal community in New South Wales is very keen that teachers doing professional learning in that space are doing so with the full confidence that the work is approved and provided with support by elders and land councils and whatever. So we will maintain the capacity to recognise PD, and we'll add to that list of recognised providers as a guide for teachers. I think most of the PD, or a significant proportion, will come through and via employers, as is currently the case and has always been the case. And that's both an entitlement for teachers and also I suppose, a responsibility. But they'll also be able to have a look on our website and see recognised providers and be able to do other PD.
Okay, but just so the guide will be there, so a school can say, I'm going to go on the NESA website and this is who I'm going to get to come in and provide, Aboriginal education, PD or whatever. But my understanding is that there's no requirement to necessarily use providers from NESA. So I could decide, well, pick up the civics, I could decide post-politics, I want to come and educate people about Parliament, and I could go and do that and offer PD to schools. And I'm not a registered or a recognised provider by NESA, but a school could still engage me to come and do that. Is that correct?
It is correct, but
Right.
it's also the case that that's correct now under the elective PD, it used to be called, but it's a teacher. Sorry, it is. Was
Sure,
called
the
under
50
briefing.
hours that you could
Yeah, so
choose
they
from
could
for
already
whatever you
do
wanted
that.
to do.
We had anomalies in the system where a diocese or an independent school might have used a particular provider, a literacy provider or a phonics provider, under their own endorsement.
Yeah.
And that provider hadn't been endorsed by, for example, the Department of Education. So we'd have two teachers at two different schools doing exactly the same professional learning, one getting the hours under the priority policy and the other one not. So what we've attempted to do is move away from a one-size-fits-all policy regulated from Clarence Street and recognise that the best people, or the people best placed to make those decisions, not only about what they do, but the quality of what they do. So there is, as you say, the capacity for teachers to choose provision of PD, external providers or whatever, that we don't think are necessarily of the highest quality. But that's also the case, that's always been the case. Our view that good regulatory practice would for us to guide teachers into what is a quality decision, rely on their judgments about what they do in their schools and their systems and sectors. And when we do audits, which we will be doing, we'll get a much better sense of the areas teachers are going into and be able to provide advice back to the schools.
So
and the
how
system.
often are you going to do those audits?
We'll have a rolling audit. We haven't started, obviously, because the system's only been in place, a couple of weeks. But we'll have rolling audits that will begin in 2025. I think that gives us enough time to start. I can't tell you the number of audits. We've got staff that will do it. But we'll use those audits to provide information back to the systems and the sectors.
Okay. And the audit the audits will be on what PD the teachers are actually doing, and would it be on the quality or the provision of the courses provided as well?
Well, we'll get a sense from what they're doing to be able to have a look at those providers. And again, as I said, I think most of it's going to be, a significant proportion is from the sectors anyway.
Okay.
And we will be able to have a look at what they're doing and interrogate those providers. If we get an information back from a teacher that says, I went along to this course and it was terrible, we will go straight in and have a look, and we'll talk to and provide information back to the teachers and to the schools and systems about that course.
Okay. But that'll start in 2025, that auditing process?
Some of it will start in term 4, but most of it in 2025 for the transition period, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to some of the recruitment processes, so probably back to Mr. Rumming. Have you got any data on how many teachers have been hired since the last estimates through the Priority Recruitment Support Scheme?
We've expanded that scheme, Ms Mitchell, so thank you for the question. I think we're at around 110 schools right now, up from 79, so that has been that's been a good improvement. I'll have to come back to you on the number of people that have been hired through that program.
Okay, thank you. Could you also perhaps provide on notice how many of those staff received the full targeted recruitment bonuses that were available as well?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. The Beyond the Line program, can you tell me when the most recent iteration of that took place and where they went on that trip?
So that was re-established, I think we said in last estimates, in 2023, and we'll be continuing that in 24. We've got an intake in September, but also with 25. We do 2 trips per year. The March 2024 tour had 49 participants, and as I said, the next one is due in September.
So I'm a month early asking about those numbers.
Yeah.
Do you know how many are roughly slated to go in September?
I'll have to come back to you on notice, but out of the cohorts that we've done, 19 students are engaged in rural placements or rural scholarships.
Great. Are you able to tell me where they're going in the September trip?
I cannot. I think last time I said budget estimates, they were going to Mudgee and then they were going west from there, and we all wanted to join them in Mudgee. But I'll come back to you on the locations for the next one.
Thank you. And again, happy for you to take this on notice, but do you have any data in terms of the Rural Experience program and how many teachers have taken part of that so far in 2024?
So we've got 28 teachers that will complete that program in 2024.
Thank you. The Grow Your Own teacher pipeline, I know that there's a couple of iterations of that. Do you have any updated data in terms of the numbers under that program at the moment?
Yeah, so for 2024, the planned intake was 211 Grow Your Own, and I note that the chair earlier had an interest in SLSO, so this program is right up their alley. It's probably our most popular program. We've currently got 382 participants in that program. We're looking to do more in 2025. We're just doing the modelling on that. We ran about 520 scholarships this year across 13 or 14 different scholarship programs, and we're looking to do over 600 in 2025. So Grow Your Own will be a big part of that, but I can come back to you on the exact numbers for the next
Do you have any data as well in terms of how many people applied versus how many positions there were?
Not in front of me, but I know we're way oversubscribed.
Yeah,
so
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, so I'll come back to you on the exact number.
Okay. And the Grow Your Own local teacher pipeline, I know that that's Western Sydney, Dubbo, Queanbeyan, and I think the Murray area as well. Are there any plans to add additional regions or areas to that program?
So that's the modelling that we're doing right now.
Okay.
We think there's an opportunity in our rural and remote, and Chloe Reid and I have been having those ongoing conversations.
Would you like to say something, Chloe? I know you haven't had a chance today.
Oh, I answered one.
Yeah, just in just in terms of where those regions, we think they'll benefit significantly from Grow Your Own.
Yeah. Do you have a breakdown?
And sorry, those 4 areas you talked about were specific to high schools, so that was the difference in the first program.
Yeah. If you've got, again, happy for you to take it on notice, a breakdown of the allocation of those positions, sort of how many are going to each of those priority areas as best as you can provide?
Yeah, we'll come back to you on those.
Thank you. Do you have any? I could go all day, so I'll share. Here you go, Rachel.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask a question about the memorandum of understanding between, in terms of the, memorandum of understanding to strengthen accountability for non-government schools, and an agreement between the New South Wales Government and the Catholic Schools New South Wales. If I could just ask, does the government have a timeline to revisit the document and renew the memorandum of understanding?
I'll get Ms Reid to see what information she's got. It sits in our education and skills reform area. I'm not sure she's got it to hand. Or is it
So I'm sorry for my ignorance. I might have to take this on notice. Can you explain the MOU in relation to the
It's a memorandum of understanding to strengthen accountability for non-government schools, and it's an agreement between the state of New South Wales and Catholic Schools New South Wales
in relation to replacing the diocesan responsibilities for the Catholic system. Is that the?
Well, I guess the question, just in terms of what the status of the agreement is, and in terms of the time frame, in terms of the renewal of that.
Can I take that on notice? And
yes.
I think it might actually be ours to take on notice. I think that was under the current school funding agreement. So if that's the case, it would go with that timeline. So when we had a new funding agreement, we might refresh that documentation, but I'll take extra detail on notice. So
One of us will answer.
One of us will answer.
Thank you to you both. Thank you. Ms Harrington, I think this might be you. If I could just revisit, earlier in the day we spoke about Milperra with the Minister, and just in response to community feedback I'm receiving about a shortage of schools, and efforts being made as to a new high school in Milperra. I'm just wondering what we might know in terms of sort of student numbers or demand for schools. Is a new high school in the Milperra area in the pipeline?
So we have been looking a lot at that region. Obviously there has been a bit of interest in that site and that region. The advice at the moment, and we have been monitoring it, but the advice continues to be that the existing schools can meet the demand in that region. And we obviously do have some upgrades of nearby schools that are also assisting, but we are monitoring that closely, and at this point there's no need for an additional school at that site.
Okay, yeah, all right, no, thank you. And Ms Harrington, if I could revisit the issue of school infrastructure, and we spoke about this earlier today. in terms of the new housing zones and precincts and plans and the expected influx of new dwellings and residents and bigger communities. And if I could go back to the to the Hill Shire, the Castle Hill area, and that I am aware that Landcom, sort of announced in terms of the Castle Hill Showground precinct being one of the housing areas there, that School Infrastructure New South Wales has confirmed a new primary school is required to meet future demand generated with the wider Hills Showground area. Ms Harrington, I'm wondering whether we have a time frame or we know anything further about that.
I can come back to you on notice with some more detail there, but obviously we are really, we're working closely with planning. We've got, that area is of interest in terms of the transport-oriented developments. So, and following our enrolment growth audit, it's one of those regions that we're looking at really closely to make sure that we're aware of the housing in that region and we're able to make sure that schools are there for those communities. Mm-hmm. So I can come back to you on notice in relation to that particular project and timeframes. It's an area that we're talking to planning about a lot at the moment in terms of making sure that we can, with the Bella Vista and Kellyville precincts, that we're able to meet the demand in those regions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Ms Harrington, are there, in terms of current budget commitments to meet the increased schooling needs in areas such as this, is there current budget provision for such schools?
So as I said, there's quite a few projects that we've got in that region currently that we're delivering. The activity as a result of the transport-oriented developments are being captured as part of our standard processes as we look at enrolment across the region. It's another sort of driver that's changing the dynamics there. So we'll continue to monitor that through the normal processes of then putting to government what particular projects we think are required to meet the demand. But at this stage, there's quite a few projects in that region in the northwest that will deal with the forecast demand at this stage.
So, Ms Harrington, am I correct in understanding that in terms of the identified TODs or the transport-orientated development, that there's no further budget provision to meet increased schooling needs? It's being treated in the current budget environment?
It's a bit too early to say.
Okay.
So we're talking with planning at the moment. One of the things we found from the enrolment growth audit is it's not just the number of houses that are really relevant for us to monitor, it's also the number of individuals or families within those houses. Mm-hmm. So we don't yet have that detail from planning. We're working closely with them, but it's monitoring the number of dwellings, but also the number of families within those dwellings that will impact the amount of schools we need or the upgrades to existing schools.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the 8 accelerated TOD precincts here, with the Hills, Castle Hill, as you identified, being one of those, both primary and secondary schools within the existing schools within those precincts are over their enrolment caps. That's what we're being told by the community. Do we have knowledge of that?
So I can run through some of the projects we've got happening in that region. There's a lot of them.
But just in terms of the existing schools, it's saying they're over their enrolment cap. So I can cite, the Kellyville Ridge, it's near 400, Caddies Creek Public School, 400 students over, Kellyville Ridge, several hundred schools over.
Yeah, that's right. So the enrolment growth audit really showed that in a lot of regions, particularly in the northwest, the projections in 2016 were far outshot in 2023 in terms of that development coming on faster. So there's a lot of projects. We've got 3 school upgrades, 1 new school, in addition to 2 more upgrades in that region. So there's a lot of activity and investment happening. And as I said, we're working really closely with planning just to make sure that the additional activity that's coming on through the TODs, we're aware of not only where the houses will be and when they'll come on, but we have a good sense of the sort of composition of those households so that we're able to meet the demand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So in terms of the eight priority areas of the Todd housing precincts. Are we able to get a greater understanding of about budget capacity or where work might be at in terms of meeting increased student demand? I mean, the communities are concerned on this. The schools are full, more are coming. They're wanting to embrace larger communities, but they're concerned.
Yeah. That's right. So as I said, with the enrolment growth audit, we did a lot of work in looking at how do we make sure that we can meet the needs of communities, particularly in those growing areas. There's various mechanisms at the moment by which we're working with planning. So through the urban development program, we are able to have input into the detail of where that development is coming, and as I said, the composition of those dwellings. So a combination of the housing targets, where the TODs are, and the urban development program is allowing us to be really close to what's happening in those areas. And that's in addition to the actions that we're taking as a result of the enrolment growth audit. Things like having our own custom population projections. We take the common planning assumptions, but then we layer in more data, so Medicare data, and talking with local councils so that we're able to try and really understand what is happening in those regions and meet that demand.
Mm-hmm. And is there community information available, or are we just sort of hoping we're going to wing this and the schools are going to meet it?
No, definitely not hoping we're going to wing it. As I said, there's a lot of work going on at the moment. It is probably a bit too early to say exactly what we need in terms of additional schools or upgraded schools, because it is really about not just the number of dwellings, but the composition of those households, and we're not yet at that stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Fast Stream. That program, I understand, has been concluded.
We're not taking any further cohorts.
Okay, so but there are those who are currently part of that who've been told that those positions at those schools don't exist anymore, is my understanding. So what's happening to those who are in that cohort?
Yeah, there's 2 cohorts. We're working with each individual. We conducted a webinar with them through the School Leadership Institute, and we've reached out and made phone contact with each. So we're working with each individual. They've got permanent employment in our system, but we're working on what's best for them once the program finishes for them.
Okay, but that one-on-one contact happened after they were told that the program was winding up, is my understanding. Is
So
that
the
correct?
sequence of events is we sent an email to them so they could be aware of the webinar. We spoke to them at the webinar, and then we followed up with a series of individual phone calls.
Okay, so those who were part of it, and you'd be aware that some literally uprooted their lives to go out to regional areas or to different schools. What happens to those who might be in another area away from where they were before? Can they stay in that town, or how are you going to manage that?
Yeah, so we're individually case managing and taking a humanistic approach. In our staffing procedures, normally you only look at 2 surrounding staffing areas, but we have thrown that entirely open.
Okay. So how many all up are in those 2 cohorts at the
Well,
moment?
let me give you an example. I know of one case where an individual wants to be 200 kilometres from where they are at the moment because they've got family connections there. So we're working on their placement to the location they want to be at.
So how many, you said you're taking that sort of one-on-one approach, how many people in those 2 cohorts need to be looked after, for lack of a better term? What's the number?
I don't have that in front of me, but there's all up about 70 staff we're working with.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to also just ask about funding for a teaching position working out of Backtrack in Armidale. That's something that's been available for a period of time. Do you know, Mr Disdale, whether that will continue to be funded by the department?
I'm happy to take it on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Does Ms Summerhayes know, or you can take it on notice? Okay, thank you.
Mm.
The issues around consent education and the new curriculum, and I know that the Chair raised this earlier, so I don't know if it's back to you, Mr Graham. In terms of support for teachers and resources, what will be available and what will be the process for, I guess, the most sort of evidence-based, up-to-date curriculum resources for teachers in consent education?
So there's certainly the large range of materials that have already been published after the work that was done with the Catholic and independent sector off the back of previous work, so that consent information is already available. We also have their online approved set of providers that schools can use, and we've recently expanded the topics that are covered by those providers to consent education to maintain, to give that probity over those providers.
Okay. Can you remind me if new providers wanted to be considered to be on that online approved providers list, what's the process for them?
Yep, so the process is you apply to the department and there's a panel with a range of expertise that considers those providers, and then you come onto the panel and schools know what the price is and what kind of services they offer.
Okay. Are you, I have an individual who I met with recently who is doing some work in this space, and they're a survivor themselves, and they were keen to share some of their resources if it was going to be useful to schools. Are you able to provide, I'm happy if it's on notice,
Yeah, so we can...
some advice that I could pass on to that
Yeah,
individual
so we can
about
provide
the
some
process?
contact details for people who'd be happy to talk to them about,
Yeah,
whether they want to be a provider, whether they just keen on passing on materials, or other
Yeah.
people they might like to work with, because there's a lot of not-for-profits working in this area
Yeah.
that certainly we're aware of as well.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. I want to turn now to the curriculum rollout, so probably to Mr. Martin. Where are we up to in terms of, obviously I know there's been the recent announcements of the remainder, I think, of the K-6 syllabuses, but what's next, and what's the timeline, and are you on track?
We are on track.
Are you on budget? I haven't got to ask you that anymore.
We're on budget and on track. Look, there was originally 111 syllabuses, and as you're aware, there was a 4-year time frame which was almost impossible to complete. Even had we been able to, the load on schools would have been significant. The mandatory syllabuses are completed in terms of primary. The PDHPE has already come out for 7 to 10. History and geography, I think history is coming next and imminently. And then we will be completing and going through senior secondary, which won't be released until 2027.
Okay.
So the final date of all of the syllabuses is 2027.
So 2027 is senior secondary being released.
Yeah.
So when will they begin implementation, and when will they be sort of examinable for
Well,
HSC?
year 11 in 2027,
Mhm.
year 12 in 2028.
Okay.
I'll confirm a new timeline with you on notice, so
That would be
that's all
great.
very clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The changes that were made, and I'm just trying to refresh my memory, I think they came in this year, in terms of the 8R requirements for vocational education, and that change to allow more, and Ms. Reid might want to comment on this as well. Have you seen a sort of an uptick in the number of students wanting to take vocational courses after that came in?
So
place? If it wasn't this year, and I can't remember.
The change to Category A, Category B,
Yeah.
so there were two categories of
Yeah.
courses. For ATAR calculation, UAC had determined historically
Yeah.
that students could only do one of the Category B courses if they wished to have an ATAR. After conversation with the NESA board and Professor Shergold, UAC got rid of the categories, so students can do more than one Category B course. They still are required, if they do more than any Category B course, any vet course, still has to have an exam at the end of it for it to be counted for ATAR. So that's there are 12 industry frameworks where that is covered at the moment. The implementation, I think this is the first year of year 11.
Yeah, that was mine.
So we won't have data we'll have data that's from our HSC returns, and I can provide whatever we've got on notice.
Okay. Did you want to add anything to that?
Oh, I was only going to say, schools that I've visited recently, it's really well known and well received. So even one that I was in Griffith, like 2 weeks ago, were saying, "Oh, it's been so great because this student here was going to have to drop one of them," and blah blah blah. So it's definitely out there, but obviously, Mr. Martin will have the data.
So
next
anecdotally
year.
positive, but
Yeah.
more data coming.
I think very positive, and
yeah.
also sort of status-wise,
Yeah.
allowing students that vet is not a second-class option.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I look forward to seeing that data because I think it's going to hopefully be good. So we'll see. I want to ask, just in the budget papers, there's reference in it's budget paper 2. Budget paper 1, I should say. Sorry, it's been a long day. Just in the measures statement and some of the new measures, there's a dot point around human capital management program, release 3, but not a lot of detail. Can someone provide me an update as to what that next iteration is and what the budget allocation is, if possible?
We've released human capital management, the first section of the rollout. So we're at work for rollouts 2 and 3. We're happy to take the figure on notice so we can give you the accurate figure.
Sorry, I just couldn't.
We're happy
hear
to
properly.
take the figure on notice so we
Okay,
can give you
in terms of that. Okay, thank you very much. Vaping in schools, obviously an issue that, again, is not new. Is there any updates in terms of the work with health around how you're managing this in schools? Again, Ms Summerhays, you might want to add some context from your position as well. But is there any more updated guidance, advice going out to school communities in terms of vaping?
We held a very successful roundtable with health earlier this year around vaping, and we had stakeholders including students and academics, health experts, educators, partners in education at the table. We did capture a series of actions and we're delivering on those actions. Mr. Graham may have what those actions were. If not, we'll come back with what they were and where we're at.
Okay. That was earlier this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Could you, on notice, maybe provide the timing of that roundtable as well? I think there was media interest in it at the time. But
Yeah, there was media coverage, but there was a series of actions captured. I don't have it in front of me, but we'll give you those on notice and where we're up to with them.
And if there's any information, and not just what the actions were, but if any have actually been delivered or acted upon, that would also be good.
No,
to have
no,
that
yeah,
information.
we won't just list the actions, what we're doing with them. Yep.
That would be great.
Yep.
I'll just pass back to my colleague for a minute.
Thank you very much. If I could touch on life education, and recently had the opportunity to meet them and a lot of and to learn more about the important role they're doing in the schools. And my question would be: what is the current funding arrangement between the department and life education to allow this service to to operate and support students?
It's one of the approved providers. They do great work. And Mr. Graham was covering the list of approved providers earlier. Schools have always done so and can still do so, make decisions to engage life education.
Has there been any change to their funding arrangements?
Well, they did have historical funding, 2019 to 2020, and then there was 22 to 23 funding that was provided by government. There's no further funding, but the program is supported by us. It's an approved provider. Schools still engage what they up to them as an approved provider. In fact, I can tell you last week at Drummoyne Public School, Healthy Harold and Life Education were on site, and I could hear the buzz from Year 3 and 4 students when I visited the school.
So in terms of parent concern about life education, won't be able to continue at the level it was, what is the current funding commitment to life education?
Well, there's 2,200 schools in the system
Yep.
I'm responsible for
Yep.
who've still got the capacity to engage them.
But just confirm, there's no longer a central funding from the. You mentioned before.
No, there was
previously
historical funding provided.
Yeah.
That was
But that's not
Which you
available
said
through
ended
the
20.
The first lot was 2019-20, and then there was another lot in 2022-23.
Yeah, which I think was $2 million over that 4-year.
It was $2 million over those 4-year periods.
Yeah, so that's finished and it hasn't been extended, is my
No.
understanding. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump over
It was department funding. We haven't,
Yeah,
we haven't
yeah.
extended that.
You.
We still support the provider and we still support the provision.
Mm.
It's still one of our approved providers.
So in terms of the absence of funding, you make reference to support. What does that look like?
Well, we've got a list of approved providers.
Yep. But just in terms of the support, if you could just detail
We encourage our schools to engage with them.
Mm.
They're a good service and they fit well into the curriculum. Healthy Harold's been with us a long time and we support schools to take part in that. Yep.
I think he's 70 or close to. It
Mm.
looks very good for his age.
Well, the recent intergenerational report says, could go upwards of 92, so long live Healthy Harold.
Yeah. But just to follow on, why you say support, but what happens in practice is that schools determine whether or not they can engage those services based on their budgets is
sure.
in practice, and whether they pay in entirety or whether parents have to pay a proportion as well.
Yeah, but Miss Mitchell, I think it just goes to the earlier line of questioning around voluntary contributions, fees, excursions,
Yeah.
etc. You know, there will still be, even when we were providing that departmental funding, there were still schools that may have asked for a contribution for that.
Sure.
There would have been plenty of schools that didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll be watching that closely. Have I still got a few more minutes, Chair? I think so. Yeah. I'll take it. I asked the Minister earlier just in relation to the rollout potentially of a numeracy check, and she seemed to indicate that there's been policy work happening in that space for some time. Can anyone provide me an update on where that's up to within the department?
Yeah, Mr. Graham might give some detail here, but we've had a numeracy check-in that's been available for schools for a while, and so we are looking at that because...
Like the check-in assessment model, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
So
the media commentary tends to indicate it's a new thing. That's sort of what the Deputy Premier was saying publicly.
The move on phonics has been really strong, really welcome. You'll recall it had a bit of debate and discussion.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah,
yes, I certainly do.
It was good to back in the evidence. 2020 was a trial year. We're now well down the track. We're getting good results. We're making good improvement. So we want to do that on the numeracy.
So, but a similar numeracy check.
Yeah.
Is there any work done on what year, for instance, you might look to target?
So what
that
we've
to?
been looking at is the existing check-in assessment and how we might leverage off that.
Okay.
It is a topic of discussion at Education Ministers' meeting. It is something that's part of the Better School Funding report that came out. If needed, we think we could lead the way with this work for the country. I might get Mr. Graham to say where that work is up to.
Yeah, so since January when I started, the Secretary, I think one of the first conversations we had was about, you've done all this work in reading, what are we doing in numeracy? And we do have products, so we have the check-in assessment, we have the interview for student reasoning, which is K to 10. So we've been looking and working with our colleagues between our division and CZ around what something that parallels the phonics check might look like, and that's the kind of thing you've seen out in the national domain. Looking to see how we can integrate it into our own infrastructure so it's a lot more efficient. Teachers already use the same thing that they would use for the phonics check. Could you do that for a numeracy screener? So we're looking to provide the Minister with advice about what year that might be in, what time of year you might do it, and probably importantly, what we do with the results to be able to say, well, actually, these students are struggling here, this is what we would provide. So, we're getting ready to provide that advice up through the Secretary. I haven't yet briefed the Secretary on our wonderful plans, the options we might be able to do, and then through to the Deputy Premier.
But are you looking at the early, and I appreciate it's still under consideration, but I'm assuming you're looking at some point in the early years?
Very much.
Early.
So year one.
Okay, so similar to the...
Very similar to the phonics check, to be able to intervene early.
Okay.
Miss Mitchell, can I just correct something that I placed incorrectly on record?
Sure.
The vaping roundtable, I can only think in school terms, but the vaping roundtable was November 16 last year. I said this year. So let me just...
I won't hold you.
Let me just correct that. Yeah.
We're good to keep going, Chair? Excellent.
8 more
Do you
minutes.
have anything, Rach? Okay. I wanted to come back to the issues around, I guess, student outcomes and how that's going to be measured in schools. Obviously, there's the plan for public education that you spoke about, Mr. Disdar, at the last hearing. I asked the Deputy Premier this morning about outcomes and how things are going to be measured. Now, there's certainly been media reports about using check-in assessments, about using report cards, but effectively schools setting their own targets that might not necessarily be able to be compared across the system. Can you provide some more information in terms of how that will look and how you will measure those benchmarks against the plan for public education? Because with respect, the plan has a lot of lovely sentiments, but I'm curious as to how the actual data will be measured in terms of what success looks like. So could you provide information about that?
Yeah, no, I'd be delighted to. It's a really fair question. First of all, can I say I'm very proud of the plan for public education. It's the first time in my career that we've had 7,000 teachers provide input into a draft plan. So it's been really well received. We also recently put out a report card, a 6-month report card on the plan for public education, and I've committed to the ground that every 6 months we'll be transparent about what we've been able to achieve to date and what we're working on. And alongside that, we put out what our system measures will look like. People have been at us around the numbers, and there's a good reason for that, and we're going to come out with those numbers. because I know you have got a strong hold on this, but there's been some misconception out there. We've had a new NAP plan, it's the second year of it.
Sure.
All the psychometricians and data experts, that's not my area of expertise, have been advising me that you need a baseline to come off.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, already schools have a reading target, already schools have a numeracy target, an attendance target, and a pathways target for secondary schools. We do have a very strong OECD report that said, formally, department, with the government at the time, you did good work on targets, but if you really want them to resonate, you've got to not be top down, you've got to go bottom up, and you've got to respect context and trajectory, and that's what we're doing. But we are at work on NAPLAN reading and numeracy targets that are growth related.
For every school or for the system?
For every school, we're looking at for every school.
Right.
We'll have a system measure, but rather than go top down, here's a system measure, and then say the dissection for every school is like this, we're going to go reverse. We're going to go bottom up and work those school by school, and then have a system measure as well.
So you said that you'll come out with some numbers. I think you said so. I don't want to paraphrase, but
Yeah.
when I guess as a parent in the public system, you know, there were previous targets that were very easy to understand. There were system-wide targets, and I will be the first to admit during our government we didn't always meet them, but it was quite clear.
Yeah.
In the annual report, this is the benchmark that we're trying to hit across the system. I guess when will we see a return to that sort of transparency? Because at the moment it is a little hard to track where this is going, where the measurements will be, and how you can have that transparency.
Miss Reid might add to this, but the OECD health check on our reforms and targets said having targets and aspirations as a system at a school level and a commonality is a good thing, but you've gone about it the wrong way. You've gone top down and you haven't had great buy-in.
I get that, but to my earlier question, when will you, me as a parent?
We've just received those NAPLAN results.
Yeah.
And so we've now got 2 years of results.
Yes.
And so we're hard at work around what a baseline can look like and what a growth measure can look like.
Okay, so you would anticipate to have targets by next year?
Well, we're hoping to, the annual school plan, which is a 4-year plan, is always updated at the end of term 1.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at work to see what we can achieve in that time period.
Okay, because I suppose, and you know, I'll be frank, I'm a politician, we work in 4-year terms. It's very difficult for the public to judge or to make measure or, you know, views on accountability of the government of the day if throughout most of that term of government there isn't actually a tangible measure set, there's not an outcome. I appreciate your point in terms of the data set change for NAPLAN, but it does feel that we're, you know, 18 months into a new government and it's still not particularly clear, particularly for parents, around how to, I guess, judge success or failure.
First of all, what I want to assure every parent out there in the committee is that it's a fallacy if we think there's not targets already in play. There is. Every school's got a reading target. Every school's got a numeracy target. Every school's got an attendance target. Secondary schools have got a pathways target. Every jurisdiction has confronted what we've had to confront, a new NAPLAN, new reporting bans.
Yep.
All the experts say you need 2 years of data. That's just now happened. So we're hard at work to achieve consistency across the system, and we're looking at a growth measure because the OECD report and principals and teachers said if you only look at the top 2 bands, which were the previous measures, you don't capture every single child. You need to capture every single child. So we're at work.
So that's what the new measures will do.
We're at work to try and capture every single child by way of a growth measure. So there's quite a bit of work to do here. And the other complexity here has not just been the NAPLAN complexity, the new NAPLAN. You've heard from the Deputy Premier that we're in, deep discussion with the Commonwealth around a funding agreement as Secretary for Public Education in New South Wales. I hope we've got a strong funding agreement that comes, and then what the measures are off that will be important, so we don't go back out to schools and overburden them again with what measures may come from that.
Okay. In terms of the pathways target, can you provide some more information in terms of what schools are collecting?
Yeah, I'll get Miss Reid to talk to that, and then Miss Summerhayes has got great operational experience on this as well.
So in terms of the pathways target, we wanted to make sure that we captured a range of different pathways, and so From memory, and Miss Summerhayes might help me out, the target can be things like number of school-based apprenticeships, HSC completion, and finishing year 12.
Yes, SBATs, etc.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then at the system level, we'd be tracking the thing we've been tracking for a long time, which is the number of students in further education, training, or work in the year post-school.
So just 1 year post-school?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because there was some talk previously about looking at a 5-year period, but I don't know whether that's eventual.
I might come back to you on that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're also deeply still pushing the Commonwealth for the unique student identifier.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'd be very happy if that happens in my lifetime, because it's been a long time coming.
We've been very patient in our career, and we're hoping to see that to fruition too, because that'll allow all jurisdictions to make sure they can track what
I won't
exit
hold my
outcomes.
breath, but I wish you the best of luck in getting that.
I remain optimistic, and I hope
Is
to
there
see
any?
the day.
I'm just going to make it even more complex. But is there any talk about doing it from the early childhood stage as well, or is it just from school beginning age?
Well, now you've thrown a spanner in
So,
the works. Let's see.
Mr. Barakat had
I
a
have
physical
not had
reaction
any
to me
conversations
asking
around
that.
at
Yeah.
this point.
I just think, look, if maybe it would be worth if you want to look at pre-K as well. But anyway, I'll let you do the school-based one first.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. That does end our time here today. We've had a lovely time with you all. Thanks very much. I will note, I'm just going to check there's nothing else I need to say. Yes, the Committee Secretary will be in touch in the near future regarding questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. But other than that finishes off for our first day of estimates. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the committee.
Thank you.